Good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming along, and good morning to members of the gallery and members of the community viewing on live stream. I'd like to take this opportunity to respectfully acknowledge the Yolngu people, the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet, and pay respects to the elders past, present and emerging. This morning, councillors, we have Father Matt Maloney from the Catholic Diocese to deliver our prayer. And thank you again for coming along, Father Maloney. It's always great to see you, and we really appreciate your being able to come along. And I shall pass the floor to you.
Oh, it's on there. Yeah. Has everyone got a copy? Good to be here this morning. Just invite you to firstly just open the little page there. There's a little article which we shared in our parish on meditation. Meditation is a worldwide form of prayer for Buddhists, Hindus, but also very much for Christians and people who want to be. In the busyness of our world, lots of people sort of get people into practice meditation and courses and things like that. Meditation happens, read this in 3 minutes, and how you do meditation is you just do it. There's no way of sort of practicing it, you just do it. So I just offer that to you in a sense of we are so busy. Everyone is so busy. It's a crazy world where people are asking, and we'll hear our gospel, even Jesus was harassed by people, and the disciples and he didn't get a chance to have lunch even. I'm sure for myself that happens, and I'm sure for yourselves in the busyness and craziness of caring for and the governance of our area here on the Capricorn Coast, that's the same for you as well. I just offer that to you as something or other that you might take. If you find it hard, perhaps you're then the very person that needs to practice it. And that's what I said. I said that to myself. I said that to my community, or to our community in church as well. It takes time, it takes practice. You don't just sort of get there, but it is a real way of just being who we are. And it's not just a church thing. Ash Barty, you'll see there's a little article, a little quote there from Ash Barty, greatest tennis player Australia's seen in the modern era today, in these days. We've all seen her. We all see and recognise her greatness. Her very first thing after she said that she won Wimbledon was she wasn't a good tennis player, but she was a good person. And she was practising how to be, not to do. One of her coaches was saying that. And so may that be just a way of practising how we can be. And I just offer that to you. On the back of our little sheet there is our gospel from last weekend, and then on the front then there's the Psalm 23, the Lord is my shepherd. So I'll just read the gospel, and then I invite you to say the response, and then I'll do the little verse, and then I'll leave you be to care for our community. From the Gospel of Mark. The apostles rejoined Jesus and told him all they had done and taught. Then he said to them, "You must come away to some lonely place all by yourselves and rest for a while." For there were so many coming and going that the apostles had no time even to eat. So they went off in a boat to a lonely place where they could be by themselves. But people saw them going, and many could guess where, and from every town they all hurried to the place on foot and reached it before them. So as they stepped ashore, he saw a large crowd, and he took pity on them, because they were like sheep without a shepherd, and he set himself to teach them at some length. And together we say, "The Lord is my shepherd, there is nothing I shall want. The Lord is my shepherd, there is nothing I shall want. Fresh and green are the pastures where he gives me repose. Near restful waters he leads me to revive my drooping spirit. The Lord is my shepherd, there is nothing I shall want. He guides me along the right path. He is true to his name. If you should walk in the valley of darkness, no evil would I fear. You are there with your crook and your staff. With these you give me comfort.
The Lord is my shepherd, there is nothing I shall want.
You have prepared a banquet for me in the sight of my foes. My head you have anointed with oil, my cup is overflowing.
The Lord is my shepherd, there is nothing I shall want.
Surely goodness and kindness shall follow me all the days of my life. In the Lord's own house shall I dwell forever and ever.
The Lord is my shepherd, there is nothing I shall want.
So may the Lord continue to bless you and guide you in your caring for our community and this council. And may God bless us all. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you, Father.
Thanks very much. Take care. Enjoy
Have a great
the
day.
beautiful day if you get a chance to see the water. There were dolphins in Wales this morning.
Thank you, Father. All right, councillors, we have no leave of absences or apologies. And we get to agenda item number 4, confirmation of minutes of the previous meeting. And there are 2 to be adopted here. One is that the minutes of the ordinary meeting held on the 15th of June 2021 be taken as read and adopted as a correct record. And secondly, that the minutes of the special meeting held on the 29th of June 2021 be taken as read and adopted as a correct record. So I'll deal with the first one first, and that is the meeting of the 15th of June 2021. May I have a mover and a seconder, please? Moved Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Friend. Thank you very much. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Secondly, the minutes of the special meeting of the 29th of June, being the budget meeting, to be taken as read and adopted as a correct record. A mover and a seconder, please. Moved Councillor Eastwood. Thank you. Seconded Councillor Watson. Thank you. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Item 5, declarations of interest in matters on the agenda. Are there any declarations, councillors? No? All right, we'll note that. Number 6, there are no public forums or deputations, Mr CEO. Thank you. Item 7, business arising or outstanding from previous meetings. And Mr CEO, I'm going to pass to you and your officers to go through the list, if that's okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. As has been our practice, I'll ask Michael and Brett to join us to work our way through. The report in front of you provides some reasonably detailed notes on the status of each of, I believe there's 24 items. So I'll get Michael and Brett to just skip through by exception quickly, but certainly if councillors have any questions, we're happy to respond to those.
Through the chair, I'll start today at the first item, which is Catholic Church in Marlborough. So since the last meeting, officers have approached Lang O'Rourke again. We're trying to partner with them to see if they would help us renew the building so it can be fit for community use. If that partnership isn't possible, then officers will look to sell the property and move in accordance with the previous resolution that's been resolved by council. So I'm happy to take questions on that, because I know last meeting there was some comments around how long it's taken, and let's get moving with it. So happy to take comments, questions from the councillors.
Microphone, councillor.
Michael, do we have any idea as to what the process is from here time-wise? Because there are people sort of jumping up and down anxious to take over if they had a chance. So I just don't know what discussions have taken place to date.
So thank you for the question, councillor. We've had a couple of discussions with Lang O'Rourke, and initially they seemed interested to help us out for a community purpose. We haven't finalised that, so this is our last chance, I'd say, to engage with them, and we've been back and forth for a few months now. My suggestion to the officers would be that we need to, within the next 2 weeks, say, decide whether there's an opportunity for a partnership, and if there isn't, then we need to move to another plan, and whether that's put it back to some of these other community groups, or we just put it on the market and sell it as is. There has been previous reports that council have seen that suggest that we need to spend about $60,000 or $70,000 to make it a tenantable building, and that has previously been something that council doesn't want to pursue. But if there's other interested parties that come forward in the next few weeks, then we need to fully understand those opportunities. Otherwise, time's sort of the essence at the moment.
Thank you.
Councillors, there's been no further advancement on the Inlet Association beyond the notes that are put there regarding drafting the letter to those who are currently not part of the association.
Next to Adelaide Street.
Councillor May, you got a question?
Yeah, sorry, Michael. Through you to Brett, Mr. Mayor. Are they expecting us to get legal opinion as to how for them to phrase? I mean, they're looking for their information, which normally wouldn't be available to anybody else, but we're obviously making it available to the Inlet Association. So does that mean that we're transferring some of our confidential information over to them?
No, Councillor, looking at that, we're merely writing a letter to those who are not yet part of the association to identify that we will be dealing with the association only.
So we're just dealing with them singularly now, so get on board or otherwise you'll miss out being part of the team. Okay, all right, thanks for clarifying that. Thank you.
Through the Mayor, the next two items will be discussed in today's agenda.
The housing market matter is still awaiting the completion of the planning assumptions model by the consultant. The tenancies for the hub, that is progressing. There was a meeting last Friday which resolved matters, so they're now just progressing towards the terms that would be in the lease itself. The greening Tamby Road, it's understood that there was a meeting with Councillor Hutton yesterday, if that's correct, around that, and there will be a briefing session report come to August. I will jump in for Andrea on this one to say that the adoption of the budget did not contain anything specific to the Christmas tree. Cost estimates have ranged, as a report identifies, between $10,000 and $50,000. So council's looking to what options it may be able to explore with regards to festive accoutrements, and more research is currently being undertaken. The Schoolies Week program, officers have identified in that report have put out expression of interest for stakeholders regarding a program. There have been discussions again with Councillor Hutton regarding this matter, and it's going to be more aligned to identifying activities that the people visiting here can access rather than us actually conducting activities or hosting activities. 11.10, which is the local law review. A number of draft local laws have been received in the last few weeks by officers. They're currently going through those, and then they will be brought to council workshop for further discussion. Cassam Street, that sale has now been completed. The tree protection and replanting, the various reviews of local laws, open space master plans, biodiversity strategies, etc. Are underway and progressing in accordance with their timelines. The Wapabara Native Title Proceedings Council is now a party to that. We have also sought to see whether we could get financial assistance through the Attorney General's office on that. That comes down to capacity to pay, so whether or not we do get that remains to be seen. But again, from the point of view of satisfying that resolution, that matter has been completed. The beach matting on coastal beaches, so there's been consultation undertaken with disability advocates and with the Emu Park Surf Lifesaving. They're obtaining a grant. There will be a briefing report coming to Council on 3rd of August to discuss that matter in more detail. And it's also noted that the comment, not the comment section, but the resolution component of this report refers to a multi-storey car park, not to the beach mats.
Councillor Friend.
Yes, thank you, through the chair. Just a little statement there. Councillor Watson and myself attended the Capricornia Access and Equity Group on the 3rd of June. It was overwhelmingly agreed that instead of the actual matting, that Moby wheelchairs would be more suitable to our particular coastline rather than matting, only because we have severe high tides that come right up to the actual beach accesses. But with those Moby wheelchairs, hoists were also required as well. So just letting you know why that was the case, because of the topography of our coastline, and this was mentioned. Thank you. Oh, and Councillor Watson just mentioned the labour of actually having to roll out the mats on a regular basis as well. But certainly it was the topography that was the most impact for the reason for that.
Right. Thanks,
Thank you.
Councillor Friend. Back to you, Mr. Bacon. Mr. Friedman, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Joscali Beach Access, there'll be a community meeting on Saturday the 31st of this month. So we'll continue the consultation and discussion there, and we'll bring a follow-up report back to Council, likely in September, early September. Rec Point walking trails, officers have been working through various scenarios for that project, and we'll be presenting at the August briefing session.
Just a question.
Councillor Mather.
I think the deputy was first. Michael, through you, Mr. Mayor. Is there a time limit that we need to get back with the scope, the details on the scope? We're coming back next month, but do we have a time limit? Because we did have a time limit to ask for the permission to do that. We replace the funding. Do they put a time limit on us now?
Thank you for the question. Officers have spoken to the Queensland Reconstruction Authority, who are administering the funding, and the QRA have indicated that they don't have a time frame. They're happy for us to explore these various options and then to write if Council chooses to change the scope. They said they're very flexible with this program, so that's a good sign for us. We can, I don't want to say take our time, but we've done a lot of work, and we'll bring back a very thorough set of layout plans for a number of key projects within the Cooey Bay precinct, and then that will explain the broader picture and then narrow down into this particular project.
Thank you.
Councillor Bello.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to Michael there, I had sort of offline discussions with the Rotary Club, and there's two Rotary Clubs, so I've got to try and get the right one, but it's the one that has identified they're committed to a coastal walks project, which they've started. And can I just suggest that perhaps at some point we contact them, or council contact them. They may, well, they are interested to potentially partner with council in some form, if that's at all possible. So it would be good to involve them in the master or the design of that, and perhaps see what avenues they've got to be able to source funding to put towards the project. So there could be some exciting partnerships there, and we'll give them a chance to be involved if the table is supportive of that. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bello.
Thanks, Councillor. So next item, specific heights traffic issues. So the staff are finalising their community engagement and concept plans so we can undertake this engagement piece. The officers have spoken with our community or corporate communications section, and the surveys will be released very soon so that we can report back to council. This has been a long ongoing issue, which, as we know, we're getting to the pointy end of the discussion now, and looking forward to understanding the community's needs and reporting back so we can finalise this matter as soon as we can.
Councillor Mather.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Michael, how far is the consultation going to expand to? Because, I mean, like you say, it's taking a long time. It's taking us years to get to this point.
Thanks for the question, councillor. So there's two parts to the consultation. There's the direct consultation with the residents in the street, because they will be they'll have to live with anything that's installed in the street, but we're also looking to engage with the broader community in the Pacific Heights area there, because as we've said previously, if we do install any traffic management devices, we want to slow the traffic, and there's a potential, which we'd like to see, the traffic head down to Farnborough Road or over Panorama Drive, which is the arterial road network. So we want to try and limit the through traffic on Pacific Heights Road. So to understand the full community's views, we're going to provide a survey out to the broader Pacific Heights catchment there.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. So this really should be the end of it, once we've got that consultation information back.
Absolutely.
That should be the end of it.
We'd certainly hope so, Councillor.
Yes, yes. We'll have a party in the street, Mr. Mayor, cut the ribbon and all that.
The Bureau of Meteorology and Council are currently negotiating the lease arrangements for Bar Marie.
Cookers Road. Officers met with Councillor Mather and Councillor Watson a week or so ago on site, and we had a discussion around the intersection, and an email's been distributed to councillors with an update. The proposal is to seal the first 15 metres of the intersection with bitumen. The product is holding in the gravel, but at that particular intersection there's a lot of fast moving vehicles, and it's a very wide intersection, and there's been some observations that vehicles, it's almost like a rally track around that intersection. Vehicles are travelling very fast, braking and accelerating, and officers believe that a bit of bitumen would be a better solution there, and then we'll continue the trial further down the road, which it appears to be holding quite well at this time.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I just have a question.
Councillor Friend.
I just have a question for Michael, through you, Mr. Chair. Michael, when do you foresee the bitumen being laid at this particular point of the road? Will it be something that will be expedited? And
Yes. Thanks for the question, councillor. We'll look to do that within the next few weeks. It'll be done by our bitumen patching crew using a hand lance, because to mobilise a contractor would just be too expensive. So we can use our own machinery to do it by hand with our crews, and we believe it'll hold the road together and allow the trial to take place further down the street.
Councillor.
The question is, Mr. Mayor, just to follow on with my email that I sent through to Mr. Carter, can we get the street sweep up onto that section? I know it sounds a little bit over the top, but to give it a proper opportunity, because there's a lot of surplus material there, and the people are still suffering the dust, even beyond that 15 metres, because the material that is from that wide intersection has been brought onto the soil binding section, and that's what's still being churned up with any traffic that comes through. So I think to give it a best chance, that section only really needs to have a little bit of extra help to get going, to be truthfully understood to give it a chance to what we're dealing with.
Okay.
because the cars are coming in on the wrong side of the road there, at that intersection, so they're bringing all that material in. And if we narrow down the guideposts, which we are, and lining them, then we just need to give it a chance to show it what it can do after that. Thank you.
Mr Mayor, just
Councillor
an observation, Mr Mayor. I actually drove Tookers Road yesterday for the first time for a long time, the full length of the road, and I had a passenger with me from the Gold Coast, and we actually both noted the lack of dust. It was actually, the road was very smooth, and I don't know whether that was the soil binder or whether it had been watered. It certainly was very smooth, and the lack of dust, apart from that first section that they're going to see, which
it's in pretty good condition on the stretch that council maintains at the moment. I was there Saturday, councillor, and yeah. Councillor Watson.
I just like to say I'm excited that it's actually working. It's just really good to go and look at it. And I thank you for changing these bits to make it so that it has a chance. Yeah, thank you.
Michael, we have two more lined up for you.
Councillor Mather, can you direct your comments through the chair, please?
Sorry, Mr Mayor. We have two more lined up for Michael to consider. Thank you.
Mr Mayor, item 12.3 relates to some research into some road maintenance equipment mounted to skid steer machine. The request's been for that report to come back in September, and we're on track to do that.
Thank you.
Item 12.4, the council's resolution about notifications regarding show cause notices has been implemented.
Thank you, Mr CEO.
12.5 Brett's Road, so the work is going to be completed this week. I think from talking to officers it'll be later in the week, Thursday or Friday. They're currently grading in the area, and they'll go and do the work as per the resolution. Stanage Bay Road, so the application has been drafted. We're just waiting for a survey plan, and then that will be sent off to the Minister to progress.
Councillor Mather.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Going back to 12.5, Michael, the work on Brett Road, do you know at this point in time what that work would involve? Is it just the hill, or is it the road while we're there?
And my understanding is it's the hill. So the resolution was to put some gravel on the hill. So that's what we're doing.
Yeah.
So the road itself, it's a Class 10 road. There's 10% gravel coverage on Class 10 road. So the crews have driven that previously and said that it's in reasonable condition for the standard of road. This section here is a bit slippery and rutted, so we'll fix that. If they see any major ruts along the way, they'll make sure they'll touch those up, but it's not a resheet for any length.
I wasn't expecting that at all.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Michael.
Lot 6 of the Gateway, that contract has been executed and will settle early next month.
Thank you, Mr Bacon, Mr Creedman. Thank you, Mr CEO. Councillors, we've got the recommendation now that the business outstanding table for the ordinary council meeting be received. May I have a mover and a seconder? Moved, Councillor Eastwood. Thank you. Seconder, thanks, Councillor Bello. All right. Any discussion on this before we go to the vote, councillors? All right. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. (7.2), and I've been remiss, councillors. I just wanted to welcome Lucy back to the council. She's been off on maternity leave, and it's good to see Lucy back. We've thrown her into the deep end today in terms of taking the minutes for our meeting, so we will obviously respect the fact that Lucy may be a little bit rusty, but we'll definitely endeavour to look after her. So just welcome back, Lucy. All right, councillors, we've got 7.2, lifting matters laying on the table. Mr CEO, can I pass to you on this, please?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Procedural matter to enable consideration of the Adelaide Street parking and traffic issues later in the day. So the matter currently laying on the table, the recommendation is to lift that from the table, and it's listed separately later in your agenda.
Any questions of the CEO, councillors? Fairly straightforward, this one. May I have a mover and a seconder, please? Moved Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Watson. Thank you. Councillor Mather, do you want to speak to it? All right. Indeed. All right, so we'll go straight to the vote if there's no other discussion, councillors. All right, all in favour? Carried unanimously, thank you. Item 8, presentation of petitions, and there are none. Item 9, councillor delegate reports. 9.1. Mr Creedman, did you want to speak to this one, or will I go to Councillor Friend? Would you like to speak to this one, Councillor Friend?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So on the 4th of June, our Community Voice Panel for Water, Waste Management and Environment had a number of guest speakers. These were Rebecca French from Fitzroy Basin Association, and we just discussed campaigns currently running focusing on the environmental impacts of that marine debris has on the coastal and marine life. We had our Chief Financial Officer, Andrea Ellis, come along and discuss strategic financial perimeters. And so that was really very helpful to all of the members there in understanding how council works and how we run a particular budget. So that was extremely helpful. Thank you very much for attending, Madam CFO. That was fantastic. And I do recommend that for all other Community Voice Panel members also. We ran through our Community Voice Panel terms of reference, and Mr Creedman ran through this, just updating and helping our members understand what the terms of reference are. We had, as we particularly do in our voice panel, have a couple of panel members every meeting present on what their passions are, what they're involved with the community, and we had Julianne's presentation in relation to Emu Park Bush Care, and we also had Tom's presentation in relation to Friends of Kinka. And very passionate people about keeping up the remnant vegetation and looking at eradicating weeds along the coastline. We had our Council Senior Waste Officer, Leanne Randall, presented to the panel in relation to the new waste app that we'll all hear about very shortly. It's very exciting for our community, and our panel members have also been presented with this app before anybody else to work it and see how well it works for them. We also had some responses from questions that were put to Honourable Michelle Landry, federal member for Capricornia, and I'm not going to go into those today because there were a number of questions, and our panel members are currently reviewing her answers, and we will discuss this in our next meeting. There was a number of issues that needed to be deferred until next meeting due to members not being able to attend this particular meeting. But we also discussed our biodiversity strategy within council and gaining feedback from the community and also from our panel members. In general business, we realised that within our Community Voice Panel that we're currently still forming and understanding moving forward how we can be effective within our community. And we're going to wait until the end of the year and look back and see what our achievements have been. We've discussed more communication between panel members, between meetings, emails, Microsoft Teams, etc. But there was also an issue raised in relation to Rec Point and the weeds that are currently at Rec Point. So we will be meeting again on the 10th of September, and our panel members are still as passionate as ever. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Any questions of the good councillor? Okay, so Councillor Friend, in the absence of any questions or further discussions, would you like to move your... So move, Councillor Friend, seconded please. Councillor Eastwood, thank you. All in favour? Carried unanimously, thank you. 9.2, councillors, is the update on the Economic Development, Regional Advocacy and Intergovernmental Relations Community Voice Panel. This one was convened on the 22nd of June, and as you'll note, that was prior to the adoption of the budget. Just going through very quickly, Jeff Carter from Mr. Creedman's team was very good to come along and explain to the members how road servicing levels work and the bump meter and the intervention levels and those sorts of things. And although you may argue that that's not necessarily aligned with economic development, it does sort of go a long way to explaining to the members of our panel how our road maintenance schedule works and how our intervention levels work, because obviously roads are a crucial part of economic development in any shire, not just ours. And would you please, Mr. Creedman, again pass on my appreciation to Mr. Carter for coming along. We did have an overview quickly of the budget, and given that these particular meetings, councils, are confidential, and that was stressed to the members of our community voice panel on the day, that what we were discussing was confidential, and it certainly hadn't been adopted by council at that stage, so it was preliminary. But we did go through some of the key points of the budget. We did, on item 3, go through the Defence Attraction Strategy. And as we know, and the community would be well aware, there is a concerted effort now by Central Queensland Regional Organisation of Council to embark on a project to try and attract some sort of facility, whether it be a depot or a large facility here in CQ, because it actually costs, as we know and have heard, Defence $6 million to deploy from Enoggera Army Barracks to Shoalwater Bay. So we think that's kind of nuts, and that would be far more cost efficient for Defence to have a depot or a base here, whether that's for the cavalry unit or the 6th Battalion or whatever it is. So we discussed that. We discussed also the Homemaker Stage 2 update, and obviously there's not a lot to disclose or depart to the group there, because we're not really in a position at this stage to do too much about that. We know that that work needs to be done. But obviously it's being planned, and I think there's a subgroup within council, including Mr. Creedman and Mr. Bacon, who are working on that with a number of officers and the CEO. The final point was, in these meetings it seems to be me doing a lot of the talking, and I don't know whether that's happening in your respective panels, but I just said to the members of mine that I would prefer to be doing some listening as well. So I'm asking them, as point 5 here, to come along with some future topics for workshops, because you know, it's really about them. It's not about us, in my view, imparting information and telling them what a wonderful job we're doing. It's kind of like our community outreach program. We're there to listen, and we want ideas. And so that was the final subject of discussion from ours. And that's it, councillors. Happy to entertain any questions.
Mr. Chair, I've got a couple that I can lend you. Pretty comfortable talking.
Questions or...
In full respect to those if they're happening to watching online, I'm sure they'll see the light side of that, but yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Bellows. We appreciate the gesture. In the absence of any further discussion, councillors, I'm happy to move this one. Can I get a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Friend. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Item 10, the Audit and Risk Improvement Committee reports, and the first one is in relation to a flying minute in relation to the committee meeting. And we have the CFO, Ms Ellis. I'll pass the chair to you.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillors, as you'd be aware, there has been a reduction in the number of scheduled committee meetings, so this has necessitated the need to do a flying minute for some matters that are time critical, largely in relation to our external audit process. These are always, we always liaise through the chair just to ensure that she's comfortable with this particular approach. So these ones relate to the Shell general purpose financial statements, and also a general CFO update that I provided each of the committee meetings, and it was related to some resourcing limitations I have within the team at the moment, the annual budget process, and update on progressing the outsourcing of the internal audit function. The Shell general purpose financial statements are essentially the look and feel of what we think the financial statements are going to, and the appropriate and the disclosures that we think we're going to need to make as part of the financial statement process. They had already been through our external audit, so we'd taken into consideration feedback received from Deloitte on that, and we're seeking final feedback from our audit committee members for that particular one. There is another current flying minute with the audit committee at the moment around internal audit matters.
Thank you, Madam CFO. Can I make a suggestion before I open it up to questions so that we amend the recommendation slightly? It reads, as you can see, councillors, that the unconfirmed minutes of the Audit, Risk and Improvement Committee held on the 21st of June 2021 via flying minute be received and the following recommendations contained within these minutes be adopted. Well, those following recommendations, as I understand it, Madam CFO, are under 6.1. I was just going to say or suggest that we delete the word following from the recommendation so that it reads, be received and the recommendations contained within these minutes be adopted. Okay. Just a minor point, but when I read the recommendation, I still was expecting to see, the following. So when I expected to see the following recommendations below, and they weren't. So, just a minor point. So, Lucy, if we can take out the word following, thank you. All right. Questions of the CFO, councillors? All right. Councillor Bello, this is your portfolio. Would you like to move this one?
Yeah, happy to move that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Friend, thank you. Councillor Bello, do you want to speak to the report?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Cool. All right, so we'll go to the vote on this one, councillors. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. So, over to you again, Madam CFO.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillors, we're presenting today for consideration the Audit Committee Terms of Reference. These particular Terms of Reference are one of the 4 policy documents within the remit of the Audit Risk and Improvement Committee. So councillors have already adopted the policy in relation to the committee, and this is the next step. This provides more of the detail around the detail about what the Audit Committee is going to look at. The terms of reference have been substantially rewritten on their previous version, and this is largely to align with better practice guidelines issued by the Queensland Treasury, to incorporate feedback from the Audit Committee, and also to take on board some of the recommendations from the external assessment of the Audit Committee. This has gone through the Audit Committee through a number of iterations, which is why it has taken a bit of time to come back for finalisation to the table for consideration. We've also preempted and worked with the Audit Committee on realigning their program of work for the next 12 months to align with these terms of reference and to clearly articulate where those synergies and the detail of how they're going to address all of these components of the terms of reference.
Thank you, Madam CFO. Any questions, councillors? All right. Yep. Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, just a quick question in regards to 4.5.3. Sorry, I may have the number wrong. Just in speaking to the marker we put there, saying that for 5 years post-service as a councillor or a council member of staff, members of the community would be excluded from serving on the Arabic Committee as an independent member. Can you give some reasoning behind that?
Essentially, it's to provide a certain degree of separation from their involvement with the organisation at a certain point in time, and to allow an appropriate amount of time to have passed before they can add a different perspective to the Audit Committee.
Okay, is there any accounting standards or legislation that would connect and provide some guidance around the time level? I'm just thinking in terms of currency of practice and currency of their capacity to contribute. In 5 years' time in local government, everything's changed completely, so they're likely to, that 5-year grace period that we've given ourselves pretty much necessitates that they would be necessarily unable to participate with the benefit of any knowledge they may have prior had.
So the accounting standards aren't relevant to this particular situation. I'm not aware that there is any guidance through the internal audit standards either. It was endorsed and supported by two of the external committee members who have a wealth of experience and knowledge of these certain limitations or constraints might be for committee members. It's really, I guess, to use the phrase that one of the external members had used, it's just to ensure that there's the best intentions, that no one's coming with any underlying issues that they would like considered through the audit committee member. I think it also provides an opportunity for a previous council or employee to gain additional skills, knowledge and experience by being an audit committee member elsewhere, and that's certainly where we're getting a lot of advantage from our current external members, that they do bring a wealth of skills, knowledge and experience that they've gained from being on audit committees, not only within local government, within other public sector entities as well.
Thank you, Madam. Councillor Hutton.
Just a final question. Would we consider extending that to, so obviously at the moment it speaks to former councillors and former council staff, would that incorporate consultants who've done work for council, or would they at the moment be excluded, so they would potentially?
Perhaps if I can offer some commentary around that, and I think Councillor Hutton's raised some really pertinent points here. Perhaps we can take this to the next meeting of the audit committee for discussion. And I acknowledge that we're essentially adopting the terms of reference today, but they can always be amended. So perhaps if you're comfortable with this, Councillor Hutton, if this could be a point of discussion in the next meeting, because I think it's really, really important to discuss this, because my concerns is similar to yours in that we potentially could be shutting some great talent out of the audit committee by having this particular time frame involved.
My only thought, Mr Mayor, is recognising that this is their recommendation, that they've already considered it, so we'd be asking them to reconsider without, like, so obviously being a committee of council, we have the capacity, if we choose to put something alternative in, and I wonder if it's worthy of us having a conversation around that.
Well, I take your point, and I think my response, and I'm not diminishing your argument, but my response is that I would prefer to make an amendment to the terms of reference in consultation with the audit committee, and it might be that they're just putting this forward as best practice, but without actually contemplating your arguments. And so I think it's worthwhile prosecuting that.
Mr Chair, I'd be perhaps inclined to move a procedural motion to lay it on the table and not make a decision today on it.
I think it's a great suggestion, Councillor.
My suggestion, Mr Chair, if we laid it on the table and until there's further discussion between the perhaps councillors as well, in a less formal manner, that we could understand it even better as well.
Yeah, I think it's a great suggestion. Thank you. Yeah, is that kind of upsetting the apple carts, Madam CFO?
No, Mayor, certainly not. Our program of work is already aligned with this draft terms of reference, because it has been discussed multiple occasions with the audit committee. That it, yeah, we've already done the work to identify what's going to happen over the next couple of meetings.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bello, so would you like to move your procedural motion?
Yeah, certainly move a procedural that we laid
so that the matter lay on the table.
On the table. Any further discussion
at the audit and risk committee, and then a report back to council. Fix it up? Okay, all right. All right, seeing it's a procedural motion, we don't need a seconder on this one, so can I just go to the vote on this one? Council, is everyone clear on what we're attempting to do here? All in favour? Carried unanimously, thank you very much. And thanks for your comments, Councillor Hutton. 10.3, Mr CEO, are you dealing with this one?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, the CFO's been brave enough to leave it in my hands.
The finance reviews are coming up shortly.
The item for consideration is adoption of the revision to the internal audit charter, which governs the internal audit function. So councillors would be aware this is a programmed method of reviewing
different parts of the organisation's operation in a sequential way. We are currently reviewing submissions for internal audit function from external firms that will provide that sort of independence to reviews of different parts of our operations. The council adopts an internal audit plan for each year that determines the priorities for that particular function. The Charter provides the overriding governance regime for how the internal audit function is implemented in the organisation.
Thank you, Mr. CFO. Any questions, councillors? Councillor Bella?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Just the CEO there, so could you provide an explanation of how this differs from what was previously in place, so we can understand what the change is?
Yes,
Or
Mr. Mayor.
better understand it?
Two main points in terms of the revision. The first is item 6, the reporting arrangements, that identifies the independence of the internal audit function, but reporting to the Chief Audit Executive, which is a reasonably universal term, but in our case the CEO plays that function in this organisation, and the resourcing section was removed from the Charter and will be replaced in the plan.
Any other questions, councillors? All right. Councillor Bella, did you wish to move this one?
Yeah, I'd be happy to move that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Can I get a seconder? Thank you. Councillor Hutton, thank you. All right, Councillor Bella, did you wish to speak to it?
Only briefly, Mr. Chair. I say that because much of this stuff is difficult to get your head around in some respects, and I think the more you spoke about it, perhaps the more you'd show you don't fully comprehend it, because I find it is quite complex, but I believe it's a step in the right direction. It's different than what we had before, and I recognise the suggestions as put forward as a better way to do it, and I'm glad that the effort has been made, and I look forward to this alternate model being good for the organisation, being good for the culture of the organisation, and we've got to strive to do the best we can by the organisation. So I think it's a good initiative, and look forward to seeing it reflect over time. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bella. Anyone speaking against? Councillor May.
No, not speaking against Mr Mayor, but in light of what Councillor Bella has said, it is a complex organisation within that portfolio, and I think, is it possible, when we talk about the terms of reference, that the Charter be also thrown into that discussion so that everybody understands where they all fit together?
They're slightly different beasts.
Yeah, that's why I think we need to see where they all fit together.
And I guess I'm just trying to, in my own mind, understand what you're asking for, Councillor. When you say you want them put together, what does that mean?
When I say put together, we discuss each as their own entity as to where they relate to each other, how they relate to each other.
Okay, Councillor Hutton.
I wonder whether, in having the opportunity to potentially speak to this, that I may allay some of the queries that Councillor Maver may have, and if not, that she may then seek to move a motion to hold it over if she still is concerned.
All right, you okay with Councillor?
I think that wouldn't be a bad idea, Mr.
All
Mayor.
right, okay.
I think it would be a good idea.
Councillor Hutton, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and councillors. Really happy to speak to the Internal Audit Charter in seeing how this revised document reflects the changing nature of the beast of what we're seeking to do in the internal audit space. So we all recognise that council has chosen to go for a mixed methodology where we'll do both internal in-house internal auditing, but also have the capacity to bring in external auditors who can support us to fulfil this function using third parties. By doing that, I think what we're seeing is a maturing of the internal audit space for this organisation, recognising that we both want to develop the skills and capacity of staff within the organisation, but we also recognise that there's a time and a place when it can't just be the person who is the soft hand, but also sometimes has to be the person who can look at it with fresh eyes from outside the organisation, who supports us in making sure that our practices and our processes are in place and strong. This internal audit charter provides that flexibility for the organisation, but it also, I think, speaks to the maturity of the organisation moving forward. We know that we've been in a process for the last 7 years of growing and shaping, and there comes a time when we have to review our processes. This is part of that journey, and I commend it to the table, recognising that it provides both that maturity but also the flexibility to council to have capacity developed within the organisation, as well as accessing the experts that we need to support us in making sure that our processes are strong.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Councillor Mather, did that address some of your concerns, I think?
Well, yes, Mr Mayor, but I'm just going on what Councillor Bello was saying. It's a complex beast, and I think we've got policies and we've got everything in it. There needs to be a big picture to see where they all fit together for everybody's benefit. It's like a flow chart, so to speak. Because while we discuss each in its own entity, there's not a where it all fits together. Just a flow chart would help clear understanding for all members.
Well, I see the CEO's fingers poised on his speaker, so I'll pass to him.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. It's the will of the council to adopt the audit charter today. We'll happily provide some additional briefing to councillors about the audit committee function and the separate internal audit function and the interrelationship between the two. As councillors rightly point out, it can be a complex space for people who don't, for people who this doesn't occupy their time regularly. But there is plenty of simple material that we can use, and whether we do that or invite our audit committee members to participate in an offline discussion with the technology that we have, to just help clarify those things in councillors' minds. We'll happily do that, irrespective of whether you adopt the internal audit charter today or not, which we believe to be a reasonably low risk decision today.
Thank you, Mr CSO. Councillor Mather, are you happy with that? All right, thank you. All right, councillors, any other questions or comments around this report? All right, so we've got a mover in Councillor Bello, a seconder in Councillor Hutton. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. That brings us to item 11.1, which is the review of the allocation methodology for the Queensland Local Government Grants Commission. And Mr CEO, I'm going to pass to you on this one.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillors would be aware, long-standing practice of the federal government to provide funding to local government via the states. That represents a over $4 million grant issued to Livingstone Shire annually. The federal government provides that to the states to determine their own methodology. The methodology in Queensland was last reviewed in 2011, and that process is underway again. The current chair of the Queensland Local Government Grants Commission is well known to us, Paul Bell from Emerald, former president of the Australian Local Government Association, Local Government Association Queensland, and mayor of Emerald, and met with us. He and his executive officer met with a number of councillors a few weeks ago to outline their current methodology and pose some questions to us about how they might review that particular allocation methodology, and invited us to provide a submission in response to that review. I've taken, given the timing around the due date for that response was last Friday the 16th, I've taken the liberty of preparing that response on the basis of discussions at that session and the subsequent briefing session with councillors, and now seek endorsement of that particular submission, which is shown on pages 75 and 76.
Thank you, Mr CEO. Councillors, I'm sure there's questions around this. Councillor Friend.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor, to Mr CEO. I've read your submission that you've constructed, Mr CEO. I'm in favour of it. I think it's very well worded, but I do have a question in relation to question 6. You have 3 particular, on page 76, thank you. You do have 3 points there. Was there ever any consideration to include the fact that the Queensland Government Waste Levy is subjected to our council, that we have to pay that. So was that ever considered to be put in to the submission as well as a consideration?
I guess considered, yes, Councillor Friend, through you, Mr Mayor. I just have difficulty crafting that in a way that reflected the intent of the financial assistance grant, as opposed to what's a separate grant program administered by the state, and whether the federal government's intent of providing a general purpose grant and an identified road grant, whether the allocation methodology in Queensland should be altered to reflect a decision that is currently under challenge.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Mather.
I just noticed on number 2, through you to CEO, question, do you agree with the Commission's objective, transparent, equitable, simple, reliable, stable? Predictability was the one that was missing, I thought. Whether they sort of look at that anyway. But I think it's like anything else we deal with state or federal governments. It's the unpredictability that we face every time, that we can't make decisions moving forward, because we have no certainty.
My understanding, Mr CEO and Councillor Mather, is that these particular criteria, transparency, equitability, simplicity, reliability, stability, are proffered by the Commission. I don't think at this point in time they're considering anything outside of those 5, Mr CEO, is that right?
No, Mr Mayor, they did invite specific feedback on the importance. So if you looked at the response to question 3, and I've interpreted stable or stability to pick up on Councillor Mather's point, I think that's one of the more important ones for exactly those reasons: consistency, reliability, and surety for budgeting. That was certainly the thrust of my response in question 3.
The other thing I noticed too, that your response in relation to the loss of land through defence acquisitions, but I also noticed that wasn't in the Boundary Commissioner's submission. We've got it in here to the Grants Commission, but not to the Boundary Commissioner.
Well, I think that's a separate issue, though.
It is a separate issue, but
we're dealing with this one today. We'll address the other one at another time.
It's a
if that's
critical
right.
issue,
Yeah.
though.
Any other questions, councillors? All right.
No, I think you did well, Mr Mayor, thank you.
I think it's a great paper. I'm happy to move this one, councillors. And can I get a second? Councillor Mather, thank you. I don't feel the need to speak to it, councillors. I think enough's been said, so I'm happy to go straight to the vote unless anyone else has any comments to make. No? All right. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, Mr CEO. 11.2, CQ Rock update. Mr CEO.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The Central Queensland Regional Organisation of Councils met in Yeppoon on the 31st of May. The fact that met locally afforded a number of councillors the opportunity to attend that meeting, where both yourself and the Deputy Mayor participated in proceedings. The minutes of that meeting are attached, reasonably self-explanatory. There were 2 issues that arose either on the day or subsequent to the day that I'm also seeking council determination on, although the matter in relation to the Northern Alliance of Councils, now called the Regional Queensland Council of Mayors. So the Mackay Mayor did ask the CQ Rock Chairman to prompt the members to consider becoming members of that particular organisation, and I've done some sort of cursory research into that, and as you can see, had recommended that we decline that offer. However, since authoring this report, I've learned that this particular organisation currently auspices the Local Area Waste Management Committee, LAWMAC, and I did want to explore just whether or not our participation in that organisation would be enhanced or would be prejudiced by not being a member of this organisation, and I haven't been able to arrive at a conclusion on that point just yet. So, with leave of the council, I would ask that we not consider recommendation 2 today as it's presented while I do a little more work on that matter. The final point relates to the issue you raised earlier, one of the other items, Mr Mayor, around the Defence Industry Capability Project. So CQ ROC has agreed to take carriage of leadership of the project that will mount the advocacy argument for the basing of permanent military personnel here in central Queensland, and they had invited offline those with an interest in that project to commit to some funding. In our case, that's $20,000, and again offline I had took the liberty of doing so, given the importance of that project to the economy of the region, and I'm also seeking retrospective endorsement of that particular action. Happy to answer any other questions, or yourself or Councillor Bello might be able to do so.
Thank you, Mr CEO. And councillors, anticipating a question around point 3 there. The $20,000, actually, we were required to spend that by 30 June, so it was in the previous financial year, and it was contained within the economic development budget. So it's not something that's not included in this current year's budget that we have to find the money for. That money was available from the previous year's budget, and that's why we had to act fairly quickly to make sure that money was spent by the time the end of the financial year rolled around. And the CEO did that, obviously, in consultation with myself. Councillor Mather.
Yes, thanks, Mr Mayor. I'd just like the CEO to clarify, please, because we've been using different figures. We're in, we're out, we're in, we're out. This will add to that. And I just need to be clear what we're actually committed to, because you're talking at $20,000 to join up with Townsville or the Northern District.
No, it's 20. This is for.
That was being held off.
Yeah, that's being held off. This particular funding is to be put in a bucket of money with Rockhampton Regional Council. They're contributing $20,000, and Gladstone is contributing $10,000 at this stage, unless there's an update on that, Mr.
Okay, now the $14,000 per annum, what is that?
So the what, sorry, councillors?
14,000 on the bottom of page 77.
Mr Mayor, so that relates to the membership fee that would be attributed this year to becoming a member of the Northern Alliance of Councils, or what's now called the Regional Queensland Council of Mayors. My recommendation was to not become...
holding that one off.
That's correct.
Okay.
And I've just requested today, given that I've got to do a little bit more homework,
Yep.
I'm just understanding that organisation's relationship with the LawMac organisation, which is taking steps to become incorporated in its own right, I'm told. So that might overcome that
Understand that
issue, but I was a little premature in making that recommendation today without fully understanding that relationship.
That's not budgeted, that one, is it?
It's not budgeted, no.
Yeah. Okay. Now the 30,000, which is in the bottom line of that same page, meeting of the 22nd of June, Rocky agreed to become a member at a cost of 30,000. So
that's a cost to them.
Yeah, we're paying.
Well, that's no impact on us at all. That $30,000 is Rockhampton's cost to join that Regional Council of Mayors.
And through you, Mr Mayor, if I may add that it's per population. So $30,000 is costing Rockhampton Regional Council to join that particular Council of Mayors. But if we were either to also join, then we wouldn't be paying as much because our population is much less.
In proportion,
That's the 14.
Yes. Yes. Yes, well, you can see how it can be confusing.
Yep.
Yes. All right, thank you.
So, okay, we're not, just to be clear now, we're not dealing with item 2 in the recommendations, councillors, which takes that 14,000.
We do have the 20,000 there in budget.
That's right. So it takes the $14,000 out of the discussion for today. We're just dealing with the $20,000 contribution to the Defence Industry Capability Project. So as I said before, Rockhampton's contributing 20,000, Livingstone 20,000 with your endorsement, and Gladstone is 10. So that's all going towards the cost of a consultant, and that's being, the tenders have gone out now through CQ ROC to appoint a consultant to do that work.
What specific? What specifically, Mr Mayor, what type of work is the consultants expected to do?
The consultant is basically going to prepare a report to CQ Rock around the establishment of a defence industry capability within central Queensland. And
That's
so,
specifically for in relation to defence?
correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
No worries. All right. Councillor Bello.
Yeah, my question is probably more of an observation, and perhaps the CEO might like to provide some clarity around it. Whilst we've identified that costings that could be attributed to the various councils is based on population or your rate space or your budget, it would appear that the $20,000 that both Livingstone and Rockhampton are contributing is an equal amount.
Yeah,
so it's not necessarily in that case. Clearly, Rockhampton has a far greater budget than Livingstone, but there must have been a decision to commit, similar monies, which I'm not objecting to, but I wanted to understand the methodology around whenever money is going to be contributed. There would appear to be the scope to either base it on, proportional to your rates or subjective to what you feel you're prepared to put in. If that could be clarified.
Yes, Mr Mayor. In response to Councillor Bello's question, typically speaking, the contributions to membership organisations are based on some formula, whether that's budget capacity or population of the region or some other construct. In this particular case, because it's a one-off project, it was really about the funding that was going to be necessary to achieve the outcome, and it was going to be split evenly, and Gladstone is still considering or attempting to lift its contribution to $20,000, I guess to give everyone an equal seat at the table and an equal contribution to this particular piece of work. So it isn't necessarily consistent with the way we generally contribute to those things, but it was agreed amongst the stakeholders, and it includes Regional Development Australia, who've also committed $20,000, that those that wanted to be part of it, to have equal influence, there would be equal contribution. And I'm confident that everyone contributing will ultimately be at the $20,000 mark. And we certainly wanted to ensure that we had the same level of influence over the outcome as the other contributing partners.
Councillor Friend.
Yes, thank you through the chair, Mr CEO. We've removed number 2, which is fine at the moment. So we're expecting it to come back to the table in September. Okay. August, of course. Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? All right, well, I'm prepared to move this one, councillors. Can I get a seconder, please? Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. I think there's enough been said around this. I don't feel the need to speak to this any further, councillors. Anyone wish to speak against?
I would like to speak for it as opposed to against. Yep. Mr Mayor, only just to compliment once again the CQ Rock for the efforts they make. It was wonderful to see all of the councils at the table in the discussion and some of the higher order thinking that was occurring around some of the strategic policy initiatives. But just as importantly for the people of Livingstone to have that line of sight by having the minutes of these meetings included on our agenda for the public as well as for the broader council table. I think it's an initiative that should have occurred many years ago, and I commend this council for the fact that it's now part of the regular procedures and processing for it.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Right, councillors, I'm going to go to the vote on this one. So there's a mover and myself, a seconder, and Councillor Eastwood, all in favour. Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. 11.3, nomination of or for Special Holiday 2022. Mr CEO.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Recommendation for the annual process of nominating a special holiday associated with a local agricultural show has come around again with nominations of dates due at the end of the month. Typically, Livingstone Shire has nominated a date that aligns with the Rockhampton show, and typically that's been the Friday, with Rockhampton nominating the prior Thursday. We're anticipating that will occur again this year. However, Rockhampton's determination of its date won't happen until the 27th of July. So we've structured the recommendation to reflect that we're anticipating that they will nominate Thursday the 9th of June. That's certainly what they tell us that they're going to do, but just in the unlikely event that that doesn't turn out that way, that we would reserve the right to not necessarily proceed without reference back to the council, but we're certainly anticipating that to be the case, and the recommendation structured that way.
Questions, councillors? Councillor Watson?
Mr Mayor, through the CEO, I'm just wondering why we always do it on a Friday and we don't line up with Rockhampton's holiday. There just seems to always be parents struggling with it. That's all. I'm just wondering why we aren't aligned with the same day as Rockhampton. Mr Mayor, I can only comment and make observations from a distance. This will be the first occasion for me, but certainly it's relayed to me that that sequence, which and this discussion I think might come up annually about these things, but that it provides the greatest economic opportunity for Livingstone Shire is what's explained to me, that people taking the holiday on Rockhampton folks taking the holiday on Thursday and perhaps availing themselves of some of the opportunities that exist in Livingstone Shire to enjoy themselves, and then likewise separately for the people of Livingstone Shire to enjoy the long weekend, whether that's participating in the Rockhampton show or just enjoying the long weekend locally.
Were you wanting to offer an alternate motion, Councillor Watson?
Well, I would actually. I'd like us to have a look at making it the same day, because a great number of families on the coast here work in Rockhampton. It's always very difficult for those families. That's all. So I don't know. I'd like some help if I could, but it just seems to every year you hear the parents grumbling that someone look after the kids while they go to work and things like that. I'm just wondering if there's a one-off we could try this and see if it actually could work, that we have the same day.
Right.
Through you, Mr Mayor, should we suspend standing orders to have a discussion?
Just going to do that, Councillor. Great suggestion, thank you. So I'm going to, Councillor Friend is moving a procedural motion to suspend standing orders to discuss this more informally. Can I get support for that? Thank you. All right. Carried unanimously, Lucy. All right. So, Councillor Watson, the floor is yours.
I just know that for the majority of my working life, I've worked in Rockhampton, and every time the show comes around, it's a juggle to look after kids while they're not at school, and I know that's the case for the majority of other parents on the coast here, and I've always wondered why we didn't just align with Rockhampton on that day. I'm just wondering if we can look at that.
Probably a couple of things here, Mr Mayor. Is our show running on that Thursday? I think that would be the first thing.
Not generally, no.
Yeah. So the other thing is, I think one of the advantages, and we're through fear of not going into debate, but one of the advantages of having it on those days, on the Friday, is actually, I know many people would actually take a long weekend. And whether they spend that in the Shire or elsewhere, it's a great advantage to them, and I'm sure advantage to us, especially for Rockhampton people. They're more likely to come down here for a 4-day long weekend, if they can, and spend money in our Shire. To me, I like the way it is, and I certainly haven't heard too much complaints, and I've had kids that have gone to school in Rockhampton throughout their whole schooling, and it's been like the whole way, so I'd be quite happy for it to remain.
Through you, Mr Chair, I concur with Councillor Eastwood completely. That Rockhampton typically has theirs on a Thursday, whereas we have ours on a Friday, affording those families that long weekend. Yes, I do also see Councillor Watson's point in relation to people work in Rocky, people work in Livingstone, they commute every day. However, to take away that long weekend for our community certainly would be, I don't think would be very beneficial at all for the community as a whole. And all these years, on those particular 2 days, people do make arrangements, and they do tend to, they may grumble, but the majority of our residents actually enjoy that long weekend. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Councillor Mather.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think this argument, debate, consideration has been going on since the Garden of Eden. And I've been here for every one of them pretty well.
Since the Garden of Eden.
I feel that is the case. Mr Mayor, both parties are right. There are merits and disadvantages on both sides. I do know that some of the parents who work in Rockhampton have difficulty when their kids are having a holiday on the Friday. I'd like to see a trial for 1 year and just get the feedback from the people to see if it really has advantages. I can understand why we would try to offer a long weekend, and I think Australia's coming to the point we're having more holidays than what we're having working days, to be quite honest. When you start looking at enterprise bargaining agreements and holidays and all this new government legislation that comes out, I'm thinking, no wonder we're going to the wall, if we are, because we're having so many holidays. We just want to spend more time at home. And when you're in a beautiful place in the world, I don't blame them. But I'd like to see a trial, Mr Mayor, and get the feedback to see if it has any benefits. And because I've said both parties are right, they both have their advantages. But I think while we're trying to keep families together and try to synchronise the working relationships with the school holidays, I think that's got to come first, at least this time.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Mather. And can I ask a question of the CFO? Is there a time frame by which we have to respond to this?
It's the end of the month, Mr Mayor.
Right. So it makes it a bit tight, doesn't it? Because my mind was going to... well...
May I ask what happened last year?
We actually sought to change the date last year, Councillor Watson, because geez, I'm getting old. My memory's starting to get a bit dim. Councillor Hutton, refresh my memory, please.
So there were COVID concerns which related to providing an opportunity to use the public holiday later in the year that may provide an opportunity for people to get out and about, which when the holiday was due was unable to be achieved because of COVID restrictions. And we did an online survey with interesting results which then informed the decision-making process of the council.
That's right. Thank you so much. Yeah. Old age is setting in. Because I'm not sure where to go with this, councillors, because my mind was thinking perhaps we could ask the community what they think, but the 2-week time frame, it's just not going to happen. So we either have to bite the bullet and go for a trial, as Councillor Mather is suggesting, which I think would probably support Councillor Watson's view, or alternatively just leave it as it is. So I think we might come back out of back into normal process, resume standing orders. Thank you, Councillor Mather. All in favour? And we'll just vote on this according to how we view it, councillors. So, any other questions or discussions or any other commentary around this, councillors, before we go to the vote on it? Councillor Hutton.
Sorry, can I just get some clarity around which are we going to go with the original motion, or
No, we're going to go with the original motion at this point. Thank you. Sorry? Testing that first, yep. So the original recommendation, councillors, is that the Chief Executive Officer be authorised to submit a nomination for a special public holiday for the Livingstone Shire Council local government area for Friday 10 June 2022 to align with the Rockhampton show, subject to Rockhampton Regional Council determining its show holiday date in the coming weeks. Okay, so that's worded such that if Rocky fails to do that, then we'll come back to the table on a date, Mr CEO.
That's correct, Mr Mayor.
Okay. All right, so can I get a mover on this one, please? Councillor Hutton. Seconded, Councillor Friend. She just pipped you, Councillor Eastwood. Councillor Hutton, did you wish to speak to this one?
Yes, please, Mr Mayor, and I think it's probably just as important when we know that there is the foreshadowing of a potential debate that it's probably handy to get out in front. And I guess what came to me was the question, if it ain't broke, why fix it? We spoke earlier today about the fact that our community is looking for predictability, and it's predictable as was the Garden of Eden and Eve and Adam, that for however many years of the existence of this Livingstone, and even prior during the previous Livingstone Shire in its first iteration, was that Livingstone would take the public holiday in support of the Rockhampton show, supporting both our rural community who wish to attend, but also providing an opportunity for our coastal community who wish to engage with the agriculture sector, that we've done it on the Friday. Rockhampton's done it on the Thursday, we've done it on the Friday, but the show was across the Wednesday, Thursday and the Friday. Recognising that that provided for us three distinct features. Number one, it provided an economic stimulus of our businesses saw an increased trade on the Thursday, a potential increased trade on the Friday, and provided opportunity for weekends, long weekend travel, long weekend vacations. But what it also provided was distribution of population. So by having it over the 3 days, we didn't have one day where there's a quagmire of traffic in any one town, but actually had the separation or the population spread out. The same for the show itself, that in terms of the safety of the population, as terms of health, which I think is probably a pressing concern in the current environment, spreading out the population over 3 days as opposed to trying to bed them all in on one day is a good health outcome that needs to be considered. It also provided opportunity for families. Now, for some families, and we know that some 30% of our Shire travels to Rockhampton as part of their daily commute to work, it was an opportunity for them to make a choice around having an extended long weekend, as Councillor Eastwood's previously alluded to, but it also provided an opportunity for them to either engage with grandparents or spend time with family, perhaps spend some time with friends, and it's something you can plan for because it's been predictable that we knew it was coming. Just as we know the rains will come each summer. I, for those reasons, think that we should continue on. I really like the way the motion has been worded this year to provide that flexibility, and I commend the CEO for the wording. In the past, it's always been a bit of a shotgun. Let's hope that nothing goes wrong and that they don't end up making a different choice that we then have to rectify. This wording allows that flexibility. So I commend the wording and commend to the table that we continue on with this, allowing for, if there's a desire amongst councillors to consider doing something alternative, let's wait and actually take the time in advance of when it's due for us to provide this information to the state and actually do a survey. So in early 2022, as opposed to in late, with 2 weeks and a shotgun wedding, let's not do that. Let's wait and actually do it properly next year and actually do a survey over a period of a month, get some feedback from the community to inform a good choice as opposed to a rush choice which leads to unnecessary conflict and confusion for the community, which is something none of us really want to provide.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Anyone speaking against the proposed resolution? No one speaking against? Okay. Councillor Hutton, that's Councillor Watson, I beg your pardon. The floor is yours.
Different colour hair, by the way. Well, actually, after what Councillor Hutton's just said, I totally agree with what he said. It comes down to health and everything else. So maybe next year we look at it in a short, longer time frame to have a look at it.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Watson. All right. Any other comments, councillors? All right. We'll close debate. We've got a mover in Councillor Hutton, a seconder in Councillor Friend. All in favour of the resolution? Those against? Okay. Did you wish your vote recorded, Councillor Mather? All right. So carried 6-1.
I can be convinced.
All right. Mr. CEO, what time are we breaking for morning tea? Indeed. Happy to do that. And we'll go to 11.4, councillors, the monthly financial report for the end of June 2021, and we have our CFO again back at the table.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillors, presenting the June financial report, just like to say it's a very early indication of the full year results, and at the time of preparing this report, all of the year-end accounting entries had not yet been finalised. It takes quite a number of weeks to go through finalisation of all of that, and it's usually not completed until early August. So the results will change, and we will do a full debrief when we go through the financial statements of how that performed against budget as well. We've maintained its reporting against the last revised budget, being the Q2 budget revision. So overall, the June results at the time of preparing this report were showing quite strong operational surplus. However, I would just like also to point out the variation in these results. So on Friday, there was an additional $4.5 million that was posted back to operating costs as a result of year-end accrual. So these are costs that invoices that we paid for in this current financial year that we put back into the previous financial year. So that operating result has already reduced from all of that. So the expectation is that it will fall closer to the estimated position that was part of the budget adoption a couple of weeks ago. So at this stage, both the operating revenue and expenditure are within the acceptable tolerances overall, but we will continue to see final adjustments that will bring it close to the estimated results once all of those year-end adjustments are finalised. The cash balances are also quite strong overall, but we do need to remain mindful that a proportion of these funds have limitations on their use. So this is specifically around the unspent funds received from infrastructure charges or capital grants. And it's also been contributed to the lower than forecast capital spend on capital expenditure. So just talking about capital expenditure, the results excluding committals at the end of June at the time preparing this report was just under $25 million against the Q2 revised budget of 36.8. So this reflects about 67% of the Q2 budget was spent at the time of preparing this report. We've also made some amendments to the capital summary report, so councillors can see the full program by business unit now. We have clearly identified or separated out capital projects that are $500,000 or more, and where they have an individual project value of less, they've been grouped up into a summary line, so you can see how overall the program is tracking just on from a spend perspective. What we have noted through the portfolio governance group meetings is that a lot of the delivery in the capital program has been largely attributed to material shortages and availability of resources. So some work that we're doing at the moment with project managers is a review of risk registers to understand how project managers have identified, mitigated or implemented controls to address these risks, which we do expect to see continue over this current financial year. It's also pleasing to note that in terms of rates recovery, there is a lower overall outstanding rates balances compared to the previous year, and I think this is more reflective of the volume of sales that we've been seeing in the property market. I'll just move down to procurement and contracts. So we have invested about $18.6 million of, this is excluding salaries and wages, just with businesses within our Shire boundaries. And a further 33%, and this is about just over $21 million, was invested with businesses that are located within the broader Central Queensland area. We've also included some additional information on where our contracts and tenders are at. So at the moment, Council has 3 open tenders at the end of June. 2 were under evaluation and 3 were awarded, and the details of those are included in the report. We've also attached to this report the public disclosure that we've had for many years on our website and at Town Hall, so councillors can have a view of all of the contracts, the current contracts that we have awarded that are over $200,000 or more, and that's GST exclusive. So that's a summary of the monthly financial report, councillors. I'm happy to take any questions that you may have.
Any questions, councillors? Councillor Mather?
Councillor.
Councillor Mather first. You're recognised, councillor.
Sorry, thanks, Mayor. On the last page, Andrea, we're talking about the ongoing as procurement. Can you just explain those for me, please? Page 114. There's 5 items there. Just what it means. There's no names or anything, but...
Yeah, so these are our panel arrangements that we have in place. So these have quite a number of contractors that have agreed to a certain price for a set period of time. So for example, trade services, that there is quite a number of individual contractors that are on that particular list. So collectively, that contract that they've all signed to, the value of that entire contract, which isn't assigned to one particular supplier, is worth over $200,000, but it's not for a specific amount. So that's why we do disclose that. So the value of that, of the spend year year on year out will change depending on what council needs are.
Yes, because they're all valued at 200,000.
Yeah, so we expect the total spend for the life of the contracts. For this particular report, it's not necessarily what we're going to spend in a financial year because contracts can be over a number of years. So these particular arrangements are usually established over a 2 or a 3 year period, quite often with some extension periods. So we think over the life of these contracts that we will spend over $200,000. But for these ones that are ongoing, it's not necessarily spent with one individual supplier.
Yeah, I understand that. And the time between procurement being opened, what's the time limit? Like once you've I think it's every couple of years, I'm not too sure, when the books are open for people to lodge their prices. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, so
yes, you've got.
Yeah. So depending on the contract, these particular ones can range from 2 to 3 years. We do provide an opportunity for a refresh, so where suppliers that are on those panels can submit new prices. This is for the register of pre-qualified suppliers. Preferred supplier arrangements generally have different mechanisms for price and volume adjustments. And we are, depending on resources within the procurement team, because it is quite an extensive and time-consuming process, that we try to do a refresh at least on an annual basis. So we do open it up for new opportunities once a year.
When you say we try, do we have a policy on this, what we have here?
No, that's a very good question. No, we don't have a policy, and it is best practice that we try to provide that opportunity for our suppliers on an annual basis. And depending on the feedback that we get from our internal stakeholders as well, so people accessing these buying arrangements, they might, and depending on how extensively used these contracts are.
Yeah, seeing we're
so
dealing
there's a
with
number of factors that we take into consideration.
Yes, I don't want to prolong it, but because we're dealing with competition, people supplying their services for prices, I think we need to have a policy, Mr. Mayor, so that everybody understands it, because there is understanding in the community, at least maybe a misconception, that once you miss the deadline, so to speak, you can't come back for 3 years. And that if that's not the case, if best practice does allow a refresh, as you call it, then we need to demonstrate that there it is. It says that in the policy.
My understanding is that there's a process around that anyway, Councillor May. I think where it potentially is falling down is perhaps around people's understanding,
Perhaps.
and possibly our own communication around that. I mean, we quite often get criticised because of our lack of communication, but I think there's also an equal responsibility on our suppliers to fully inform themselves around this as well.
If there's nothing, Mr. Mayor, if there's no policy to inform themselves on.
There is a policy, Councillor.
If I may add, there is a procurement policy which is required to be adopted and reviewed by council on an annual basis. So we do have a policy which identifies how we align to the sound contracting principles, which are a legislative requirement. The process when we go through a tender is when we're going to go out to market for one of these buying arrangements, and we have existing suppliers, we contact all of the suppliers.
And what if there is somebody there who's not on your list for suppliers?
So then they have access to the same information as everyone else. So there's no preference. We give we notify our current suppliers that a tender is going out, and we make that information available through the tender portal. We have information available on our website. They can contact council through a number of means. We have our key buyers throughout the organisation. They will also communicate to the buyers about these opportunities. So there's multiple communication channels that we take full advantage of.
Well, would you mind sending me a copy of the procurement policy that we have, that we deal with, that we rely
Yeah, I
on?
can certainly send you the link to the procurement policy, which is on council's website.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
All right, Councillor Friend was next. I'm sorry. Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms Ellis, just looking at page 92, and this is just a really minor thing, a debt management statistics, it says there are 107 long-term arrangements on 107 assessments. Does this include pension arrangements to pay?
It would.
Thank you. I just thought that there would be a lot more of those. Thank you.
Who was next? Councillor Watson or Councillor Bello? Councillor Bello, thank you.
Probably picking up on Councillor Mather's concerns there, I'd certainly heard anecdotally that contractors had perhaps missed the opportunity to get onto the preferred contractors list, and there was a window of time, whether it be 2 years or 12 months. It would seem as if that's not actually accurate, and so it'd be good, I guess, from the organisation's point of view, is to ensure that we do all we can to convey that to the business community, that there isn't a window of time. Is that just for clarity around, or that every 2 years it opens up, or that's what I'd heard certainly in the past. So if there's something different, that'd be good that I could know, so I could then convey that as well.
Yeah, so it is that, as I mentioned before, there are a number of factors that need to be taken into consideration. So the cost benefit, for example, it is quite an extensive time commitment to go through in terms of preparing the specifications and evaluating the tenders, and they have to be out in the market for a minimum of 21 business days. You can certainly have longer for tenders to be open for, but it is quite an extensive process just to make sure and confirm and check that all the information provided by tender is conforming with all of the specifications. So in a perfect world where resources were limitless, we would have an open approach where suppliers could submit at any point in time for consideration on the panels. And that's one of the advantages of accessing local buy arrangements. So the panel arrangements established by local buy, that is their approach. So where possible, we encourage all of our suppliers to get onto those buying arrangements because they have an open window. But unfortunately for council, our resources are very defined throughout the organisation, not only in the contracts and tenders team, but we just don't have that capacity to be continually evaluating current tenders when the team are managing 100 plus tenders on an annual basis. So we do quite a lot of tenders throughout a year, so they're quite time consuming.
Yeah, if I could, Mr Chair, certainly recognising that tenders would be going out constantly. It was perhaps more, if I use an example, say you've got a preferred electrician that does the work at, the hub, whatever. My understanding is they would be on the preferred contractors list.
It's one of the ways they could have tendered for the work, or if there's no suppliers available on these panel arrangements, then we go out and seek specific quotes.
And therefore, if other electricians wanted to be considered for that scope of work that's going to come up on a regular basis, it might be testing and tagging, something that's, that's a requirement to do every 3 months. In the past, I had certainly heard that, okay, every 2 years you can, that gets re-advertised, and so any electricians out there, make sure you're aware of the date. It'll be coming up, and then you can submit your virtually to show that you're qualified to be in a position to tender for those things. So that's where I think the 2 years has come from historically. I don't know whether it actually is the case or not, but it would seem as if that's actually not accurate. So
the 2 year time frame is generally more related to preferred supply arrangements, so where we know what the quantity of what a specific piece of work is for a set period of time. The registers are usually for a longer period, so 3 years with some extension options. And we do acknowledge that we need to improve the way we engage and support local business and industry in developing their capability and capacity to get work with council. So we do acknowledge that we have some work to do in that space.
And thank you. And probably for me, it's be in a position to get work. Not so much, it's not a guarantee of getting work, but be in a position to, to tender for that work or be considered for that work. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bello. Councillor Watson, did you have a question?
Through the Mayor to Madam CFO. Just a simple, small thing. I'm just wondering, on page 114, hang on, I've got to look at it again. We've got oral construction materials, Mount Watered 27272727, and then Tandy Concrete's got the same amount. I'm just wondering if it is correct. You've got two figures identical for two different materials. I'm just wondering if that figure is actually correct.
Not 104, not page 114.
Well, it's on the PDF.
Yep, they're
it's
two
114.
different tender arrangements. So these are the GST exclusive amounts. It's probably more of a coincidence
Okay.
than a misstatement.
Oh, that means they're probably 300,000. Yeah, okay. Understand. Thank you.
Councillor Hutton.
Yes, just from the same section of pages there. So just two questions. Number one, on page 112, it references an amount to Griffin Builders from March 2021, and it speaks to the Emu Park Community Centre. Is that the Emu Park Art Gallery? Okay, cool. Just wanted to make sure I had that right. And secondly, is there the opportunity to, on page 113, there's a figure from July 2020 which talks about the Rockhampton Regional Council bulk water supply access charge excess. Is that a reference to that we've used above what committed pricing is for that amount? Like, so you know how we are committed to purchasing so much, because then on the next line, which it talks about Rockhampton Regional Council again, and for August it says that we paid more than $4 million for water. It says excess again, and I was like, well, is one of them actually meant to be the annual charge for the amount of water that we're guaranteed that we have to purchase, and the other one is the excess, or is there a different way of reading it?
I believe the one in July was in relation to we were negotiating the new agreement with RRC. So the previous contract had completed, and we were negotiating the so it's to cover that intervening period between contracts.
Thank you very much.
Right, just on 1142, Madam CFO, April 2021. John Paul Constructions, it's got new caretaker, Keppel Sands Caravan Park. I'm assuming that's the residents. Because if that's for the caretaker, we'll have no trouble getting tenders in the future, I wouldn't think.
I do not believe we're acquiring people.
That's right. Awesome. Any other questions, Councillor Mather?
Thank you. One last, Andrea. What are the qualifications to be on the preferred supplier list? You need to qualify before you can actually be accepted on a preferred suppliers list?
It depends on what the buying arrangement is about. So if it's for, so usually we would be looking for specific types of skills, knowledge and experience demonstrated through appropriate qualifications, insurance coverage, so they would need to provide evidence that they have appropriate workers' compensation insurance, public liability, and all those types of components, that they have the appropriate safety management systems in place, and they're probably just a couple of the things that we look at more broadly across all of those. Specific ones would then dive into specific, more specifics around the mechanics of whatever the buying arrangement.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, understand that. The other question, last question, do you need to be on the preferred suppliers list to put your name up and tender for a job?
No, so tendering is a separate procurement process. So the value of establishing buying arrangements, so this is both the register of pre-qualified suppliers and preferred supplier arrangements, is that it negates the need to have to go out to tender on some things. So you don't have, if you're accessing suppliers from these lists, you don't have to go through a full tender process, because they've already met a lot of the minimum specification requirements through that particular process. It is always a decision through the procurement strategies and for various project managers to determine whether they're going to access a buying arrangement or go out to tender. Going out to tender is a separate procurement process outside of establishing.
There are no benefits being on to tender. There is no benefit on you being a preferred supplier. There's no benefit over the person who's not. Do they get a preferential look in?
No.
Okay, that's all the answer is. Thank you.
Councillor Friend.
Through the chair, one last question. Thank you, Madam CFO. With the Omega Chemicals, the aluminium sulphate supply, this may be more of a question for the Director of Infrastructure, but what type of chemicals is this for? Is it for the lagoon? Is it for roads? Just out of interest, because I didn't see any chemicals on here for specifically what we spend on the lagoon each year. Yes.
We'll take that one on notice if that's
Yeah,
okay,
absolutely.
Councillor Friend.
Thank you.
All right, councillors. Thank you. Oh, just where I'm going. You're reading my mind, councillor. So moved, Councillor Bello. Can I get a second? Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Councillor Bello, do you wish to speak to the report?
I just thank all the councillors for their questioning, and I think it's healthy that we do that. It's important that we do that on behalf of our community, and thank you for the officer for, on behalf of her department, for providing the best answers that is available there, and I commend it to the table.
Thank you, Councillor Bello. All right, anyone speaking against? All right. We'll close debate, councillors. We've got a mover in Councillor Bello, a seconder in Councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. I'm going to move a procedural motion that we now break for morning tea. All in favour? Thank you. Carried unanimously.
Mr Mayor, if I could, just before Molly gets underway, and I'll leave her in your very capable hands, I just need to declare that my father-in-law is the Treasurer of Saleability Incorporated, so whilst we probably don't carry the same statutory responsibilities as councillors, but I think it would be good practice if I excuse myself while this matter is considered.
Thank you, Mr CEO. Noted. Right. Molly, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, everyone.
Today we're looking at Salability Capricornia Incorporated, who operate at the moment from Resada Esplanade at the Causeway Lake. And so this report details the proposal for renewal of their tenure. So they have requested a lease for a period of 5 years, and officers agree with that recommendation and support them to do so. They've requested no further amendments to the tenure that they have been used to. And as you all know, they provide a really unique and important service for the community, allowing people with disability to participate in sailing programs and activities, as well as have a thriving volunteer base to make that happen. So this report is asking for Council to resolve to issue Salability Capricornia a 5-year lease over their current premises.
Thank you, Molly, and a very valued and important service to our community councillors. I don't think there's anyone around the table that would disagree with that. I notice a number of fingers poised on buttons, but councillors, the recommendation is fairly straightforward. I'm going to go to Councillor Friend first. He's on there, is he?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through you to Molly. Just a couple of questions, Molly. With non-for-profit organisations for this particular agenda item and the next one, do they have to then undertake a new survey plan of the area? And it's a twofold question. Are they subject to rates?
So the second answer is yes. All not-for-profit organisations, or everyone who has tenure with council, is subject to rates. However, not-for-profit organisations are eligible to apply under our rates, rebates and remission policy, and they receive a remission on their rates depending on their category. So a not-for-profit organisation that has a liquor licence, a gaming licence, receives less of a remission than those that don't. So yes, they need to pay rates, but they also receive that remission, which is substantial. In regards to the survey plan, saleability is on trust land. So the Land Act 94, I believe, specifies that they need to provide a survey plan or complete a survey plan if they don't use the whole of lot, and then register that survey plan alongside their lease. Saleability has completed that process, so this time around they don't need to secure a new survey. However, the survey will need to be registered alongside their new lease. So when when the state requires a survey plan, council contributes 50% of the cost of getting the survey done. However, the group is responsible for the registration cost of that survey.
Thank you, Molly. And one more question, speaking saleability and for the benefit of those watching online. Just for Mr Creedeman, am I correct in saying that in the budget of 21-22, we are going to be drafting a plan for a boat ramp and other bits and pieces for saleability, and in the budget of 22-23, we'll be constructing that concrete ramp?
Yes, that's correct.
That is correct. Thank you.
Right, Councillor Mather.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Hello, Molly. Just an observation. On the last paragraph on page 115, first line says, due to the absence of a policy and or procedural framework, there are a number of inconsistencies across the current tenure agreements. I'm just thinking, do we need to have a policy? Otherwise, we need to make it part 4 of the recommendation.
So we are very, very close, our team and many other teams across council, on presenting our draft policy to the table. So that's been underway for almost a year now, as it's very complex and complicated. And
so it's in the process?
It absolutely is in the process, and we're very close. What we have tried to do with the ones that are coming in the meantime is align them with what's best practice, but also what the policy is likely to look like. So we do recognise we don't have a policy in place, but it's certainly, it's much closer than it has been, and that's exciting.
but obviously we've had to involve a lot of different departments because it crosses so many areas.
So do you need to, it may not, do you need to recognise in a part 4, continue to work upon the policy or something like that? To identify that there's one in the making?
I believe that may be covered in the access and inclusion portion. We talk about that the policy is in development. So up to you if you'd like to include it in the recommendation
I don't know,
or not.
whatever, it might be superfluous, but I'm just thinking that.
I think the key here, Councillor Mather, is that it's in train.
Yeah, I'm happy with that, Mr Mayor.
Cool.
Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? Councillor, I was going to say, Councillor Rees, would you like to move this? It's your portfolio. And seconded Councillor Friend. That was quick. All right. Councillor Rees, would you like to speak to the report?
Only briefly, Mr Mayor, just to say that it's important that organisations such as this, there's non-for-profit organisations, that they do have a fairly long tenure so that they can have an amount of predictability within their framework. Saleability is a great organisation that does a lot for our community, particularly obviously our disabled people, and I've been very fortunate that my son in past years has been involved, and so I can speak very highly of the way that they work and for the benefits that they give. And so I just think I ask my fellow councillors to get behind this as a very important community, very important community group that provide for communities that aren't quite as fortunate as the rest of us.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Anyone speaking against the report? Councillor Friend, did you speak to it as well?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. I will very briefly. This wonderful non-for-profit organisation brings incredible joy to many people who have differing disabilities. Those that attend, both the participants and the volunteers, thoroughly enjoy their time sailing at the Causeway Lake. This organisation allows many people to access the freedom and removes them from the encumbrances and the restraints of everyday life that may hold for them. You know, it really does give a person with a disability that freedom, and I've witnessed it on occasions as I've attended there at the time. And well done, Saleability, and well done, Molly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Any other comments, councillors, before we go to debate? The vote on this, sorry. All right, we'll close debate. We've got a mover in Councillor Eastwood, a seconder in Councillor Friend. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. 11.6, the Emu Park and District Men's Activity Shed Incorporated 10-year report as well. And again, Molly, I'll pass this one to you.
So, Council. Oh.
Find the CEO. Unless Molly want to take it over.
I don't know if you would like
Why are you laughing?
I'm ready. This report, very similar to the last with Saleability. However, this time we're talking about Emu Park and District Men's Activity Shed Incorporated, next door to the Hartley Street Sports Complex there. So again, a very worthwhile organisation with many members, and continues to be involved in many community activities, not just in Emu Park but across the Shire. So again, we're proposing a 5-year tenure period for the Emu Park and Emu Park District Men's Activity Shed. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Molly. And I guess another, as Molly said, deserving organisation, councillors, and fairly similar to the last one in relation to Saleability. Any questions of Molly? All right. Councillor Eastwood, did you wish to move this one?
Yes, Mr Mayor.
All right.
Very happy to move this, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Can I get a second to Councillor Bellow? Awesome. All right. Councillor Eastwood, did you wish to speak to it?
Very similar to the last one, Mr Mayor, in that the Emu Park Men's Shed do a lot for our community. It's also a very good activity for the men themselves when they fellowship together, and again to give them a predictability with their tenure is very, very important, and I just wholeheartedly support this motion, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Richmond. All right, councillors, anyone speaking against? All right. Speak for. Councillor Watson.
Thanks, Molly. With the Emu Park Mention in particular, they've been instrumental in helping many groups, as we know, but they were incredibly helpful when food release started at Emu Park, and we wouldn't have got off the ground without them. And there's just this sort of group just needs to be looked after many, many times over. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Watson. Anyone else wish to speak to the report? All right, we'll close debate. We've got a mover in Councillor Eastwood, a seconder in Councillor Bello. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. 11.7, the Capricorn Coast Go-Kart Club Incorporated tenure proposal. And again, Molly, this one is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. So this one is a little different as this is a new proposed tenant. So you may recall on the 4th of May this year that the Capricorn Coast Go-Kart Club presented a deputation to the table outlining its concept for the development of a state-of-the-art go-kart facility in Livingstone Shire. So during this deputation, the club requested that council consider granting tenure over a portion of Lot 270 on SP 281980, which is adjacent to the Yeppoon Landfill and Water Treatment Plant and Keppel Coast Dirt Bike Club. So part of that overall parcel. So the proposal from officers has been that similar to the showgrounds, we would provide a lease of due diligence, allowing the club to fully investigate the potential of that site, as well as any restrictions on that site that might prevent them from achieving what they'd like to achieve. CDSR, along with property, along with NRM, have also sought to see if there are any other usable parcels that may be available and also suitable. We have not come up with any thus far, and due to the fact that the go-kart club indicated this was the spot they wanted to look at, we think that it is reasonable to offer them a 3-year lease to do that investigation. That does not negate any of the requirements in regards to permits, development applications, building approvals, vegetation layers, etc. That will all have to be managed as they progress. So the lease itself doesn't allow them to do work as such, but it does allow them to use that parcel as a first point of investigation. And it will be a job for them to do the investigation, as it is a different type of development and it's in a different type of spot. So the Go-Kart Club are keen to start their investigations, and so at an officer level we've suggested this is the best way to support them at this time. Happy to take any questions.
Councillor May the first, thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thanks, Molly. We've dealt with this at briefing the other day, and I think it's a good idea to let them see. I mean, without the tenure, they can't attract the funding. We understand that. My concern is that, and it could be mitigated, part of the investigation would be to do exercises to check the noise levels particularly. Will there be something in the terms of the arrangement that will identify that what we could do if in the event it becomes a subject of complaints from across the road? Are we going to be prepared for that, have something in there to say, oh look, if in the event such and such becomes too much and the complaints come in, what can we do? That's all.
So I would hope that within the 3 years that we're offering, we wouldn't quite be at that stage as yet. So the 3-year tenure that we're offering is purely about look and investigate. I would suggest, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that part of the development approval, building approval will force that investigate and force that thinking around when we're looking at that development approval, what will that mean for council, which would include things like complaints, residents, vegetation. So I would think that going through the process would allow us to mitigate when we need to.
What I'm thinking of, I would have thought that these trials, for noise particularly, would have been identified in the 3 years of the investigation, to get all the buildings up and all the things in place. And 3 years are up and everything's fine, but no trials have taken place. And that's when we find, let's just say, that's when we find the noise. We don't want to be jumping on them because there's noise, where that should have been identified early in the piece. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I totally understand, and unfortunately, we cannot trial without disturbing some of the vegetation, and that is the first part that needs to be investigated. So if the club investigates the vegetation overlays and determines that they can't actually remove as much as they want or change the landscape as much as they want, they will go no further with that site. So I think that we need to see what the first step brings, because if that happens, we don't have to worry about noise at that site. However, if they determine actually we will be able to achieve what we want to achieve, that's when we can say, okay, so the land's going to work, now let's look at the noise and the dust and those sorts of things. But I think we're a ways off from that, because we need to really test whether any work can occur at all on that site.
I just didn't want to get to the end of 3 years and find out the noise was just too much and they've spent all that money. So I understand that. Well, we just have to, I guess, trial it.
All right.
We need to be prepared for that.
Thanks, Councillor Mather. Councillor Friend, you had a question?
Mr. Chair, I did have a question, but I'm pretty sure Molly's just answered it. My question was, is the Cap Coast Go-Kart Club aware that they are required to obtain a permit from the state, and that this permit may not be granted due to the significance of the vegetated area as a buffer for development and a wildlife corridor? So you've pretty much answered that question.
Yes, Councillor, absolutely. And I guess I'd just like to reiterate, the lease only permits look and see, no other action. So it's really about providing them the opportunity to start that investigation. You know, will a permit be granted? If it is to be granted, what do we need to do? So this is just the start of the investigation process. It's a genuinely large proposal, which is going to bring a lot of questions and examination. They'll look at other clubs that have done similar things. So it's going to be really interesting to see it play out, about how do you start a new go-kart facility, what is involved. And I think that they'll be very forthcoming with that information. We're working with them closely. But yes, all permits, all approvals must still be obtained.
All right. Councillor Watson.
Just a quick question to Molly. When all this is happening about noise and everything else, is there also taken into consideration with the future of the sport moving towards being electric and things like that?
Yes.
What I'm worried about is, they build enormous walls and things like that, and then find out down the track you've only got skidding tyres,
So I'm not sure if you recall during the deputation, they mentioned about the multi-use, and they also mentioned about electric go-karts. So it's certainly on their radar. They've talked about aiming to be carbon neutral, which I think also speaks to that. They're still very interested in the road surface that you had mentioned. But before this step, they're not able to move forward in investigating. But yes, they've mentioned many a time they'd like to be carbon neutral. They're interested in electric vehicles. So that's certainly on their radar.
Right. I was just thinking about with the noise with the residents over the road, that's all.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Councillors, in the absence of any further questions, I'm going to go for a mover and a seconder on this, please. Can I get a mover? Councillor Eastwood, thank you. Seconded, Councillor Watson. Councillor Eastwood, did you wish to speak to the report?
I'll just briefly, Mr. Mayor, just to say that this is the logical starting point for these guys. It could be a great facility, and we've just got to sit back and wait, and hopefully that they'll get the go ahead where they need to. And I'm very excited about it. It nearly makes it a bit of a motorsports complex there. And let's just hope they get the nod in all the right places. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Yeah, it certainly is some synergy in terms of what else is in the area. Is anyone speaking against? Would anyone else like to speak for? Okay. All right, we'll wrap up debate then, councillors, and we'll go to the vote on this. We've got a mover in Councillor Eastwood, seconder in Councillor Watson. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Molly. 11.8, councillors, is dealings with the Department of Resources over lots 443, 444 and 445 on Y16911 at Yamba. Welcome to the table, Maddie.
Good morning. This report relates to a request from the Department of Resources inquiring whether council has an interest in being appointed as trustee of 3 parcels of land at Yamba for the expansion of the rest area in Yamba known as Joan Tierney Park. The recommendation is that council resolve to advise the department that it is not interested in being appointed as trustee, and that recommendation is based on the consultation that occurred internally and the comments that are contained within the report. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Maddie. Any questions of Councillor Mather?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I'm not too sure what the Main Roads has in mind for this, because if it looks like expanding the rest area, and we are trustee over the area that's existing, it would appear that our area of responsibility is increasing, but I'd like to know, and it hasn't been clarified yet, what responsibilities the Main Roads is going to assume if we do. Are they going to construct it? Are they going to replace the toilet block? Are they going to take responsibility for the garbage, improving the water supply? Because it really won't be able to service a lot more than what's there now. It's needed, there's no doubt about that. But I don't want the Main Roads saying, oh yes, okay, we'll put a boundary around it and choose yours. Because there's some work to be spent there, and there's no potable water for a start.
Well, it's an interesting question, but I think I'd offer 2 comments. One is that this request is coming to us from the Department of Resources, and if there was a grab for this by TMR, then and council is somehow going to assume or be required or requested to assume responsibility, then that would have to come to this table, and that would be the opportunity then for us to say yes or no.
I think it's a good idea, because it's a long way between rest areas, and we've got the notorious strip further north, and people are parking in long grass, and if there were a fire, they'd all go up in smoke, and no doubt our people do go up there and move them on, but they just need to be safe, but they need a place to stay. But I think the first thing we need to determine, yes, we don't have an interest in it, except for the possible expansion, but what would be the conditions of that expansion? What would they involve? And who would be paying for it? Because I get a phone call from time to time about the rubbish collection there. They haven't been on the Friday, and of course it's all accumulated over the weekend, which happened to be school holidays, and of course you've got a health issue there. So there's more to this than meets the eye about the expansion. There needs to be an upgrade of the services and responsibilities and the costs as well.
It's interesting they ring you and not the local member council, isn't it?
Well, I guess I go up there and just check it out and see what can be done in a hurry. Yeah.
All right. Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Hutton.
Yes. In reading the report, I'm interested, was there any desire to seek commentary from economic development in this regard? It seems that there was.
So the comment that we obtained, we didn't reach out to economic development in relation to that particular area. I suppose it was more from an operational perspective rather than an economic development perspective that the matter was considered.
Councillor Hutton.
A further question. So, recognising the nature of the commentary provided, was the request around? I guess my question's laced in a thought that quite often it appears the commentary is not based on a community outcome or a community consideration, but rather an existing operational budget consideration. And so I wonder, is there any guidance when we're seeking commentary from our various departments on a request? Are we asking them? What are we actually asking them to provide commentary on the basis of the impact it will have to them as an existing service provider of council, or are we asking them for commentary on the premise of the potential capacity of a site to provide an outcome for community?
So the way that we seek the commentary internally is that we provide officers with the request that has come from the department. So I suppose that that's the basis that we present that, and don't provide any guiding instruction around what should necessarily be considered further than what's proposed by the state in those inquiries. If that's something that councillors are looking to be drilled down in or looked at further, happy to consider that.
Councillor Watson?
Hi, Maddie. I'm just wondering, is there a need to increase this area, and have we ever done a count to see how much it's used? I mean, times I've been past, it's been always very busy. I'm just wondering if there is actually a need for something like that.
I'm not aware of any studies in how many people actually use the area for camping or for resting overnight. No.
Is that something we could look at doing? I mean, if there's a need for it, then maybe we should look at other ways people keep going bush instead of camping where they should be camping, that's all. Because it is only overnight.
Well, councillors, I'm just wondering whether there's an appetite to have this lay on the table pending further discussions, perhaps with economic development, and also have to get some stats around your question, Councillor Watson. I think Councillor Friend beat you, Councillor Mather. All right, it's just a procedural motion, Councillor Watson. So I only need one mover, thank you. So Councillor Friend.
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
So we're leaving this lay on the table, councillors, for pending further investigation within the organisation and further information in relation to traffic data. Councillor Watson, is that what you're after?
Wonder if there's some way we can do some form of count to see how much it's used. I know that the times I've been past, it's always been very busy, but I do know the facilities aren't the best either, and I know there's probably a lot of money involved in bringing it up to speed, but at the same time, it's in our Shire about livability and everything else we're doing.
Indeed. All right.
May I add something there, Mr. Mayor?
You're the mover, councillor.
Well, thank you very much. So, thanks so much.
Oh no, sorry. Yeah, you're right.
I can't actually make a speech, but may I add a statement?
Yeah, of course you can.
The statement would be that it states in the report, and I'm just kind of reiterating what Councillor Hutton has said earlier, but open spaces, a community mower would become problematic. What type of problems would this be? You know, we need more information in this commentary. We need them to drill down a little bit further and to give us reasons why this is problematic or why they have no interest in it, etc. That's all my comment. Thank you.
For the officers noting. All right, councillor, so we're moving to lay this on the table. Got a mover and Councillor Friend, procedural motion. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Maddie. Brings us to 11.9, councillors, which is a request for fee reduction in relation to development application fee for proposed material change of use for a high impact industry. In other words, 2 concrete batching plants at Lot 1 Marlborough Road, Mount Gardner, and Lot 3 Marlborough Road, Mount Gardner. Jonathan, welcome to the table. Over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, councillors and Mayor. So representations have been made by the Clark Creek Wind Farm for a fee reduction from $80,893 to $11,053. So based on the grounds provided by the applicant for the proposed reduction in fees and the cost recovery fee applicable for the application, it is proposed that council does not support the proposed fee reduction of $11,053. Instead, it is recommended that a reduced application fee of $20,000 be accepted, as this fee would represent a reasonable reduction and would adequately cover the cost of the assessment associated with the development application. Any questions?
One from me to start with. How did we come up with $20,000? It just seems like a very convenient figure.
It's the sort of fee that we've used for a few sort of applications prior to this for sort of like quarry type uses and similar sort of type uses like that. So it's...
All right, so are you confident that that figure is going to cover our costs?
I believe so. I think a lot of the groundwork with previous applications we've had with Clark Creek Wind Farm, so there's been a few other applications, so a lot of that sort of assessment time spent on some of those aspects have already been considered and done, so that'd be a lot better in the report. I don't foresee that there'll be any major issues with this one, with it being done. I think pretty much all the landowners there are involved in the leasehold with the actual use itself, and it is quite a large distance between on the sites and the areas. So I don't think the time taken in the assessment and the other relevant things should incur too much of a cost on that.
Thank you. Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Mather?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I take on board what you say. Your question is to me, how'd you come up with the 20? I'd like to know how'd they come up with the 80 in the first place. Schedule of fees. But at the same time, do we take that into consideration when the schedule's there for our recognition? But do we look at it and say, oh, that's a bit stiff for what we have to do? Do you do that, or do you wait for them to come back and say, look, will you have another look at this?
I think year to year with the schedule of fees, we do look at things, and there have been changes over the last 2-3 years with certain things in the schedule of fees in relation to, I think, some of the calculations. It is quite hard on these type of things because you do calculate on a per site area usage, and sometimes that site area usage can be quite large, so it is quite a difficult thing. And unless you really want to get a super complicated schedule of fees that have like a diminishing rate of returns or something like that, it does get quite complicated when you do have these larger scale sort of area usage in development.
So when you look at the schedule of fees and you think, okay, according to that it's 80,000, but oh, gee, that's a bit much. Do you have the discretion to monitor that, to modify that?
I believe
or do you have to reply to
at the manager, maybe up to the CEO level, there's a I think delegation up to a 30,000 reduction. So anything over $30,000 reduction of the schedule of fees cost has to come to the table.
Yes, but because I'm thinking that in the future, if this is going to be a recurrence, should that occur without having to come back to the table? If the schedule is sort of a little bit over the top for the work involved, should that be something that delegated authority to the CEO to use discretion, or should it come back to the table?
As I understand it, that $30,000 delegation of authority to the manager to reduce the fee by $30,000. I'm comfortable personally with that, but I think anything over and above that, it has every right to come back to the table for consideration.
Fair enough. Just thought.
Councillor Watson.
A little bit off track, but you're going to have a concrete batching plant up there. Is there any conversations that we can have with them for any future jobs we have up there that could be using their facility to save on transport and everything else?
And actually only going to be there for a temporary amount of time. I think they did say 13 months or something along those lines. So I don't know per se how they'll be using it, what they'll be doing there, and what sort of projects we've got within that time frame. But I think the idea of this is to have something that is impact accessible, a high impact industry which you don't generally have in the region, and because it is temporary use and is for such a big piece of infrastructure that's being built. Like I said, I can't really answer what council would do on that sort of side of things. So, yeah.
All right. Councillor Hutton.
Just one final question. Support the reduction of fee generally. Is there any concern recognising the space up there and the impact it has in relation to the Styx River potentially I guess my concern is it's a high impact industry that we're putting into an environment that may potentially be quite vulnerable. So is there a need for any additional investigation depending on the sites they choose to where they want to put this batching plant that may cause us to need to revisit that fee? Or is it going to hopefully be a conversation with them prior to them picking the site to say, hey, you'd be better off going 2 kilometres this way to make sure you're out of the way of that zone?
That is a very good question, Councillor. I know that there has been referred to the state for vegetation clearing and a few other bits and pieces like that, and referrals there. It is something that probably the NRM team will look at, and those sort of sides of things there as part of the application process. And if there is such requirements for them to send forward and everything, I don't think it would add too much cost to the application process for that, if it does have to happen. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, councillors, any further questions? We'll go to the vote on this one. Can I get a mover? Councillor Hutton, did you wish to move this one? Thank you. Second, I'm happy to second this one. All right, so Councillor Hutton, did you wish to speak to the report? Okay, all right. I don't particularly wish to either. I think it's all been discussed. Any other comments around the table, councillors, before we go to the vote? Councillor Friend?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just want to state very, very briefly that clean energy is vital, not just for our own region, but for the whole planet. It's so important that we move forward and we're supporting this vital industry of clean energy. And in doing so, this reduction in fees aligns with our community goal of 5.1 balanced environment and development outcomes. So I'm all for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. All right, we'll go to the vote, councillors. We've got a mover and Councillor Hutton, a seconder and myself. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Jonathan. Brings us to 11:10, councillors, which is the domestic green waste fee report. And we have Mr Deacon here. Welcome, Mr Deacon.
This hopefully is a relatively straightforward matter, which is the fact that I think Council adopted the revised fees and charges at its last meeting. We've also included changes to waste fees and charges. The issue is that Council previously indicated the preference to give people some warning that those fees were to change, particularly in relation to green waste and I guess new charges for things such as solar panels. And so this recommendation is asking for retrospective approval to delay the introduction of those new waste fees and charges until the 2nd of August. 2nd of August is also coincidentally the date when Block Captain bringing their new waste fees and charges, including charging for green waste. And also it's worth pointing out, I think, that the new services contractor, which is Outlook Environmental, commenced their work at the site and all the transfer stations on that same day as well.
All right. Thank you. Councillors, before we sort of open a discussion, I was just going to make a suggestion if I could. I'm cognizant of the time frame around this and it's very tight. I'm just wondering whether there's an appetite around the table to extend this period out a bit further, say perhaps to the 1st of September, so that it gives the officers more time.
Can I just point out that we have actually commenced the communications through social media, and we have got a VMS, which hopefully people have seen outside of the Yeppoon landfill site, advising that the new charges will commence from that date.
I understand that, but I'm just looking at it from a political point of view. Someone sees the resolution and says, right, they've only given us 2 weeks to communicate with the council. So I'm just wondering if it's an issue for the officers if we extend it out to the 1st of September.
I think it's only in terms of the messaging would get quite confusing in terms of what we've put out there to say that that's the intention to give people that month. You know, clearly this is effectively a concession from Council's previous decision, which said introduced from 1st of July. And so we're already, you know, suggesting...
You're already working on it?
Well, we're already actually, you know, moving that date back 1 month compared with the Council resolution.
All right. Any other questions, councillors?
Just one,
Councillor
Mr Mayor.
Mather?
I've had only one inquiry so far. What happens to people who've already paid?
Sorry, Councillor. So if they
For green waste?
If they've paid so far, they won't have paid for green waste if they're a resident. So we're not charging for green waste still at this time, but it will start from 2nd of August, and then that's when you'll be able to pay $5 for a trailer load or one voucher.
So if somebody's already paid $5 for a trailer load?
They need to come back to us, give us the details, because, you know, it shouldn't have
Okay, I haven't struck anybody, just somebody who'd made the query so far, that's all. Well, hopefully there are none, put it that way. Yeah. Thank you.
Councillor Friend? Oh, you're moving. All right, thank you. Any other questions, councillors? All right, so we've got a mover and Councillor Friend for this one. Seconder, Councillor Mather beat you, Councillor Watson, I think. Councillor Friend, did you wish to speak to the report?
Oh, very, very briefly, Mr Mayor. In the previous financial year, the total cost of processing this green waste to council was a total of $466,300. And it's really important that the community have this extra time to know and understand that there will be a $5 charge for domestic green waste, or they can use one voucher. It's also worthy to note that the majority of Queensland councils do not offer waste vouchers whatsoever. Our council offers this privilege to our ratepayers. So that's really important that we are in a minority offering these vouchers, and they can use these vouchers for their domestic green waste. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Friend. Anyone speaking against? All right, anyone else wish to speak for?
Mr Chair, I would like to support the motion, but I feel that I want to test the will of the table to extend the time, as you've previously suggested. So I'll be foreshadowing that, I guess, if it's not an amendment, I'll be foreshadowing an alternate motion that we do extend it to the September. I recognise that it may be confusing, but amidst that confusion, the outcome would be that people would be made aware, actually, you've got another month. Most people would be quite happy with that. So that would be something I'd be prepared to support, as opposed to its current form there.
Mr. Mayor, can I just point out that there is quite a significant process to update the iWay system to incorporate all the fees and charges. And so that's been done. We've loaded up the second set. Effectively, we're training up the new contractor who will adopt those new charges on their first day. It's going to be quite challenging them to move into this new role. Obviously, Endeavour have been there for a number of years. Yep. And so having the complication of changing fees within a month of their start date would add complexity to it.
Do you believe it is asking too much, I guess, ultimately? I recognise the sensitivities around it, the challenges around it. I guess I'm just putting it out there that that'd be a foreshadowed motion. So in effect, I'm speaking against the motion, Mr Chair, and we'll be foreshadowing that we do indeed extend it. Notwithstanding that it will be complicated, but we want to bring the community along on this journey. It is going to be a provocative change, and it's something that we dealt with extensively through the budget. We had significant discussion about it, perhaps discussed that particular element more than almost any other aspect of the budget. So by virtue of us being here now to decide on something, after we resolve the fees and charges, we're now in a position that we need to try and clean up that process, and I think more time would be better. That is my preference, so thank you.
Right.
Through you, Mr Chair, if I may, just to clarify with Mr Deakin. So the fees and charges have been loaded up into the iWay system. Yep. So that's fine that they're already there, ready to go on the 1st of September. What detriment does it have?
1st of August.
First of August. Sorry, second of.
Yeah. 2nd of August. Yeah.
2nd of August.
Yeah.
But we're now talking about putting them back a month. So what detriment? So I'll say September again. What detriment would that have to the actual system if they just were not used for another month?
I think it's more for the messaging that's already gone out, which is told people that is coming on the 2nd of August. There's been some feedback on the social media around that. The other thing to point out is that this includes all the commercial rates, a number of which changed significantly, and obviously council will lose the increased revenue that it expects to get to cover increasing costs. So that will be lost for another month, I guess.
Okay, and how difficult would it be for the new contractor to let people know as they come in with their one voucher or their $5 and say, hey, no, you've got, it starts on the 1st of September, you know, you've got a little bit of leeway, thank you, leeway. Would that be difficult for them to say? In fact, I think it would be the community would look at that quite favourably.
Yeah, certainly, they could do that. But as I say, they will then have to, understand the complexity of changing charges and, introducing some new charges a month after they start rather than when they start.
Councillor Hutton.
A question to the CEO. Is it possible to adopt holus bolus the waste fees and charges and then make an individual decision in regards to the delay of a particular charge for a period of a month. So don't look to delay all the existing charges. However, when it comes to the green waste charge, actually have that with a delayed starting time, or does it need to be in globo?
Mr Mayor, there's an incredible amount of flexibility with the fees and charges, so it can be that explicit as Councillor Hutton outlines. We can be very specific about what fees will apply from what dates and in what particular circumstances. As reticent as I am to do so, but I would just like to reiterate Nigel's remarks about the messaging for this particular program. There are a number of reasons why the 2nd of August makes good sense to proceed. The provocation that Councillor Bello talks about came 3 weeks ago when the budget was announced alongside Rockhampton introducing the same charges. We've already been preparing people for the last few weeks for this changeover on the 2nd of August. We've geared up around that with our new provider. I agree that a further delay will cause some confusion. We accept that it's ultimately the councillors who make that decision on behalf of your constituents, but just ask that those things be considered.
All right, thank you, Mr CEO. Councillor Hutton.
A further question, and I guess it's to you, Mr Mayor, only because my own memory's failing me slightly on this one. So in regards to the introduction of the waste fees and charges, was the desire around the delay connected to education of all the changes, or was it particularly a concern around that green waste charge that we thought there was a need for community education?
My understanding, or my recollection, Councillor, is that it was in relation to the green waste charge in particular. Yeah.
Sorry, Mr Mayor. So a further question, and I guess it's back to the officers. Did we delay the implementation of all the other charges in seeking to make it simpler for the operators of the facility with having, or was it intended that by delaying all of them we're achieving a community outcome in terms of education? Or I'm just trying to, I appreciate that we have delayed it from when they were able to be.
Yeah, no, certainly the intention was that, you know, once council adopted it on, what was it, 29th of June, then we had to actually print up new signage for all the sites. So we've then gone away and ordered that signage to be printed once council approved it. And so those have now been set up at each of the waste transfer sites and at the landfill. And so people can see what the new charges are and when they'll come in. So that was the main reason for the time period.
Through you, Mr Chair, and just moving along the same lines, even though the signs are there and it's great that they are, but verbally, when people actually take their green waste, you know, to pay for it and told, oh no, you've got another month's leeway, I think that would be quite favourable amongst the, you know, amongst the community. And also too, I want to thank you and your staff tremendously for the amount of effort you put in, and I know personally that you do put this amount of effort in. But at the same time, to give that extra month would certainly be beneficial for the community, and it would be a pleasant surprise for them.
Councillor Watson.
Can I say, if we do go down this track, that we push it really hard through the media and to promote why we're doing it and everything else, and because otherwise we will have people confused, and it's the last chance for them to get their stuff in before it's, you know, so they don't have to pay. So
yeah, I mean, Rockhampton, you know, haven't had very much feedback, negative feedback about their introduction of green waste charges. So, and obviously they have introduced those now since the first of the month.
It's certainly interesting. I think I tend to avoid looking at social media these days, but from what I'm told, there's been a fair bit of commentary through social media about our green waste charge, and a lot of that commentary is around, you know, we're going to encourage illegal dumping and those sorts of things. Well, I think that sells the community very short. I think people are more responsible than that. But secondly, I mean, people also need to be aware that we will have CCTV cameras around the place to spot that sort of activity. Anyway, councillors, I think we've probably come to the end of our questions here, so we'll deal with the original motion first, and that is that we delay the introduction of the new waste fees and charges for the 21-22 financial year adopted at the special council meeting on the 29th of June until the 2nd of August 2021 to allow adequate time to communicate with the community. Councillor Friend.
Mr Mayor, would you please advise myself if we can amend that? Instead of dealing with it as a mover of that motion, I would like to look at delaying until the 1st of September those fees, green waste fees. So am I now obliged to agree with that?
I think the way that I'd prefer to deal with this one, councillor, is that we look at this one and then Councillor Bellow's got the alternate motion, which I think Councillor Bellow pushes it out for a month. Is that? Yeah. Which is essentially, I think, what you are going to propose anyway, councillor.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I'd prefer to deal with it that way, Mr CEO. And we can do it either way, I know, but ultimately.
Councillor Friend's question is if she's obliged to proceed with the motion that she's proposed. She certainly could withdraw.
Oh,
so your
okay.
advice to her is that to test, if you can proceed with the proposed motion, test that, vote it down if you choose.
Right, yeah.
And vote it down if you choose, and then test the alternative.
Yeah. And the fact that you've moved it, Councillor Friend, doesn't mean you have to vote in favour of it. All right, so we'll go to the vote on the original motion, councillors, and that's for the 2nd of August 2021. So can I get a show of hands in support of that, please? Those in favour? Councillor Mather and Councillor Watson. Those against? So the motion is lost. And we'll now consider the alternate motion that Council resolves to delay the introduction of new waste fees and charges for the 2021-22 financial year until the 1st of September 2021 to allow adequate time to communicate with the community. All right, can I get a mover on that one, please? Councillor Friend, thank you. Seconded, Councillor... Oh, no, your question? Okay, sorry. Can I get a seconder and we'll go to questions then? Councillor Bellow, thank you. All right, Councillor Hutton, you had a question?
Just looking, obviously, in that we're shaping this presently, I would hope that we might consider amending this to say that we're looking to delay the introduction of the green waste charge as opposed to, and so would need a second dot point to say that all the rest of the charges as planned can start on the 1st or the 2nd of August. However, the green waste charge in particular, which is the one that we're seeking the education on, that we delay that its introduction until September, I think.
Yeah, good point. Thank you. All right, so Lucy, the first bit will be delay the introduction of the green waste levy. And take out the rest of it. New waste fees and charges to there, yep. Thanks. Yep, until the 1st of September. And second, yep, that's it. So delay the introduction of the new waste fees and charges, excluding the green waste levy. Yeah.
Charge.
Sorry.
No.
That's right, we are. Come on, sticks.
That's all right, councillors. So we'll just go through that again quickly. So it now reads that Council resolves to delay the introduction of the green waste charge for the 2021-22 financial year adopted at the special council meeting held 29 June 2021 until 1 September 2021 to allow adequate time to communicate with the community, and 2, delay the introduction of new waste fees and charges, excluding the green waste charge for the 2021-22 financial year, adopted at the special council meeting held 29 June 2021 until the 2nd of August 2021 to allow adequate time to communicate with the community. All right.
And the only other thing to add, or to question is there any requirement to reference that we are going against the officer's recommendation, ultimately in voting down that previous resolution? So do we need to reference something?
Mr Mayor, there's a threshold for the nomination, and I don't think this particular resolution will trigger that threshold. There's a certain expenditure level, certain policy normally adopted by the council. I don't think it triggers on this occasion.
Okay, so can I get a mover and a seconder, please, for this one? Moved Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Bello. All right, Councillor Friend, did you wish to speak to the new recommendation?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I do think that this extra month will, as I said earlier, will be of benefit to the community in the education of these waste fees and charges, and also be a pleasant surprise if they have seen the signage at the landfill and then pop through and all of a sudden, no, you've got a little bit of time before we start charging. I think it will be favourable. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Friend. Anyone speaking against? Councillor Mather.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. In principle, I'm not, but there are a few things to be considered. We keep saying that we need to give people certainty. We do it the best way we can, as often as we can. It's not always possible. We've got an opportunity here, but we've missed it. We've made one mistake by saying, oh God, we should have done it on 1st of August. Now we're going to make another mistake and say, now we're going to bring it to the 2nd of September, or 1st of September. We can be forgiven for making one mistake. But now we've just gone and fallen over it and made another one, if we can call it that. There's no growth in the grass in the next at least month, 6 weeks, 8 weeks, because of the weather. There'll be very few people coming to the tip with green. And it's not so much the cost, the timing, it's the cost of being charged to come in with your green waste, not the timing itself. People can realise, yes, okay, we've got to pay. But if you say, look, you don't have to pay until next month or the month after, that's what gets them confused and that's what gets them cranky. So I'm all for consistency to try and keep the confusion down, to keep the messages clear and explain why we're charging, which I have done. And I don't think people object to that once they know why. So I think we're just falling over our feet, to be quite honest, by doing it a second time.
Thank you.
It's going to make us all look silly.
Well, I'll challenge that comment, Councillor Mather. I think mistake is a word I certainly would not use. I would use the term adaptability and flexibility. I think you were talking about those earlier on in the meeting on another agenda item. This is about us being adaptable and flexible for our community, given that this is a significant change for them and that there has been a degree of ruction around this. And I fully support this on that basis. So anyone else speaking against? Councillor Watson.
I'm speaking against also simply because I look at it as we're here to make a decision. We've made that decision and now we're going back on it. You sort of go by what you made that decision on, and you can't keep changing. Otherwise, I wonder if we look weak if we can't make a decision about what's going on in our shire. You know, we made the decision, we should stick with it. That's how I feel. I know it's not the best decision to you know, people don't like paying, but if we have to do it, we have to do it. That's what we're here for, is make those decisions. That's all.
Thank you, Councillor Watson. All right. Councillor Hutton.
Yes, in speaking to this motion, I think I would again challenge the concept that looking weak is continuing on and doing something that you think might not be quite right. just because you're scared of losing face. So I think it's important, just as we have a couple of times in recent months, when something comes up that you go, okay, well, we can do better, that you actually strive to make sure that you do that better. And on this occasion, I'm not sure if the experiences of other councillors, and I profess to being the person who actually voted against this as part of the budget, so really if we ended up with 12 months without charging people for green waste, then I actually wouldn't be concerned at all about it. However, I came today with the intention of voting to support the fact that we were having a delay because it is about education. I said, oh, I've lost the vote, the council's voted to bring in this charge, at least make sure that we do it the best that we can, and that's what the actions of the officers in delaying the introduction was about. However, in going around the community, I've met no one who's aware that this change is occurring. Now, maybe for people in industry or people who have particular waste-related service need would be aware of it, but I can tell you that every person who spoke to me about the budget and said, oh yeah, the budget's okay, or the budget's good, or oh, I don't like the budget, not one person said, oh, and I'm really conscious of the fact that the green waste levy is changing, or the green waste charge is there. They don't know, and I think maybe it's a lack of media, it's a lack of attention, it's a lack of whatever it is. It's not for a lack of trying, because I can see through council's social media where we've been pumping it out to let people know, but people aren't conscious of it. And so for those people who have not been doing cleanups, and I'm sure that as you've all experienced in the last 2 months, we have had plenty of rain, so people have got plenty of grass and plenty of gardening that they could be doing to clean up their yards, to get rid of their waste in a last-ditch effort to make sure they don't have to pay the very small fee that's being attached to it into the future. But most people in all consciousness are not aware. There are people who are sitting there with trailer loads of green waste at their home who've got no idea that there's a time bomb that's going to change, that all of a sudden they're going to have to pay for something that yesterday they didn't. So by extending it through this extra month, my hope is that we all individually and collectively have the opportunity to provide a little bit more opportunity to speak to people and say, hey, just be conscious, you know, that these changes are coming in place. Because we know that those changes are going to come. There's never a problem with giving people too much information, giving them too much education so that they can make good choices and be informed. I think in this case, I commend the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Friend for the suggestion of a change, and the Mayor who actually suggested it earlier, perhaps that there was a cause to do so. The table being flexible and agile enough to say, okay, yep, we can do this. Can we chew gum at the same time as spitting? Of course we can. So I think these are good changes to the table to make.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. I think we'll wrap up debate now, councillors. Councillor Eastwood.
I'd just like to speak for the motion as well, Mr Mayor. I was the other councillor that voted in the negative for bringing in these charges, and on that, and I would prefer them to have been not brought in at all, but as it is, and they're there, and I have to move to the table on that. I think we need to give our people as much time as we possibly can for them to be aware and get used to the idea that they are going to be charged to dump their green waste. And so I'm for bringing it forward to September.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. All right. Councillor Ballard.
Oh, Mr Chair.
Well, you've seconded it, Councillor. You're entitled to speak.
Yeah, that'd be great. No, look, and I don't want to take long, but for me, it's about assessing the risk, and there's a risk in changing it, and the officer has pointed that out, and I thank him for that, and I recognise that it will cause some ripples in there. But when I assess the risk to the community, which I'm sworn to serve, I believe that there is a way that we can improve it and mitigate that risk by granting an extra month to communicate that message, and therefore to not do that would be irresponsible on my behalf. That's how I look at it. So, for those reasons, that's why I put the motion, or support the motion. Thank you.
Right, councillors, we'll go to the vote on this, and I'll call a division. Those in favour, please stand. So it's Councillor Eastwood, Councillor Friend, Councillor Bellow, Councillor Hutton and Councillor Ireland. Those against? Councillor Watson and Councillor Mather. Thank you very much. Yes, please. As a division, thank you. Thanks, Nigel. Bye, John. Okay, so that brings us to 1111, which is an application for a permanent road closure at Thomas Street, Emu Park. And over to Mr. Lau. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, Council.
Good afternoon, I should say. Sorry.
Already?
Yes.
So we've got several applications for permanent road closure, so I'll focus on three. So this one here is,
There you go.
there we go. So this first one is Thomas Street, Emu Park. As you can see by the plan, there's a small section of road reserve. Officers don't really know the exact reason why it was left there, but regardless of what the decisions in the past, officers consider what council's needs might be in future, and the consensus is council shouldn't have any objection to closing off this section of road reserve. There is some sewerage infrastructure within road reserve, so the recommendation would be a condition that the applicant establishes an easement over that sewerage infrastructure. Standard practice for council. So the recommendation is for council to support this application on the condition that they provide that easement over the sewerage infrastructure. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lau. Before you jump in, Councillor Mather, just a question to the CEO. Is it typical and part of point 2 of the recommendation that the manager engineering services signs these off, or is it normally the CEO that should do that?
I suspect the delegations are in place. I don't know offhand, Mr. Mayor, but I guess for, and Tony perhaps does.
Yes, Mr. CEO, the delegations are down to the executive director of infrastructure and the manager of engineering services.
All right, thank you. Councillor Mather.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I can understand where the officers in the past have probably wondered what they would do with that section of road, and I can understand now the officers looking at being an easement for services. I know the area, and it is confusing as to where that parcel of land should go. I'd be reluctant to give an answer now to say, yes, okay, we can do it without having a look at it. And I think that we all need to become familiar with the site so we can see whether it's possible, because I know I've had some dealings with people in that area in the past because of the lack of continuity in the road network. And I think we just need to be familiar ourselves with the topography and the continuity or the lack of in that area. And if it's best that it be an easement for services, I don't have a problem with it. But I think before we make that decision, we really should have an on-site and let's just have a look so we can be sure that we are making the right decision to close it.
So did you wish to make a procedural motion around that,
Yes,
Councillor?
please, Mr. Mayor.
All right, is that the matter lay on the table
Yes,
pending
thank you.
an inspection of the site by councillors?
Yes, thank you.
Lucy, you got that one? So the proposed resolution is that the matter lay on the table pending a site inspection by councillors. Okay. All right, so we've got a procedural motion from Councillor Mather that the matter lay on the table pending a site inspection by councillors and to return to a future council meeting. All in favour? Those against? Motion is carried. George, Councillor Hutton also has his vote recorded. Okay, thank you. Now, brings us to 1112, which is the application for a permanent road closure at Raymond Terrace in Yeppoon. Over to you again, Mr. Lau.
Okay, so this next one, Raymond Terrace in Yeppoon, there's an existing dwelling which has part of the building in road reserve. So the application is for closing a section of the road reserve to capture the I forgot the word. The section of building is predominantly the eaves, to capture it within the private property, and with the intention to sell the land. Because I believe the applicant was saying that there was an offer on the land, but it fell through because of the encroachment into the road reserve. And so the applicant's looking to fix that so they can sell the land. However, officers believe that it's not good practice for council to support a road closure because just because it was unlawful activity in the past. And officers also believe that there are alternatives to modify the building. It is common practice in similar instances that I'm aware of has happened in the past where they just remove the eaves. So there are alternatives. And so with that in mind, officers are recommending that council does not support the application for those reasons specified.
All right. Thank you, Tony. Any questions? Councillor Mather.
Just one question. Is there a permit to occupy that space that is outside the boundary? I would suspect not, but I just...
No, Councillor, no.
No. Yeah, but I think officers right in relation to justifying an illegality by closing a road for that purpose, for that reason. I think it's wrong. Yeah.
I have a question to Mr. Lau through the chair in relation to the report stated that this was built in 1974. Now, under the current Building Act and Planning Act, etc., it is unlawful as it stands. But what was the Building Act in 1974? Was it surveyed correctly? You know, it's very difficult to persecute people, purchasers, buyers. So my question to you is, what was, instead of let's saying unlawful, which it is now, granted, but in 1974, was it? Do we know that for a fact?
Good question, Councillor. I haven't looked into it as such, but I believe the law has not changed in that regard, and it's also common law, I suppose, that any construction of a dwelling, it's got to be on your own land. It can't be on adjacent land. So that's taking common law. I don't believe that there was any change in the legislation.
Would they have surveyed the land back in 1974, or just like general pegged it out and said, oh yes, this is the property, and off the builders went and built this set of units, you know, without actually having a correct surveying of the property itself? It's hard, it's very difficult when these buildings are that old, and given our current Planning Act and building regulations, yes, it's not right, definitely, but this is a older building, and were they ever under compliance? Was this particular address ever under compliance for lack of building permits, etc.?
I'm not sure, to be honest, Councillor. I'm not sure about if the building is an approved structure. I believe it is. However, I can't confirm it, sorry. In regards to whether the builder or the property owner surveyed the land or not, I believe it's common practice and it's a duty of care for the builder and the property owner to ensure that they have ascertained the correct location of their property boundaries. I believe the law hasn't changed in all that time, and it is up to the property owner to know and accurately survey their land to ensure that they don't build onto the neighbouring property, etc.
Just a question, there's the officer. Look, final inspections. The council been doing final inspections on properties, as is normally the case now in 1974. I know you won't be able to answer that, but I'll put it out there anyway, just in case you can.
I believe it was council's responsibility back then.
I would have thought so.
And it was only, can't remember how long, but maybe past 5 or 10 years that the legislation had changed to allow private certifiers to carry out final inspections. But back then, we're talking 50 years ago, I believe that was council's responsibility then.
Councillors, I noted in the report that it says that had the solicitor acting on behalf of the purchaser obtained a building record search on behalf of the current owner, they would have been informed of the encroachment. It's a bit unfortunate. There are lots of lights on. The other questions, councillors? Councillor Mather.
Well, Councillor Hutton hasn't had a go
I'm
yet.
sorry, Councillor Hutton, do you have your hand up? My
You can have a
apologies.
go
Sorry.
first.
I did. My question related to the impact of. So I'm assuming the reason we don't support a road closure relates to the future potential need or requirement for that road space, potentially. So, in lieu of that, is there a reason why we wouldn't support a temporary? What was the wording that was used by one of the other councillors? The temporary.
A permit to occupy.
Permit to occupy, acknowledging that that satisfies our needs for the future, but it also provides assurity to someone who may be purchasing the land in the meantime. It delays for the occupier the action that they need to take without removing the responsibility upon them to make sure that they meet it into the future.
So yes, councillor, there is. I guess council can issue permits to occupy under the Land Act, only if it's temporary in nature. So you can argue, is it really a temporary structure or is it a permanent structure? I'm not sure of the exact definition, but I believe this would be considered as a permanent structure. It's not intended to be temporary. And so I'm not sure if we can issue a permit to occupy, because if it's not a temporary in nature. They can still apply to the state government for a permit to occupy, and that would be for permanent, which is really no different to the application for permanent road closure anyways. It's pretty much exactly the same thing. But one is they're allowed to keep it there, and the other is actually changing the road reserve, so, and turning into freehold. So, with that in mind, councillor, yeah, it's I believe it's not really in council's best interest to issue a permit to occupy anyway. It's the same reason, for the same reasons as the recommendations in the report, in that if it was unlawful construction, it's not good practice for council to support a permit to occupy or a permanent road closure, because if it was unlawful activity.
Councillor Hutton.
So a follow-up question, is it our intention then to be marking this for compliance? So in the absence of us taking any steps to allow it to be legally acceptable, then it should be a matter of compliance. And if it was a matter of compliance, would we be providing a stay of time to allow them to become compliant, which may align with a temporary occupation of the land while they're making those changes to the structure?
So, councillor, if you look in the report, there's a section here, and this is, I guess this is the normal approach that officers take, is for any encroachments onto road reserves, is we let the property owner know that yes, it is it's an encroachment, but at this time council will not require them to move it. But in future, if we ever need to carry out whatever works, you may be asked to remove the encroachment in future. It may never happen. So I guess that's one sort of one clause that will give the property owner a bit of comfort in that we won't ask them to remove it straight away. But, however, we don't approve it, and they need to recognise that there is a risk to them if council ever requires them to remove it in the future.
Councillor Watson.
Hi, through Tony. So this road closure, can you just explain to me, do you mean closing the whole road or just a little bit in front of him or something like that? I'm just confused on that bit.
So, there's one of the attachments. There's a little diagram, but it is just for the frontage and a small.
Excuse me,
section
Tony.
of the road.
Councillors, if you're not using your microphones, can I get you to turn them off? Thanks, because not everyone's able to use them.
I'm going to. I'll put mine back on in a minute, Mr.
Yeah,
Mayor.
yeah, thank you. Yeah. Councillor Watson's wasn't working because the other ones were on. Yeah.
I thought I was getting the green light.
So yes, councillor, it is just a small section in front of their frontage for the width of their property, and coming out. I'm not exactly sure how much. It might be a metre or something. Yeah, small section strip in front.
So if the roof is cut back, the eave is cut back, they're effectively on their land, are they?
There is part of the building as well, I believe.
The report says it encroaches by 0.8, that's the roof eave, and the walls 0.2.
So it's not really possible to do, is it? They have to destroy the house to move it back within their land.
Very possible. That's right. Yes, councillor. As councillor Bello indicated, yes, it is very costly, but it is possible. And the other thing to be mindful of, I suppose, is officers carry out a desktop analysis. We don't go out there confirming property boundaries. The only way to do that is to engage a registered surveyor to carry out an ident survey to accurately locate the property boundaries. In the surveying world, the cadastre shifts slightly. That 200 mil, it may not be 200 mil at all. If it was surveyed properly by a registered surveyor, it could only be a little tiny bit, could be more, I'm not sure. It's up to the property boundary to, like I said in the very beginning, it's up to the property boundary owner to ascertain the correct boundary locations.
So you're saying these houses, these three that you can see to the right of the others, would they've got relaxations in the first place to build? Or they just planted the damn things there?
I'm not sure what happened in the past, councillor.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
I mean, there's houses all over this shire that I've seen and been involved with stories where people's built corner of their house onto someone else's block, and then they've done is purchase that part of the land. And I'm just wondering why we're unable to help him in some way, because he's obviously going to lose a lot of money over this, and he's not going to be happy with anyone. And he didn't build it, I expect. You know? And I know someone in the past hasn't done the right thing, but it just must be some way we can help this bloke.
Just if I can say something, Mr Mayor, through to Tony. Yeah, because you've got those, I don't know how accurate this map is, but it does show those properties in Hill Street protruding quite, probably more so, or at least the same, onto council land there. My question is, I guess, a can of worms, you know, are we opening up a can of worms if we do allow to do it for one, do it for all sort of thing?
Is there a way we can do relaxation for this to help? Sorry.
I think the short answer to that is no. And the other issue that comes into play here is that now that we've been made aware of it, we can't just ignore it. Like they did in 2010, yeah. Councillor Mather.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Question to the officer. Did anybody check to see whether it was... To the officer, did anybody check to see whether it was an add-on to the original house? Or is it part of the original house? Do we know that? If so, if it was an add-on, there should have been some sort of identified paperwork to show that it had been...
Yes, councillor. Yes, I don't believe officers looked into whether it was an addition to their dwelling or not. Because it didn't really make any relevance to our investigation, whether it was an addition or the original, it's still part of the structure that's encroaching onto the road reserve. So.
Well, we don't know whether that was the total package when it was built, or whether the first owner built in the right place, and we're blaming him unnecessarily, and the second owner, if there was one, I suspect, has added on to that. So there's subsequent errors there. But if there is an add-on, it should be recorded somewhere to be legal. Otherwise, we do have the right to ask them to remove it. Otherwise, the permit to occupy, as the officer says, usually that's done with cattle if they want to graze on the roadside or in a laneway or something like that. But usually, if you have a permit to occupy, it's an annual fee to the Department of Natural Resources as well, and I'm sure they wouldn't want to pay that. But I guess you could always tell them, if you don't want to ask them to remove it, if that can be established first, then it could be noted on the file that it is there. If anybody looking at it will actually find it, that council is aware of it, if we don't require them to remove it. Anybody buying it is taking on a non-compliance.
So, Councillor, yes, normally officers provide that correspondence and a letter to the applicant or the property owner advising them just that, and that we won't require them to remove it, but be aware that if council does in future, then you may be required to do something then.
And is that on the, through you, Mr. Mayor, is that on the file note? Is that on the file for
yes,
this property?
it will be on file. Yes, councillor.
Okay.
Yes.
And has anybody checked to see whether it was an add-on or whether it was part of the original dwelling?
Not aware. I don't believe council officers.
Well, I think that
did
sort
check.
of that sort of information helps when we're making decisions.
Yeah.
So.
In fact, if you look at the photos, it does seem to be a different roof line.
Like a patio or something.
That possibly could have been added onto it.
They can rectify that if they wanted to, but we need to have that sort of information in our reports.
All right, Councillor Bello.
Yeah, the question I have, if I've read it wrong, I do apologise, but in the following report there on the one at Kinka Beach, I thought it was, where a sewer is not in the right spot, and they've asked for council's opinion on that, and council, my understanding, has supported the owner being able to purchase that or proceed to make that part of their land. So to me, they're examples where it's not so much opening a can of worms, it's looking at it pragmatically. If it can be done in a way that doesn't cause, significant detriment, well, it can be done, I would hope. Is the road in the wrong spot, almost, Tony, given that you've got three houses that are all sort of, and does the functionality of the road, is that jeopardised if there was a portion of that road moved to accommodate not only this dwelling but perhaps others? I guess that's the pragmatic sort of approach that I feel I would like to tease out a little bit more, other than just a rigid, we don't do it because of a precedent, but we've got a report later on where we are prepared to support it because of the positioning of the sewer. So do you think the road can continue to function if it was adjusted as per the request, or is it going to be significantly detrimental to the functionality of the road?
So I guess, councillor, if you read the comments from each
officer and whatever.
Yes.
Yeah, I did. But allude me to them again.
Yeah.
Right. Where are we looking, Tony? Before you.
Okay, so in the commentary.
Yeah, have you got a page there?
Oh no, sorry.
Page 2 of 139. Page 2 of 139. I've got.
Page 2 of 139.
But it's page 156 of the agenda.
Okay.
So you can see the officers' opinions in that. So, for example.
So no objection from the coordinator of development engineering?
Yeah. So the encroachment is not materially affecting the currently constructed road and its traffic function. That's more along the lines of what you're saying, councillor. And so, while officers acknowledge that the road can still function as it is, if council decides to support the application for permanent road closure, our officer's recommendation is based on. So if you look at this from the corner infrastructure planning, 5B, based on that sort of comment. Whilst the comments from the corner infrastructure planning may seem harsh, it is important to ensure that council does not inadvertently validate unlawful encroachments onto the road reserve by supporting permanent road closures for this reason. So, based on really that criteria, is why officers recommend not supporting it.
So interestingly, others within the organisation, whether it be managed construction and maintenance, coordinated development engineering, there's varying degrees of support or objection to it. It's not a conclusive, everybody's on, we just don't do that. I'm probably not comfortable to make a decision at this point in time, so I'm going to seek to lay this on the table to allow us further discussion at a briefing session or wherever that could be, because I'm feeling as if I'm reluctant to make a decision at this point in time. So if I could, Mr.
All right,
Chair,
so
if I could put
it's
that out there.
procedural motion from Councillor Bello. The matter lay on the table. Mr. CEO.
Mr Mayor, can we just seek what additional information you're seeking that might aid the process?
Yeah,
of
the
making
information
that
would
decision?
be even to have the officers in here who have stated that they don't have a problem with it. I'd like to understand from them more, your opinion is in conflict with this officer. Can we get some more veracity around that? That would be because I think it's quite interesting that some that believe it's not an issue, there's others that believe it is an issue. So that may be reflected in the vote here today, but I'd like to talk to those people more before I make a decision.
All right.
May I ask just a quick question? So the house was sold in 2010, and if the lawyers the solicitors who'd done the work had accessed that information, they'd know. They would have had to access it through us, I take it? So would we have records to find out if they did? Because if they did, this man knew about it then.
But it wasn't asked for by the solicitors, as I understand.
So it wasn't asked. I thought maybe they didn't have that.
If that particular document wasn't asked for.
Sorry,
yeah.
okay, I understand.
And that
Sorry.
presents, and just to add to Councillor, and I don't want to go into debate about this, but that's the concern I have, and going forward is that if these people decide to sell this property in the future, they're probably not going to be able to, because a buyer's not going to buy it, based on the encroachment issue. All right, so we've got a procedural motion from Councillor Bello. Did he answer your question, Mr. CEO? Councillor Bello.
Yes, Mr Mayor, in part. I guess my observation would be the owner of this property has made application to the state for a road closure. The council's been asked for its comment. The officers, as you point out, have given mixed views around things, but have ultimately taken a fairly conservative approach by recommending against. If the council is of a mind to offer no objection to the closure, it's well entitled to do that.
What are you moving, Councillor?
Say that again. Is that what you're recommending? Oh, I think we'd get into a lot of trouble on that one.
Well, we've got a substantive motion here, and then we've got Councillor Bello's procedural motion. Yeah, procedural's got to go first. So let's deal with that. All right. So,
yeah, I'd like to move a procedural motion to allow, I guess, greater in-depth consideration of this with the appropriate people, so we fully understand the consequences of voting yes or no, or changing the motion to different from the officers here, and I'm not yet prepared to do that. So that's the logic and justification.
Are you happy with that wording, Councillor?
Yep, most certainly. Thank you.
All right. So Councillor Bello is moving a procedural motion. Everyone clear on it? All right. All in favour? Against? Motion is lost. All right, so the alternative, what was your suggestion, councillor Hutton?
My intention was that we offer, that council advise that it supports the proposal.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the officers. Well, through who's moved this? Sorry.
No one's moved.
And they hasn't moved it yet. So on the first line of the resolution, all we need to do is make an amendment to it does support the proposal. It does. We take out the not.
Point of order, Mr. Chair, that it wouldn't be an amendment. My understanding that, I mean, all respect to the council there, but
that's a complete opposite of what that resolution is.
So not an
I
amendment.
foreshadow, I'd like to move the recommendation, the officer's recommendation, a foreshadow.
Well, you don't have to foreshadow, you can just move it for procedural motion if you want to, councillor. Let the motion be put. Okay, so councillor Mather is moving that the motion be put, Lucy? All right. Okay. So we're voting on councillor Mather's motion now? The officer's recommendation. All right. We've got to vote on the procedural motion first is where I was getting at, councillor. Yeah. We've got to vote on your procedural motion first. Yeah. All right, all in favour of voting on the procedural motion? Yeah, the matter be put? All right. So we're back to the original recommendation in the report, councillors. We get a mover and a seconder, please. Move, councillor Mather, you're moving, I'm taking it? Officer's original recommendation goes with the report. Yes. Moved, councillor Mather. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Watson. All right, thank you. Councillor Mather, do you want to speak to the recommendation?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is going to require an alternative motion to the officer's recommendation based on good grounds.
It's not an alternative motion, councillor.
It will be an alternative. No, this will lead to an alternative.
Oh,
yes,
okay.
Yes. This will cause the council to put up an alternative motion, negating anything that the officer has put up as far as good judgment and good practices go. I think we'd be remiss if we didn't heed the message here. We can't condone matters of non-compliance, and that's exactly what we're doing. We're trying to fix up something that somebody's done wrong by making what I consider could be a very grave mistake. Because up in that terrace, we're going to need all of the access that we can if we have a disaster or if we have a fire or anything like that kind. We don't want roads closed. We want them opened where possible to have that connectivity, to be able to service. I just believe that if we were to go the other way, then I think we'd be making a very big mistake based on bad grounds.
Thank you, councillor Mather. Yeah, okay. All right, anyone speaking against? Councillor Friend?
I'll speak against the original motion, Mr. Mayor. So my something I prepared earlier really is for the people in our community and also through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Mr. CEO. Caveat emptor, I love this Latin phrase, buyer beware. When most people purchase their property, they're unaware of the process and rely on professionals, solicitors or conveyancing consultants. We have discussed similar issues here at this table, and I wish to request through the chair that the council undertakes a campaign of correspondence for the implementation of a fact sheet requesting that along with rates and water searches, it would be beneficial to add building, plumbing record searches and limited town planning certificates for buildings over a certain age. Now I say a certain age because I'll allow the officers of Mr. CEO to determine what age. This building is 1974. We're unsure. We can only surmise at this table that it's been added to over the years. We don't know for sure. I'm not a building inspector, and I don't think anyone at this table is a building inspector or have been a builder. So at this point, I like to look at all of these things on an individual basis. An individual basis means that this particular property is over the boundary line by a slight amount. We are not closing Raymond Terrace. We're just wanting to close a small portion of that median strip that it just juts over and extends out. So this is why I am voting against this particular proposal.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Friend. Anyone wish to speak for the motion in support of it? Anyone else wish to speak against? Councillor Bello.
Look, in speaking against this, I guess it's also because I feel that there's much more that we need to consider, and so by virtue of speaking against it, it perhaps allows for that to happen at a later stage. A statement was made that council doesn't change things to accommodate people who've done the wrong thing. That would be good if it was true, but it's actually not true at all. Council approves existing dwellings constantly that are too close to the boundary. One currently that the acceptable setback on a rural property is 10 metres. A shed was approved when it was 150 millimetres off the boundary. I've seen the paperwork. Now that's because they assessed the risk, they deemed that it could be mitigated, and so there was flexibility there. That's the flexibility I'm trying to understand. In this case, can Raymond Terrace function with its road network if that boundary of the private property was to be moved in order to capture the building? Now clearly if that building was in the middle of the road and it would completely make the road non-practically able to be used, then I wouldn't be supporting it at all. But I'm wanting to tease out a bit more from officers perhaps with that expert background. Could the road function in its current format with moving of the boundary? So I think there is a scope for flexibility, and on basis that I'm prepared to vote against this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Bello. Anyone else? Councillor Hutton.
I will be voting against the officer's recommendation today because I believe it puts our community in an untenable situation. We recognise that at some point from 1974 onward that a mistake has been made in terms of the location of this dwelling. We recognise that the limitations placed upon the current owner of that property is that they're not eligible or would be unable to sell the property due to the fact that it is encumbering on the road. However, we're saying that in a black and white world that we should not accept nor ever approve of something that's been done illegally, and retrospectively approve it to provide that permission to allow it to occur. Now, as Councillor Bello has said, there are occasions where Council has demonstrated flexibility because with the best of intent mistakes happen. We recognise that. My fear is if it's untenable if Council would not tell this person to go under compliance and they need to retrofit or pull down the front of their house to get back within their boundary, if we're not willing to do that, then how can we possibly put this in the scenario where they cannot sell and move on from their house? If Council sees the world so black and white that it would be willing to do so and say, hey, you know, your property's outside your boundary, therefore you need to knock down the part that's inside public space, then I would say, okay, you're providing a clear guidance and outcome as to what the future looks like and how they can go about this. But in a scenario where I don't believe that's the will of this table, nor do I believe it would be the acceptable outcome from a community's perspective for us to say that. If I believe the front page of the Courier Mail test would say, Council gone mad, Council gone crazy, why would I then say, okay, well, if I'm not willing to take that compliance route to make sure that it's compliant, if I'm not willing to do that, how can I then put these people in a situation whereby they have no pathway to move on and become compliant or sell their property and move on in life? We are ultimately a community organisation, and as Councillor Bello said, we do have to assess the risk. I happily accepted his desire to get some more feedback to inform a choice around what conditions maybe we should be attaching if we were looking to object. Is there something that we should be writing in to protect councils and the community's land values, whatever? However, I can't accept that in a black and white. I can't accept the black and white proposal that's put in front of us that says that we should not ever see unlawful construction on individual properties be approved. And for those reasons, I won't support the motion today.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Right. Councillor Mather, do you wish to wrap up?
Just very quickly, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Yeah, and just on the basis of, I guess what's already been said, we are a community organisation. Mistakes do get made. These are ratepayers, valued members of our community, I'm sure, and they're stuck in a position where we don't know their personal position, whether they may need to sell for whatever reason. And I think that we just need to, in these situations, act with a little bit more mercy and grace. We're only talking about a metre setback. It's not a lot of roadway. It looks like there's plenty there. The road reserve widens from that area onwards, and I'm happy to go against the officer's recommendation in this case due to that.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood, and given that everyone else has had their 2 cents worth, I will as well in that case. I'm going to vote against this as well, councillors, because I think we've gone to the community as a council in the past and also during the election as a community that supposedly is flexible, adaptable, and genuinely cares about its community. And I just find it totally unacceptable for us as a group to say, well, you know, this has happened illegally, you know, stiff cheese, you're on your own. I just find that totally abhorrent. And I think really if we're going to be about adaptability and flexibility within this council, and I think all of us really aspire to that, then we have to look at particular situations on an individual basis. And that's actually been mentioned a number of times around this table today during a number of reports. And so on that basis, I think, you know, it really is, to me, a situation where we have to look at this as an individual case. And yes, there will be more examples of this that come forward in the future, and we'll have to deal with those on an individual basis as well. And I mean, that's our job, quite frankly. And I think in terms of my support for this particular recommendation, it won't be happening. Councillor Mather, would you like to wrap up?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That was good debate. What did you think? That was good debate. The reasons to sell. It's not our business why they want to sell it. The fact is that they do. And it's not as if they don't have a choice. They do have a choice. They can modify their building if need be. Don't put it on to the council because we're a caring council. We are. We make flexible arrangements all the time. What I don't want to see is others who've come out, and I know we have dealt with them at this table in the past. There's a whole lot out there waiting to happen, and this is what we're going to have, zigzag road reserves. That's my concern. It's not our job to fix a problem where the residents' lawyers messed up. His argument is with his lawyers for not doing a complete search, not ours for fixing the mistake because the lawyer didn't do it. That's really what it comes down to. And we like to help out where we can. We don't know at this point in time, and the officer admitted that, we don't know whether it was an add-on. We don't know who did it, at what date. If we knew that, then we might have an opportunity to ask him to remove it back and not have us in the position of having to compromise our road infrastructure. We do deal with these matters on an individual basis because we've got one coming up, and where possible we do accommodate. I've been sitting here so many years where we've actually, late in the piece, where people have gone outside on the footpath over the neighbour's boundary. and it was left in the hands of the CEO, I think, from memory, the last one, because no one was going to make a decision because it was not a good one or not something that the resident wanted. But nonetheless, there are ones out there like that. We've got to send a clear message to the public, and whoever came up with a fact sheet idea, it's a good one. It needs to happen. I write little things like that in my column, but whether it gets through or not, I don't know. We do it on a case-by-case basis, but this is a case where we need not do it. We've got to stand our ground. Certainly we're a caring council, but we're not to be a silly one, and I keep using that word silly. It's not mean that you're irresponsible. It means don't let us make a mistake when it's not up to us to fix it. They can fix it. And I think they should be asked to fix it. And if we don't have the fortitude to ask them to do that, then we shouldn't be sitting here.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. All right, councillors, we've got a mover. We'll close debate. We've got a mover in Councillor Mather, a seconder in Councillor Watson. All in favour of this particular recommendation for the division, stand. Councillor Mather. Those against. The motion is lost. Mr. CEO, luncheon arrived yet? All right. Mr. CEO, before you leave the table as well, can I make a comment to the officers? Councillor Watson, can I have your attention for a moment, please? Make a comment to the officers. I'm a little bit disturbed at some of the commentary I see and hear in this room when people say to me, and officers say, we do desktop reviews. My suggestion to you and your colleagues is that perhaps you might want to get out of your office a bit more regularly and go and actually have a look, because that would be, I think, a big help to this council in terms of making its decisions, and I think also perhaps in terms of your decision making, your recommendation to this table. So I would recommend that you take that comment on board, please.
Sorry, can I just respond to that, Mr. CEO? Just to clarify what I mean by desktop review, it doesn't mean we just sit at our desk, sorry, Mr. Mayor. We do carry an inspection, and I tell officers all the time that for any investigation, first thing you need to do is go and have a look on site. So we do go on site. Sometimes we carry out surveys, take out survey gear. Sometimes we do other things like traffic counts, for example.
You know what would be good? Would be if that information was actually included in the report as well, because I don't see a lot of that.
Yeah. I guess, good point, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, good point. Yes, yeah.
All right, procedural motion, we'll break for lunch, councillors. Thank you very much. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Over lunch, I was thinking about maybe we come up with a recommendation. right, okay. So welcome back, councillors, and welcome back to members of the community viewing it on live stream. Can I get a procedural motion to return from the break? Thank you. Councillor Mather, all in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Mr CEO, I think we're revisiting 11.12 again, is that correct? With the...
Yes, Mr Mayor, with the voting down of the earlier motion that the substantive issue remains, over the break we have worked with Councillor Hutton on crafting an alternative motion, which I think Lucy will be able to put up for us.
Okay, so that's it. So it now reads that council offers offers no objection to the application for closure of road reserve adjacent 17 Raymond Terrace, Yeppoon, subject to A, the Department of Resources being notified that the Raymond Terrace Road Reserve should be restored to original alignment whenever that opportunity arises, and B, the relevant rate card being quoted that future application for redevelopment on the site will be conditioned to be with the original property parcel and properly set back from the road reserve alignment. Okay, someone's going to have to explain that to me. Thanks.
Yep, so the intention is to accept what's currently there and to bring it into legality. However, recognising that in the future, should that parcel of land be revisited for demolition and for a new development, that the desire of council is to actually see it returned to its original property parcel. So putting a property note on there so that the property owners will be aware that should they come back to council saying they wish to redevelop with a new building site or new construction, that it does need to be in the original envelope, and also alluding to the state government that our desire is that no, we don't particularly want this, but we understand that the need is to provide for it. And this allows for us to say, hey, we've told you quite literally that whenever possible, we would like to see the alignment returned, but this is the pragmatic solution for us.
All right. Everyone understand what we're proposing here?
I've just got a question, Mr Mayor. When you do a realignment of boundaries, and aren't the owner of the property, they would be required to buy that bit of land off us, is that right? It's not ours to sell. So it's the state government. So they would buy it off the state though? So if they buy it off the state and then it becomes their parcel of land, do we have the power to restrict them to? We do.
Whenever a property has property notes on it to say, hey, there's a future desire to build a road here, or there's a future desire, there might be pipes underground so you can't build a shed on top of here, this is the equivalent. That we're giving them advice. It's not saying, hey, it's going to be for this price and it's going to be today, but we're letting them know that it's the desire of council to see the property put back. And obviously the council of the day would have to make a decision whether they were going to purchase back that sliver of land that's obviously been, you know, restored to whatever it takes to restore the road reserve.
It will be their land.
Yes. So it's putting the...
Well, essentially, that'll be up to the Department of Resources to make that decision.
So it won't be their land unless DNR says so.
That's right.
They have to make that arrangement.
Yeah.
And they might say no.
They could.
You're very troubled, Councillor Bell.
Yes, my trouble is around, along your line of probably questioning, is there any need to seek legal advice that actually is satisfactory in the way it's been put together? So you're effectively saying, yeah, we don't object to you proceeding to try and purchase that snippet of land to change the road reserve, increase your property boundary, but by the way, if in the event that the house ever gets redeveloped, we'd like to actually revert back to what was there. On what basis need to put that in there, I guess, if it's, council has the prerogative or the jurisdiction to, for whatever reason, acquire land.
Okay, sorry, we might just suspend standing orders while we actually do this discussion, thanks. So I'll move we suspend standing orders. All in favour, thank you, Karen, unanimously. All right, so back to you.
Yeah, I suppose the intention of the entire council table was to, I perceive the intention of the council table was to provide a legal opportunity for these guys to potentially sell or whatever they wish to do with their property. And I don't think our intention is to actually promote or grow that space. However, as we do with various other properties, council, I believe, has an obligation to actually say, hey, our desire is to have the road reserve remain intact, or potentially for the future, which is what was identified in the officer's report, that in the future they may desire to actually grow the road on that format. So having the capacity and being honest with them up front, saying, hey, you're welcome to do this, we're going to give you leeway to prove you're a legal structure to make it legal. However, should you bulldoze that house, there is no reason why you should be building right at the front of that property again. You should be moving back the 1.5 metres. And by giving them that advice in advance, you're actually allowing them to make conscious choices around what they do into the future. So it's the mistake of the past, we're rectifying it, but we're also giving them guidance so that into the future that change can be made and dealt with.
Just for you, Mr Mayor, in response to that, I would have believed that if they say they did bulldoze their house, then they would, any application they would make would have to suit the setbacks, which is, I think, 6 metres or something. It's quite huge, so it'd have to be right back. So I would have thought that it'd merely be irrelevant.
Potentially, however, if you're trying to be as honest and frank with these people as possible, I think that the benefit of putting the property note in is that there can be no confusion. That because these guys are going to potentially sell and move on, the next people don't necessarily know the story and the background and the circumstances in which they came to be there. By providing them this property note, it's there when they get the deeds for their land, it will be there telling them, hey, this is the condition attached to this land, so that they know, and so there can be no confusion into the future. And I think this is almost like an extra, it doesn't add any additional burden to them, it just lets them, it lets us know, and it means that into the future we can't have the 1974 problem that we don't know how we got here. It can be very clear that this is the instructions we put in place to protect and to ultimately achieve that.
Yeah, I suppose the only thing I'm concerned,
Councillor Maida.
Well, the only reason I was trying to concern, in relation to legal, you're talking fairly complex legal matters, I guess, when you're going to say that, yeah, we're going to allow you to purchase the land, but then we're going to retain the right to revert the boundary back into the future. I'd be curious from King and Co or somebody to say, what do you think of that, guys? Is that a can of worms or not? And if it's not, well, that's fine. And that's the sort of stuff I would like to tease out with the appropriate persons to provide that information, because I'm not sure that that's as watertight as it sounds. It sounds pretty straightforward. I'm not certain. It may well be. If it is, that's great.
Mr CEO.
And if you're going to pull that out of your back, that's fantastic.
No, Councillor Bello, sorry to disappoint you. Other than saying, in terms of water tightness, this is ultimately a decision for the Crown, for the state. We're offering no objection, asking them to condition this transaction, which has been thrust upon the Crown, I suppose, to remedy someone else's issue. We're suggesting that we have no objection to them proceeding that way to remedy that problem, but there should be an opportunity in the future, recognising that this parcel has been gifted an opportunity here, that there should be an opportunity to revert that back in the future. If that's not possible in the future, and what conditions the state may or may not put on it, whether they ask for compensation now and refund that down the track, or no refund, they're all matters for the state. But the council's position, based on this recommendation, is clear that that's it, the remedy situation, which is unusual, not out of the question as we all pointed out, but an unusual transaction that we wouldn't normally do unless these circumstances presented, is reversed if that opportunity presents.
The triggering opportunity is that they would knock the house out there for
they don't need that 800 mil of footpath, and it gets reverted back to footpath road reserve.
Permit to occupy. No.
That's right. Yeah, but I think Councillor Hutton made the comment that we're not disadvantaging anyone here. In fact, we're acceding to an unusual request, but applying a reasonable condition, which may or may not resolve an issue down the track, but it's at least made this council's position clear.
Councillor Mather.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Who made the application or who approached us in the first place to close the section of the road? Was it
My
Natural
understanding
Resources
was,
or
and the
was it
officers can correct me, is that it was through Department of Resources, but they would have been approached by the owner, I'm assuming.
So Natural Resources came to us and said, did we have any objections?
That's correct. Application made by the owner to the Department
To
of
them.
Resources. Resources comes to us for our advice,
Well,
for our opinion on things.
well, I don't think Natural Resources would ask us our opinion if they had thoughts of approving it. If they had thoughts of approving, it comes to us as a courtesy.
Well, the CEO is a former employee of that department, and I'm certain I read in the process and their policies that they have to approach the local authorities.
Yes.
As a matter of course.
Yes.
What they do with that recommendation from the local authority is entirely up to them. They can ignore it or accept it.
Yes, well, if Natural Resources were to approve the road closure and the building was put back or set back, or a new building was set back at a later date, then they may need to reopen that section of road again. It's just another mechanical process to have it in line again.
And that's effectively the motion that's before you at the moment.
Yes, they'd have to reopen the road if one thing went back, but it needs to be on the file note anyway.
It is, and that's what's proposed
Yeah,
in point
it
B.
needs to be on the file
Yeah.
note. Yeah. And so should every other one we find too, so that people know what they're buying.
Well, this may be a template for future.
Well, it needs to be.
No.
Yes.
All right. So, councillors, any other queries? All right. Well, I'm happy to move this one, councillors. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor, actually, Councillor Hutton, it's probably appropriate for you to move it. Your portfolio, I'll second it. Oh, we do too, indeed, thank you. So resume standing orders, councillors. Thank you. Unanimously. All right, so we've got a mover in Councillor Hutton for this one, Luce. And seconded myself. Councillor Hutton, did you wish to speak to it?
Only to offer my thanks to both the CEO and the officer for their assistance in making sure that in presenting a view that's reflective of the will of the table, we also protect the interests of council and ultimately the community. I think the community is best served when we are pragmatic and seek to right former wrongs, but also that the interests of the community are served when we actually look for opportunities such as point B, which gives us the chance to make sure that in rectifying a mistake of the past, we're also not setting a precedent that underpins or undermines the integrity of road reserve into the future.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Anyone speaking against? Anyone else would like to speak for? Okay. Councillor Eastwood, sorry.
Oh, Mr. Mayor, look, I will actually speak against, just that I just find it a little bit unnecessary, that's all. I think that we're on the right path as it was, and I'm just going to object to it.
All right. So we're happy to wrap up debate on this one, councillors? All right, we'll go to the vote. We've got a mover in Councillor Hutton, seconder in myself. All in favour? Those against? Did you wish your votes recorded, councillors? Okay. So the motion is carried, and that takes us then to 11:13, application for permanent road closure in Cliff Street, Yeppoon. Mr. Lau.
Okay, so this application is a revised proposal from the applicant, and so if council recalls, there's been subsequent previous applications for permanent road closure, one of which was supported, and the road closure has taken effect, and so the current property boundary is incorporating the conditions from that previous application, the previous approval. So this latest one is, if you recall, previously the applicant had asked for a larger area of land and council did not support it. Now they've come back with a revised proposal with a smaller width of land, and so this application, I believe, is approximately 8 to 10 metres wide. I have to clarify that previously there was some misunderstanding with the previous resolutions. There was one resolution that wasn't quite clear in the past, and so it had led officers to misunderstand in that it was thought that previously the advice given to the applicant was that we did not support it, their proposal, but if they amended their proposal to not exceed 10 metres wide, then council would support it. So as I said, the resolution wasn't quite clear in that the resolution said that council would consider it. Unknown to officers that they had actually submitted another application which was following that advice to 10 metres, and that was approved. However, it did not come back to the table. So that was the missing bit. And so the property boundaries as it is now had already acted on that advice of not exceeding the 10 metre width. So that has already been achieved. And so this new application now is for another approximately 10 metre width, but there is no recommendation by officers to support that. It's a little bit of, because of the so many previous resolutions, and it's a bit confusing. So
We call for suspension of standing orders on this one, please.
You can move your motion, councillor.
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
All in favour? Carried unanimously. Councillor Mather, you got a question?
Oh, no.
Okay.
yeah, thank you. That gives me one more time to explain. And so this current application is for about a 10 metre width, and so currently the officers are recommending council does not support it. There's differing opinions, similar to the previous one. There are differing opinions, and so some opinions from officers is that we may need that full width of road reserve in future, depending on what happens up in the national parks area, and there's a road reserve that goes up to the hill where those towers are at the moment. Depending on what council decides to do in the area, it may influence on the width of the road reserve we need. And so with that in mind, some officers are recommending, council does not support it. Some officers are of the opinion that it's no very limited risk to council. And so overall though, the officer's recommendation is for council to not support this application.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Tony, just a couple of questions. North of this particular property, on Mount Street, which is not yet developed, I'd say north, but going up the hill, is on the left-hand side, there's a lot of council-owned property. So that could be that in the future, council may wish to develop that area. Is that correct? I have one more question also.
Yes, councillor, yeah. There's already discussions, I believe, and high-level investigations into looking at what the possible potentials are for those areas. There's national parks, there's council-owned land, several parcels of council-owned land as well. So.
It's the several parcels that I was thinking of that could be developed in the future somewhere along the lines in that residential area, but we'd have to certainly get the sewage and water up to those areas as well. Also, on this particular map, I see that there's major infrastructure for a stormwater drain. Is that correct?
Yes, Councillor, there's stormwater infrastructure there. Yes.
Other questions, Councillor Ishmael?
So Tony, this is the one that we've already given them some land or allowed the state, haven't we?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah, and they want, yeah, okay.
They just want more now, so yes.
Yeah, because their driveway encroached upon the land reserve. That's right, originally, wasn't it?
Originally, yes, the driveway, but now there's no privately owned infrastructure within the area, I believe. It's purely looking to absorb that land into their own. Yes.
Councillor Mather.
Thank you, Mick. Tony, just clarify something you said there. Did anybody send the applicant advice to the effect that council would consider allowing them to have more land?
So not since the last resolution, no. That was a misunderstanding in that the last resolution, I believe, council was under the impression that we would consider another 10 metres. But that was the misunderstanding, is that advice was from a previous resolution which they had already acted on.
Okay, so they're not under any illusion now that they're going to get another 10 metres?
No, not at all.
Okay, that's okay, thank you.
Happy to come out and resume standing orders, Councillor. Moved Councillor Mather. All in favour? Carried unanimously, thank you. All right, councillors. So we all across the issues. So essentially the recommendation from the officers on this one is that we do not support the application. All right, so we've got a mover and Councillor Mather. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Watson, thank you. Councillor Mather, do you wish to speak to the report?
I don't think so, Mr Mayor. I think we've been through this with the briefing and we're back here revising it, so I think we're clear on what we're voting on.
All right. Thank you. Anyone speaking against the recommendation? Anyone else wish to speak for it? All right. Okay, so we're the recommendation is that council resolves to advise the applicant that it objects to the amended proposal and we don't support it, essentially encapsulating 2 paragraphs or attempting to do that. All right, councillors, so we've got a mover and Councillor Mather, a seconder and Councillor Watson. We'll go to the vote on this one. All in favour of the recommendation? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. 11.14, application for road closure at the intersection of Keppel Sands Road and Joscali Road. Back to you, Mr Lau.
Okay, thank you, Council. This one is the last one. And so this one is, it's a small strip of road reserve between, if you see on the map, it's currently the access point for their property, I believe, and it's just sort of a shared access to that property and the adjacent property. However, the property in question, that small triangle piece of land, that's the land, the owner of that land is applying for this application, the permanent road closure. They currently also have a frontage on Keppel Sands Road on the other 2 property boundaries. Officers, once again, have differing opinions, and some officers say from an infrastructure perspective, we don't have a problem with that. We have no objections, but the Natural Resource Management Coordinator highlighted that it's a sensitive area for fauna. So with that in mind, the officers recommend that council objects to the permanent road closure.
Questions, councillors? Councillor Mather?
Mr Mayor, is it possible to get a better map on the screen, please? I don't know if you want to call for suspension on this one.
Have you
Just want
have you
some
got
clarity.
have you got a question or you?
Not really, I mean, I know the area, I think probably most of us do, but specifically,
All
I
right.
know there's a lot of water in that area.
All right, well, we'll suspend standing orders, so you're moving that?
Yes, I'm
Okay.
passing it.
All in favour? Thank you, councillors. Carried unanimously, Lucy.
You know, the area. That's good, now you'd know it, wouldn't you? Do you know the area, Pat?
Okay.
Specifically?
So you got the map on the screen, councillors? So Lucy, just with your cursor, well, you got it pointed at you. Okay. Yeah. Tony, you might want to go up in front, maybe use it. Yeah. Might work from that distance.
That curve is the Kettle Sands Road.
Yeah. So that's Captain's Road.
Yeah.
This is the parcel land question. The property owner, sorry, the owner is parcel land. This small section here is the application for Captain's Road closure. There's a common access here for the town centre here, and also the track through here, and I believe that's where they access the property through. And so they're requesting road closure, I think. Yeah, so it's for this section anyway. So
Is that a road through there?
it's just a track through here. There's road, I think gravel. I believe it's still a track. It's not a council walk. Yeah, okay, okay. So this section.
That's the Just There Road.
Just through here.
Off the highway straight in the air.
Yeah.
The trucks.
Yes, yeah, yeah. So that's the application, closure section. From infrastructure perspective, these properties still have access through here. There's access to property. Southern properties have access from here, and so this parcel of land here will have access through there. So it's no real issue from the infrastructure perspective. However, the Natural Resource Management team have identified some sensitive vegetation in the area and believe that it's in council's best interest to retain control of this area so we can manage it properly.
That's,
So I think the native vegetation is to ensure that property owners just don't clear it without proper permits, etc. And also for weed controls and sure that is.
who's the owner of that land? Where that is?
Sorry, this one.
Yes.
I'm not sure. It's
We don't know what difference that makes, councillor Mather.
No, I'm trying to get my bearings, Mr Mayor, because I know Graham Carter lives up there. I think that's his.
Well, we probably need to respect privacy in open
No, I'm
forums.
just trying to get the bearings.
Yeah.
so those
Yes, I know Graham.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And there's a house there. And because we're looking at coming up the Jostley Road to meet the bend in the Kettle Sands, Jostley Road. That's all very wet, lots of water flows through there. I just wonder
Is
which
there-
the adjacent landowner, which land does it belong to?
I've read it, but I'm trying to work out why they want it closed, if they're not going to be able to use it.
Just better access, councillor, that's all, that's it.
Are they using it as an access already?
sorry, Councillor, they provide reasons in their application, and their reason being,
It's in the background, Tony, second paragraph. The applicant is seeking to close this section of road as they claim it provides better access to their land, which is otherwise not easily gained from either of the other road frontages. The triangle, yeah.
You can, but it's better access off this non-road road.
That's the argument.
Maybe they've got a store.
All right. So we're clear, councillors, on what the land looks like? Okay. So we resume standing orders. I think we can move. Councillor Mather, all in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, Lucy. All right, so councillors, we've got the officer's recommendation that we object to the permanent road closure. And again, my question in part two, just to confirm, Mr. CEO, is around the delegations and who to sign on that one. I'll leave that to you to sort out.
Thank you, Mr.
Yeah. All right, so can I get a mover and a seconder for the recommendation? Moved, Councillor Friend, seconded, Councillor Mather. Thank you. Councillor Friend, did you wish to speak to the report?
I will, Mr. Mayor, briefly, and not from my own words, but I'll just read the Principal Sustainability Officer's report. This is under my particular portfolio of environment and one of the officers that I deal with. The Natural Resource Management Unit do not support the application for permanent road closure due to the significant environmental values contained on the parcel. There is a waterway wetland running through the parcel as well as it containing mapped regulation vegetation, which includes a significant community of Livingstone australis cabbage tree palms. Allowing this parcel to be incorporated into a private lot may increase the potential for adverse impacts on the vegetation. Retaining the road reserve status and council proactively managing the land, containment of parcel and restricting incursions, community education, replanting, natural regeneration would offer the best protection to the environmental values on the parcel. Having dealt with these particular officers in the natural resource management area, I know that they only have the best intentions for what's right with the land within a council reserve, and this is why I've moved this particular resolution.
All right, thank you, Councillor Friend. Is anyone speaking against the recommendation? Would anyone else like to speak for it? Okay. Well, we'll wrap up debate on that basis then, and we'll go to the vote. So we've got a mover and Councillor Friend, seconder and Councillor Mather, all in favour. Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. 11:15. Thank you, Tony, for your time today. And we have Mr. Pearce, our Manager of Assets and GIS, joining us. Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon, Mr. Mayor.
Welcome to the table, and the floor is yours.
Okay, so this is putting forward the Strategic Asset Management Plan for adoption by Council. We brought a draft plan to the table, to the briefing session in early June. This document is to guide Council's asset management maturity and provide that linkage between Council's corporate plan and our asset management objectives. So I'm happy to take any questions that there may be on this report.
No questions, Mr. Pearce, but I just want to offer my congratulations. I know how much work is involved in this document and how much care and attention has been paid to it, because I know you would have received feedback from this table that this has to be right, and you understand that yourself anyway. So congratulations, and please pass that on to your team as well. I think there's certainly a huge amount of work in this. Councillors, any questions for the officer, please? Councillor Mather.
Mr. Mayor. Hello, Dan. You've got headings on these pages here and numbers beside them. I took them to be page numbers, but I can't find where the page numbers are.
That's very good question, Councillor Mather. Okay, I haven't picked up on that. I'll take note of that. And
Yep.
I'll make amendment
Yep,
to that.
it'll
Yes.
be much easier to find what I'm
Yeah,
looking for.
absolutely. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments, councillors? All right. So, Councillor Bello, this is your portfolio. Would you like to move this one?
Happy to move this, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'm happy to second. Did you wish to speak to it, Councillor Bello?
I think I'd like to endorse your comments, Mr. Chair, that you related the officer, and certainly am encouraged by the detail of this plan. And it was, yeah, reading through it, you really started to understand a holistic sort of a level of governance that, you know, that is critically important to inform how you guys go about managing the assets and, you know, and all the complexities of that. So it's encouraging to actually be able to read it in a, even though it's still quite in depth, it is followable even to a lay person like yourself. So I was encouraged by that. So excellent.
No worries. Thank you, Councillor Bell.
All right. Anyone speaking against? Would anyone else like to speak for? Councillor Friend, your light's on.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And once again, I'd like to commend Dan and all of the staff who worked on this particular strategic asset management plan. In particular, I very much enjoyed seeing how it aligned to our community plan 2050, and in particular under my portfolio, Natural Livingstone was incorporated into your plan to cover things such as sewer, water, site improvements, and to manage the assets in a whole of life and financially sustainable manner. I really enjoyed seeing Natural Livingstone placed in the forefront, along with all of the other areas of this community plan. Enhanced reuse of recycling and resources. Big thumbs up there from me. Protection of coast lines and waterways, and conservation of natural assets and green corridors. And once again, I'd just like to say well done. I thoroughly enjoyed reading the lot.
Great, thank you.
All right. So, councillors, we'll wrap up debate unless anyone else wishes to contribute. All right. So we've got a mover in Councillor Bello, a seconder in myself. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. 11:16, Mr. Pearce, the policy.
Okay, so again, this one is just an update of the asset management policy, just some minor changes as we went through, I think, at the briefing session earlier on this month. Again, this fits in with the whole asset management system and aligns with the strategic asset management plan. So again, I'm happy to take any questions that there might be here. So this was around trying to align the objectives, asset management objectives, a little closer to the community plan objectives, in the most part.
No? Any questions, councillors? All right. Councillor Bello, would you like to move this one as well?
Yep, no problem, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Eastwood, thank you. Councillor Bello moving. Councillor Eastwood seconding. No worries. All right, Councillor Bello, did you wish to speak to
No,
me?
Mr. Chair, I think
all
that's
right,
been
thank
said.
you.
Thank you.
Anyone speaking against? Councillor Eastwood, did you wish to speak to the report?
Just to endorse it, Mr. Mayor, and the hard work that's gone into producing these documents, and it's just a real asset to our community.
Indeed, thank you very much. All right, we'll go to the vote on this one, councillors. We've got a mover in Councillor Bello, seconder in Councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Dan.
All right. He's back again. So we're down to 11:17, I believe, councillors, which is the response to the notice of motion from Councillor Mather in relation to Adelaide Street parking and traffic issues. Mr. Lau.
Thank you again, Mr. Mayor. So, Council, this matter has been tabled in the past, and subsequent to the previous resolution, officers carried out further investigation, had a couple on-site meetings with yourselves and other stakeholders, and also investigated the hang gliding activities at the park. And so the results of is all detailed in the report, as well as a memo for that outlining what officers have gathered regarding the hang gliding activities. But keeping in mind that this notice of motion is about the car parking and the road infrastructure. So officers are making recommendations in accordance with the resolution for the car parking and the roads, but also recommending that further investigation be carried out in regards to the hang gliding activities. So, happy to answer any questions. There's a fair bit of information there, so.
All right. So, Councillor Mather, I might go to you on this one. Does this report address your issues?
The whole idea was to rationalise the parking that's already existing up there, to make best use of it, and to, at the same time, address the behaviour from motorists that could be considered detrimental to safety and hooning. And I think it will, Mr Mayor, it'll go a long way towards it. I think if we look at this in stages, because I think once we get the plan right, we don't have to throw all the money into it at once, but do it in stages and do it carefully so people can see what's happening, but we don't have to bleed the budget at the same time.
All right. We're probably venturing into debate now, but all good. Any other questions? Councillor Watson.
Yep. Yesterday I was standing at, I'm just going to read this. Yesterday I was standing up on Adelaide Street looking out at Keppel, and it made me think, why is Baby Towers Ocean and Villa Marcolina facing the ocean? It was obviously because of the view. Then why are the car parks that we have down near the Baby Tower end facing towards the buildings? We have one of the most picturesque views on the Queensland coast, and it'd be a travesty to face the cars the wrong way. Can we have the spaces changed to face the ocean? I have a few questions. I'm confused by figure 1. It bears little resemblance to the actual draft drawn pictures. The parking is in different spaces. There are 2 rows and single rows. And can you tell me which image is actually correct? Because you show in the drafting one, it shows up to about the 3rd or 4th house up the hill, but in the one where it says the figures in that doesn't show any parking.
Call for suspension of standing orders, Mr Mayor, because I think this might need to be teased out as well to get clarity.
Yeah, we might do that.
Yeah.
All right, so move Councillor Mather, we suspend standing orders. All in favour?
Sorry,
carried unanimously.
Because we want to get this right.
Look, our Towards 2050 program is about livability. And since I was a kid, you could buy fish and chips on the beachfront. Go and sit on the beachfront, eat your fish and chips, and look at the ocean. But over the years, the former councils have removed more and more of our parking, which has pushed everyone up onto that hill, which has caused an issue, which is what Tony's trying to fix. And that's created more issues because we now have what we call informal parking spaces. I'd like to know, does Ocean have enough parking? Because last night when I was standing there, I was talking to a man who was parking his car there, and I said, are you staying the night? And he says, well, I can't park in Ocean, they don't have enough spaces. Then that led me to think about the survey that's been done. It was only between 7:30 and 10 and 2 and 6, not at lunch when the tradies and everyone else is up there having their lunch. And that's part of the reason why people go to this hill. I'm wondering if we've forgotten the reason for this parking. The reason to me in the parking is, yes, there's people that need to park, but there's also the lunchtime when people spend that 15 minutes eating their fish and chips or their sandwich or whatever it is they do. The other thing is, I know we've done consultation, but did we talk to the people who actually use the area? They're just as important as the residents. And then I get to the sport that's been going there for 50 years. And I understand what Tony is saying, but if we don't touch the area, we don't have a problem, I believe. There is a memorial there for Jim Searles, who was one of the hang gliding and ultralight plane builder pioneers in this area, and he crashed out there in the ocean. I still remember the day when it happened because I was in class with his two sons. I still remember that. Hang on a sec. I'm just thinking that this is all about livability. This hill is why we live here. Yeah, this hill is, so many people travel along that coastline from the Singing Ship, and they stop up on that hill, and they sit there and they go, wow, what have we got here in front of us? I know my parents did, and I remember many kids in my class at school who weren't born here had similar stories about driving along our coastline and stopping up on that hill. What we're doing is, I understand we need parking up there, but is it got to be a detriment to the livability of our area? That's what I'm asking. Sorry, thank you.
So from that, Councillor Watson, what are you asking for? Are you asking for those car parks to be redesigned or realigned?
I'm asking if I'd like all parking spaces that have been developed so far, drawn, to face the ocean.
Right.
The problem I also see is when you're parking in those spots down the lower end, the slope of the hill is so great, I think you're almost at 20 degrees. I'm not hoping to get out and measure it, but it is quite an angle to be sitting at in your car. And I don't know how you better do it, and I know you need the numbers to put the spaces in, but that, at the moment you've got the parking spots facing Baby Tower, for instance, and you've got that long stretch, which is obviously to cater for the people with the trailers, but they're going to be sitting like this. And I'm thinking, why have them sitting that way when we have all cars, sorry, turn off that bloody thing, facing the ocean, when that's what this place is about.
Well, to this point of having a report in front of us now, to what extent have you been involved in this so far, Councillor Watson?
Look, I was up on the hill one day with Tony when we talked about the hang gliding. And
all right, so where I'm heading with this is it worthwhile councillors laying this on the table pending further conversations between Councillor Watson and any other interested councillors and the officers?
We've sort of done that though, haven't we, Tony?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I think it probably is. I think it's probably worth a site visit. To me, I concur that it does seem about face, the bottom car park. It just seems silly to have cars facing the wrong way with big camper vans in front of the view anyway, so it just needs to be flipped over.
All right. Other thoughts, councillors?
Mr Mayor, I think it would be a good idea if all members came up there and understood what is being proposed, so that we're all on the same page.
All right. So are you happy to entertain a procedural motion of this lay on the table, councillors?
Yes.
The officers could take on board the feedback and come up with another proposal that we have a look at. I mean, all we're doing is considering these options because we've already met up on site there once. That we could just feed into the officers at this point if that is helpful to maybe come up with alternative designs that could reflect that.
I don't disagree, Councillor Bello. The only reason I was suggesting the procedural motion was to give Councillor Watson an opportunity to have greater input. Yeah.
Look, it's another thing, and this is to do with former councils, but the car parks have been encroaching into the parkland, and the fence has been raised. And yes, I know we don't agree with the hang gliders doing it, but they have been doing it for 50 years. And if we can't do it there, we have to find an alternative for them, because they've lost every other area in this coastline, which is what I'm worried about with surfing and every other thing. You know, if we didn't have the surfing reserve, we wouldn't have that protected, and we're going to. Kent Beach isn't as good as it used to be. Things are denigrating, I think that's the word, as we go along, and we need to think about the future. That's what I'm thinking.
Indeed. All right, so councillors, I'm looking for direction. Do you want to actually entertain Councillor Bello's thought here?
Through you, Mr. Mayor,
Yeah.
I'm quite happy to lay this on the table and await another plan, an alternative plan. I just have one little statement to make. We're just reading through the report. The wording states the majority of the community, well, 54 people were surveyed. Perhaps the wording to the majority of the community can change to those that are surveyed. Yeah, because the majority is not 54. Thank you.
Tony, can I just ask a question? Do you have any other ideas?
Is there another alternative you had in the back of your mind while you're doing this? That might work?
Yeah, so councillor, as these are concepts, we come up with ideas that we think will work. They're not set in stone. We can flip the parking around. We can incorporate any ideas. It's not a problem at all.
I'm just wondering if you know when you're doing something, you always have a couple of ideas in your head, and I was just wondering if you had other ideas in your head while you were looking at it. That's all.
I guess it's because we're restricted in the room we have, and taken into consideration, we want to deter vehicles from just turning into the parks off the road. So an arrangement like that, it suits, as in there's a separation between the actual road and the car parking space. Like I said, these concepts can change.
All right. Well, councillors, I'm going to move a procedural motion that we lay this on the table pending further consultation between councillors and the officers, and that the officers then can come back with another report, and that will allow us to remove it from the table and consider it again.
Mr Mayor, do we need to resume standing orders before we do?
We need to do that first. I'm just foreshadowing what I'm going to do, Councillor Mather. Thank you.
And I think to go on what Councillor Watson was saying is, and what Tony was saying, we've only got limited movement there without cutting down the embankment that actually forms part of the road. So we'll be rendering that vulnerable if we were to take too much land to do the parking that we would like. But I think we'll get the best result out of what we've got there. But for everybody to be on board, knowing what's there and being satisfied with what's proposed, I think it's not wasted time at all to go up there and have a look and be satisfied.
Okay. All
Thanks, Mr Mayor.
All right. So, Councillor Watson, can I get you to come out of resume standing orders? Okay. Thank you. All in favour? Carried unanimously. All right. So I'm going to move a procedural motion, Lucy, that this lay on the table pending further discussion between councillors and officers. And that a revised report be brought back to a future council meeting. Thanks, Lucy. Do you understand that the procedural motion, councillors? Just go to the vote on that one. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. 11:18. In response to traffic, notice of management plan for traffic issues. This is the Bengali. Okay, issues. Councillor Watson has a conflict of interest because you own a property. Is it still at Bengali? All right. All right. So Tony, you're presenting this one as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Over to you. Thank you.
Yeah. So further to the briefing session report, so officers are recommending to council to accept the latest community consultation results and just endorse the proposal by officers to upgrade the existing beach access at Hinds Avenue and support a business case being prepared, submitted to include this project into the forward work program. If I won't go through it again, we've been through it in the briefing session. So
that's all right. Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Go ahead, councillor.
I'm just going to make a quick statement, and then I've got a number of questions, and I do ask that leave the table to ask these questions, if that's okay.
Well, we can, but I mean, we're not in debate yet. If you're making a statement, we're just at question time, councillor.
All right. So it's not really a statement. It's just pointing out part 4 of the resolution states to endorse the further development of a traffic management strategy that aims to educate beachgoers, reduce errant behaviour, and help protect natural coastal habitat. As a package for managing traffic issues, this further area of strategy actually should be included in this particular report already. My questions are, In 2020, did you not bring the upgrade of the beach access ramp to the table sometime, was it May in 2020, May or June of last year? And then we laid this on the table. Is that correct, Tony?
I can't recall, to be honest, councillor.
Okay. All right. And in relation to point 4, we've discussed this in depth through briefings and over this last 12 months. And do you currently have anything in relation to this point 4 of the resolution set in stone? For example, have you contacted the landowner, the neighbouring landowner, to try to liaise and negotiate any of the other options?
Oh, yes, so you're referring to Iwasaki Sanyo?
Yes, I was trying not to.
Numerous times, yes.
Yes, I was trying to be discreet as far as the naming them.
Okay, sorry.
You're fine. You're fine. Have you contacted QPS in relation to a CCTV camera facing the northern side of the gazetted road at Farnborough Beach? We spoke of this in the last briefing.
I believe where officers have talked to QPS about the camera on more than one occasion, I believe, yes.
Okay. Is the CCTV that's currently there that council has installed, is it active? It's facing south, so to stop people from turning right.
Yes, I can't recall. Sorry, councillor.
Okay. In your report, you state that the reinstatement of a permit system that you are continuing to investigate if legislation will allow council to implement. So you're continuing to investigate. Are your investigations complete? It would be either yes or no, I imagine.
Which section, sorry, councillor?
In the report, I've just got to find it myself. I've written it down. It's after the conclusion. Hold on a second. Staffing implications.
Yep, I got you there. Yep.
Can you see it?
Council officers continue to investigate
Yes.
if legislation will allow council to implement a permit access system.
Okay, so is your investigation complete, or how are you continuing to investigate it?
Yes, I guess, yes, councillor, yes, officers have investigated and it has been completed. But I guess if council, so the result, the outcome of the officer's investigation was that council does not have the power to enforce or introduce a permit system where road users have to pay to use a particular road reserve.
Sure.
And there's an enforcement issue as well. The council currently doesn't have the power to enforce.
Yes.
But that's not to say if council may pass a resolution or council may seek the powers from the state government, similar to paying tolls on roads, for example. And so, if council wished for officers to further investigate in those specific circumstances, where if we can say talk to the state government, for example. Yeah, so that's what that's referring to. We can continue if council wishes to, but at this stage, our investigation outcomes is that. Yes.
If I can just jump in, Mr. Mayor, and just ask, you said then about permit system, user pay. So how about if there's no payment? Does that make a difference? Because I don't think we're really talking about payment too much.
Yeah, so it's similarly whether they pay or not, I suppose, is what will a permit system do? Does council have the ability to stop any road user from using that section of road? I believe council does not have that power. It's a public thoroughfare, public road. There's no way we can prevent certain users from using the road.
Through the chair, in relation to the permit system, but not a permit system, have you considered, we had discussed in the past, a QR code for education?
Yes, yes, Councillor. That's I believe that is your suggestion, and it is possible. We have officers have investigated, and that would form part of the further development of the traffic management strategy. Is in that at the entrance to the beach access, there's signboards, etc., with a QR code where beachgoers can use it, and it takes them to a website or wherever to find all the information they need about proper behaviour on the beach, etc. Yeah.
And my last question in relation to the number 4, if we were to endorse a further development of a traffic management strategy, which I personally and in my opinion believe should have been a part of this particular report, how long will it take to complete, and when will it come back to the table? Where, as councillors, we're subject to scrutiny via the community. They're going to come to us. They won't necessarily come to you, they'll come to us, and they need to know this information. This has been going on for over 12 months now, and this particular one, but however, with Councillor Bello and Councillor Eastwood and previous councillors, it's been going on for over 20 years. So you know, to just today to endorse another one, how would that look in I think Councillor Hutton mentioned front page of the Courier Mail earlier today. How would that look, just to come up with the exact same information that we've had at the beginning of our tenure, with an upgrade to the ramp, and that's it? We still haven't come up with any solid information in relation to how we're going to curb the erratic behaviour of beachgoers. And in particular, I'd just like to note for the public that a lot of the people that do drive on the beach are very responsible, but it's the minority that ruin it for the majority. So I was thinking, Mr. Mayor, to also lay this on the table to await that number 4, endorse further development of a traffic management strategy that aims to educate beachgoers, reduce errant behaviour, driver behaviour, and help protect the natural environment, to be incorporated into whether we decide to upgrade the current ramp.
Noted, Councillor. An option is to also put a time frame on point 4.
Well, I'd certainly be happy with a time frame. I know that Councillor Bello has been involved with this for a lot longer than myself, and I would certainly welcome his comments.
Councillor Bello.
Yeah, thank you very much. In the absence of anybody else wanting to ask a question before, I'm happy to. Look, I've sent you all a foreshadowed motion in the event that this one's not successful. I'm okay with saying I'm going to be voting against it for various reasons I'll explain later. But before doing that, some questions I've got in relation to the survey options that were put forward. The methodology that the options were constructed, I guess, and it was not surprising to see the results from those who participated in the response, both from the general public and the Bengalee community. For example, when you give someone 4 options and taking into account for the Bengalee community, primarily their objection from day one has been the impact on their amenity because of the increase in activity on the beach. That's the problem that they've noticed over the last 20 years, and especially the last 5 years, has increased dramatically. And it was initiated with a traffic count that started with the previous director, Mr. Danny Toon. That came in at 840 traffic movements in one day, and that was probably 4.5 years ago. That came quite as a shock to all involved in that traffic count, because very few people were aware of how high that traffic count was. Okay, so we get to where we are here now. We've surveyed the community. For example, we've said an option could be you could use Iwasaki's beach ramp. Okay, that might be an option. What's the likelihood of that option being achieved? Okay, because a person responding to that survey perhaps could think, oh, that must be an option. I don't know actually that it's an option. it's a scenario as such. But if it's an option, I would like to test it in some ways to be able to say, look, understand if you choose option 3, which is the Iwasaki beach ramp, or you choose option 4, which is to take this northern access ramp, 9 kilometres away from the Bengali community, understand that the likelihood of that could be 1 in 10 million, potentially, or it could be 1 in 1 million. But it's that complex and that difficult to achieve those things. But without them knowing that, there's an understanding almost, or an expectation that, oh, that's actually something that's in our options. So for me, I find it really concerning to see, probably for the best of intentions, that options are being provided in a way that I would think are very challenging to actually deliver on. Okay, and hence we have, for example, anyway, so that's, I know I don't want to enter a debate, but I was curious on the logic of providing options when the potential to achieve them, or do we think we could learn from this survey whereby we don't put options forward without actually qualifying them to the public to say, look, this is not likely to ever happen, but it is an option. Do you want to support it? Because your vote is going to count. That's what I'm looking for, I guess, from the organisation when we're doing surveys, that those options are tested in a way that they actually can be delivered. Otherwise, I really question whether they should be put forward of options at all.
So your question, Councillor Bello, was around the efficacy of the
validity
survey.
of the survey results without understanding the magnitude of the options that have been put forward.
All right. Response?
So, would you like me to respond to Councillor Friend's couple of questions first? Okay. Okay. So for the options, yes, so officers presented those as options because we believe they are options and we believe they can be very likely should council decide that we should take that avenue. Because officers, the council has that power, has the power under the various pieces of legislation to resume land for road purposes. So should council decide to go down that avenue, it is very likely that it can be achievable because we have the power. So that's that issue, I suppose.
Can I just challenge that? Well, I would have thought that it would be very unlikely that council would have any grounds to be able to say take over the ramp through Bridges Resort. I would find that we would never be able to do that without permission, because they actually have a resort there, or what is most likely or could become a resort again. I guess it is a question, really. Is that how you would see it, Tony?
I guess when we submit applications for resumption, there's certain criteria that we need to tick boxes for. The needs of the community, etc., is a strong one. And have we looked at all other alternative options? And so when we look at all the different reasons why we want to proceed with a resumption, that gives us a better understanding of the likelihood of success, I suppose. So in this instance, should council wish for officers to proceed with the resumption, and then we would go through the process. So at the end of the day, it comes down to the minister and the minister's decision. And I guess the argument from the landowner against the argument from council. So I can't predict what would happen, but that's why I mentioned that we do have the powers to resume land, and
I guess
it
if I
is
could,
possible.
Through the chair, if I could, and the CEO, Tony, thank you for that response. I guess the point I was probably trying to understand better is, whilst they may be all, I think you said the options can be very likely, but if I was to ask as a layman, do you think there's more success, say all options were open to us, 234. And we were looking to the organisation for advice on which option do you think is most likely to be achieved through a compulsory acquisition, option 2, 3 or 4. I would be interested to know that as a member of the public wanting to, before I put my cross in the survey, I would think that option 4 is much more complex. It's significantly more expensive. It's significantly more imposting on the landowner, say, as opposed to option 2. Is there a difference in the likelihood of either one of those getting up? And without that being informed in the survey, it sort of plants the seed that all options are virtually no more complex, no more difficult. They're all can be treated like for like, but they're vastly different. So thank you for your response. That's the conclusion I can only draw based on the experience that I've sort of got at this point in time. And I look forward to the debate. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions of the officers, councillors? All right. Well, we'll go to a mover and a seconder, if I can get them, for the recommendation. Do I have a mover? Councillor Mather, thank you. Do I have a seconder? Well, we can deal with that, councillors. We can, Mr. CEO, we can amend point 4.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
If that's Councillor Mather's proposal.
Indeed it is. Yeah.
So, yeah, sorry, so I guess the officer's intention is, for this report, we want to lock down location of the access. And then once we lock down the location, we further develop the detailed design and the traffic management strategy. So, if, depending on when the budget receives, when the project receives budget approval, that gives us a timeline of, okay, if it's approved for construction in next financial year, I believe there's budget in this financial year, actually.
That won't prevent you from undertaking point 4.
So that gives us a time frame of potentially, say, 6 months to have this completed by. Yeah. So that sort of gives us a time frame of when the project's approved for budget.
All right. Well, to you and to the executive director, what is a time frame that you think this is doable within?
I'm happy to answer that, Mr. Mayor. I think we should look to try and fast track dot point number 4. We've done a lot of work on this. We've spoken about this many times in the past. We do have some contact. We've been out on site. We've got some signs. I think it's just a matter of bringing it all together, and I don't think any more than 3 months would be required to put a campaign together for a Facebook. We've got contacts with the 4-Drive community, so we can start to work with them to message. We've got driver behaviour information from Queensland Transport and driving on beaches and that sort of thing, so we can weave it into a fairly powerful message fairly quickly and push that out. We do have the camera on that faces the southern, if you turn right off the current ramp, that's in use, so that's currently working. So we've got things in train. I think it's a matter of bringing it together, and I don't think any more than 3 months should be acceptable, to be honest.
All right, so if we requested that you bring that report back to the October meeting, ordinary meeting of council?
I'd accept that, that's great.
Councillor Friend.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know Councillor Mather has moved this. I just want to reiterate that I think it's very important to have that information before we decide on an upgrade of the current ramp. If we upgrade the current ramp, what other alternatives are we going to that we're going to implement to be able to decide that we're going to endorse the upgrade of the existing ramp? And when you said earlier, Tony, in relation to the neighbouring property, what was your response from them? Was there any response from them?
Yes, the response was negative. They did not, can't remember the exact words, they did not they indicated they would not support any land acquisition through their land.
Okay, because this we've come full circle with a lot of hard work by all of the officers, staff, engagement, infrastructure, and we've come full circle to the same issues that we're going to have moving forward into the future, is that the residents of Bangalee cannot use the beach, take their
Excuse
children.
me, Councillor, is there a question in this? We're still in question.
No, thank you, I forgot.
Right,
Thank you.
okay. All right, so I need Councillor Mather is moving with the addition of a time frame in point 4, as I understand it, Councillor Mather?
Yes, I did. And I think the director felt the meeting of
October 2021, the ordinary meeting of council. 3 months, yep. So if we include that, and councillors will include that, and then you can support this or vote against it, whatever you wish. But we just want to get the as much as we can right on this.
Certainly. Mr Mayor, if we're going to look at that, can we endorse the upgrade of the existing beach access at Hinds Avenue, Bangalee?
Well, can I get the right wording on point 4 right first? Thanks, councillor. So, Lucy, with the report being presented to the October 2021 ordinary meeting of council. To the October ordinary meeting of council, October 2021 ordinary meeting of council, sorry. Okay. All right, so we've got point 4. Is everyone comfortable with the timing around this? You've got October ordinary meeting of council. Yep, thank you. Right. Now, Councillor Friend, your point was?
My point was to remove number 2 because I don't feel comfortable endorsing the upgrade of the ramp, current existing ramp that is, until we have all of the information that comes with point 4. So
would you not be removing point 3 as well then?
We'll finalise a business case. Excuse me.
If I could, Mr Chair, as a suggestion, I believe we're virtually trying to amend an officer's recommendation on the basis that it'd be good to put this motion to the table in its
current form.
Current form.
Yep.
Test the will of the table. In its current form, it's the officer's recommendation. If we choose to support it, we do. If we don't, well... That's
right. The amendment is in terms of the timing and point 4, and leave it at that. Yeah. Thank you. Right. All right.
Move it.
So, is there anyone moving this as it stands at the moment? We're back to where we started with the... Correct. Yep. All right, so... All right, so we've got mover and Councillor Mather. Seconder, please. Can I get a seconder on this one? All right, Councillor Hutton, thank you. All right. So, Councillor Mather, did you wish to speak to the recommendation?
I don't know what chances it has breathing life, Mr Mayor, but the reason why I did that in the first place was because the alternative land use for a ramp, an alternative ramp, was not a goer. We've been told that several times by the landowner, and we're back to where we started, and that's the reason why I went that way. But I believe this, if we do the exercises that we need to do within the next 3 months, we'll have a clearer picture of what we're doing. I know we've been on this for quite some time, and I think if we can get those business cases done, even number 3, if we get the business case on the ramp, we will know for sure 3 months from now whether it is going to be a goer.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Anyone speaking against? Councillor Eastwood.
Yeah, I'll just briefly speak against it, Mr Mayor. I don't think that we should endorse anything that at this stage in relation to upgrading the Bangalee ramp until we've absolutely exhausted other avenues such as the Miraweena prospect. This is really complex for us, particularly for the Bangalee residents who put up with a lot of poor behaviour, and I think we really do owe it to protect those residents as much as we can, and as well as being able to maintain access to the beach. It's important that we have greater education, and even I was thinking about before, and I was scribing in my head what would be a policy, and I really believe in a community policing policy where our community get involved in, say, something like a dob in a donut, so that we get our community assisting the police and assisting national parks and even council in keeping our roadways and our beaches safe. But in the meantime, we need to continue to push, and I just don't want council, and I don't know if this is what's happened, but I certainly don't want us to just go down what looks like the easiest approach. I think this needs a bit more work. At the moment, there's not a great rush. We don't need to rush these things, but we've got to get it right. And I think that's the biggest thing at the moment. So I oppose this at the moment. I just cannot endorse particularly the upgrade of the existing ramp until every other avenue has been exhausted. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Eastwood. Anyone wish to speak for the recommendation? Okay, I'm going to speak against it. I share a lot of the concerns that have been expressed around the table at this point. I would be happy to endorse this recommendation if point 2 was actually removed. I too do not wish to actually support upgrading the existing beach ramp without having all the alternatives explored, and also I share Councillor Bellow's concern about the actual community consultation process that's occurred to this point. I think having a business case for the upgrade of the existing beach ramp would be interesting, but would it be a waste of resources if it's not actually going to be the right choice? So I do endorse point 4 of this one, because I do share Councillor Friend's concern that this has been flapping in the breeze way too long, and I would have hoped that we'd have a traffic management strategy before now, but certainly I would endorse that work happening from this point onwards. So I won't be supporting this one, councillors. Anyone else wish to speak to the motion? All right, so we've got a... Okay, Councillor Bellow.
Just a number of points, I guess, for me to try and make as clear as I can. In terms of number 4, that should be an absolute given. Virtually not even needed in the motion ultimately. The identification for a Palmer Beach Management Plan was raised probably 4 to 5 years ago. So to me, that's not, it is a massive issue, but it's not a big issue, because it's something that there is no debate about whether we should do it. We all support the safe, responsible, law-abiding activity on whether it be a beach, park, a road, wherever. It's not something that we actually go, oh, do we want it there or not? Of course we do. The challenge we've got, that I've got with the motion, is that it basically is about condensing the community consultation, using the data to justify spending, I think, $130,000 or somewhere around that on the ramp. Once that money's spent, Bangalore gets ticked off, and that reinforces that ramp's position there for the next 20 years, potentially. The growth that we're seeing has become so great that this little beach access was once used by 3 or 4 fishermen to put a tinny in when it was first put there probably 50 years ago. That's what its purpose was. Time has moved on, the community's moved on. I hope that we can move on, but the only way we move on, it's not even about exhausting the options, it's having the appetite and the fortitude, despite what the landholder says. Because I'm under no illusions that one day the landowner is going to say, oh, actually, we're going to let you come through, it's all good. That may never ever happen. That's something that we've got to accept. That's why you have the lever, which the officer has alluded to, and his words, its options can be very likely. That's why you pull the lever of, well, we now need to go to a land acquisition. Now, of the options that we're going to subject our ratepayers to, which of those options have we got the appetite to afford? That's where I think we need to be, not so much 1, 2, 3, 4. It's, so anyway, that's why I won't be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bello. All right, councillors, we'll wrap up debate on this one. We've got a mover in Councillor Mather, a seconder in Councillor Hutton. All those in favour? Okay. Are those against? The motion is lost. What a surprise. We will now entertain Councillor Bello's alternate motion, which I think he sent to us.
Well, before Councillor Bella's alternate motion, Mr Mayor, may I just suggest that we use some of that previous motion, but remove number 2, and it's, if we can, I'll just wait until Lucy, if we can go back to it. You're right. Notes the results, so that's, we should endorse that because we're noting the results of the community consultation. Remove number 2. Finalise a business case, maybe that certainly needs to change, and endorse number 4. What are your thoughts, Councillor Bello?
Well, Councillor Friend, I think Councillor Bello's point in his proposed resolution about maintaining the boat ramp, or spend a minimal amount on, and I'll get the wording right, Councillor Bello.
Expend necessary funds to maintain Bangley.
Only expend necessary funds to maintain Bangley ramps, the Bangley ramps' suitable functionality for the time being. I guess Councillor Bello is where you were going with that. Was that not the case? All right, so that potentially, Councillor Friend, could replace Councillor point 3. I beg your pardon, if you were.
Certainly, yes, I'd be happy with that. Also, I'm happy with Councillor Bello's second point, reaffirm Council's commitment to investigating an alternative additional Farnborough Beach Big Dune beach access north of Bangley in order to address the current and future growth. But I certainly would like our point 4 to be on there as well.
Sure. Okay. All right, so councillors, just as shooting from the hip here, and Councillor Bello, please indulge me. All right, so please indulge me, but if we maintain point 1 from that resolution, secondly, we remove point 2 and replace that perhaps with maintain the Bangley boat ramp, continue to maintain the Bangley boat ramp. Yeah, I know, it's a bit hard, isn't it? Lucy's trying to keep up with us, that's the problem. Yeah.
Sorry. So keeping the number 1.
You keep the number 1, yeah, replace, remove number 2.
Yeah. So I might just go back.
No, go. What you were doing is right. So this one here, just delete line 2 or point 2.
This one.
Yep.
The one that was removed from the second.
So that's been determined. That was.
Yeah, this is an amendment now.
Yeah, so we just copy.
Yep, you can copy it. Yeah, all right. Yeah, you can do that if you wish to. Yeah, sorry. My bad.
So keeping 1, yes, deleting 2.
Deleting 2.
Yep.
And I guess Councillor Bello, I'm thinking of point 2 here is perhaps something like maintain. Yeah.
My only concern is that clearly it's got to be fit for purpose. So providing that captures that in a way that would mitigate a risk to an acceptable level, and that's the extent of time. We don't spend the full expenditure on 3.
All right.
We do enough to make it virtually the way it's been for the last 27 and a half years.
Well, perhaps we can get the points up there and they can wordsmith it around there. Point 3, Lucy, just hit return, or might just leave that, no, where you were, down the bottom there. So just on the finalise, the beginning of finalise, just hit return, and we'll include a new point 3, no. All right.
Yes.
All right. So reaffirm council's commitment. That's Councillor Bellow's third, point 2, yep. Yep. And point 4 can be as it is. Councillor Friend, you happy with that? Point 4 stays in, endorse the future. Yeah. Sorry? Oh. Well, it just went over my head. Right.
But only to listen up to us when he's got to saw it.
Right. So we choose to ignore that. All right. So Councillor Bellow and Councillor Friend, looking for some guidance. You happy with that?
I'm okay with that. It's up to Councillor Bellow. I'm quite happy with that. No.
I had number 3, undertake a public meeting with the Bangalee community. I think that's probably one thing that I'd certainly like council to include in our strategy going forward in regard to consultation with that community, that I believe we haven't as yet done, and it would be, in my belief, a positive meeting to take place, as opposed to the surveys and all that sort of stuff, so that there's a chance for that to be condensed and sort of thrashed out.
And at what time or point in time would you do that, Councillor, after that earlier work has
But
been
hasn't
done?
that already been done just recently?
We've had a few meetings, haven't we?
There's been.
Public meeting up there with the...
Not a public
They're
meeting.
probably wondering what's going on because they've been canvassed and canvassed, and they'll be doing it again.
Well, hang on, I guess that's why I put in here, this is my belief is that there would be much benefit in having a public meeting with the Bangalee community, which we haven't as yet done, to my knowledge.
But we've just done a personal survey.
You've had surveys on top of surveys which have created a myriad of different questions.
But you've met with them though, haven't you?
I've certainly spoken to people on the phone. There's 80 odd people who live there. That was the feedback that I was getting from people of the Bangalee community. Gee, we'd love you to come in and just talk to us. Okay, I'll put it in the motion there.
But you've had the surveys and you've had questions to those people, to the residents, and those who wanted to respond did respond. And if there's not enough information from those, what do you do next?
Well, if I may, through the chair, I certainly endorse Councillor Bellows having a public meeting, very much like the public meetings we've had with the residents of Joscalee. Make sure that it's well noted, advertised, and we all turn up to have a public face-to-face meeting. And I think Councillor Bellows is right, that's what a lot of the residents are wishing for. I back you on that.
Have we totally, quantified, investigate the old one, investigate the viability of purposes? Is that totally?
Yeah, but it hasn't got that far yet.
Well,
What's you, Mr. Chair,
you're prohibiting me from speaking, Councillor Eastwood, eh?
It seems that way.
Yeah.
So officers have provided our findings to council, I suppose. If you wish us to further investigate, we will do that. We could do that.
Oh, I'm not, and again, I'm not convinced that there's value in it, Councillor Eastwood, because we've been told definitively by Queensland Police Service that we have no jurisdiction.
And through the chair to Mr. Lau, the QR code, the educational side of things is a possibility.
There's more than a possibility, Councillor. It's something that we agree with and would like to implement as well. So, yes.
Can I ask a question? Why are we removing the option to get a business case for the current ramp if we may need to do that down the track? I'm saying that was number 3. And I mean, if it's not used, if the business case doesn't pan out, so be it. But what's the harm in having all that information together, including the business case for the current ramp? I mean, then you'll have it all together. If we're going to do it piecemeal, I can see it coming back 3 months' time looking for that business case. That's what I can see. Because we've got enough information, I believe, here now to proceed with a business case, and you'll always have it there. At least you can attach it to or remove it from anything else you might want to do down the track. But if we get to all these consultations and so forth, and then find out, oh, we need a business case to follow through, we're going to waste more time.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm happy to answer that, or alternatively leave it to the debate, where I probably believe it's better.
I'd prefer to leave it to debate, Councillor Mather, if that's okay. We'll address it at that point. All right, so we're just framing a resolution at this point.
The only word I would probably, well, I'm requesting just to get us added in there is, I think it's a nuance of it, but it's important. Reaffirms Council's commitment to investigating alternate additional Farmer Beach vehicle needs to be in there somewhere, because we have pedestrian beach accesses, we have vehicle beach accesses, and clearly this is currently and primarily it was used as a vehicle access to launch and retrieve boats. That's what it was fundamentally for originally. That's what I understand to be the case. So I have no intention to remove that current use. That's not what I'm pushing for, is to just find a better access. That's what I'm about. So if we could get vehicle in there somewhere,
I think, yeah, Lucy's all over that.
That would be great. Yeah, that's great, Lucy. You've done that exceptionally well. Thank you.
All right. So, councillors, we've got an alternate resolution in front of you. So we'll go to debate on this.
Happy to move, Mr. Chair.
All right, moved Councillor Bello, seconded Councillor Reeswood. Now, Councillor Bello, do you want to speak to this?
Yeah, look, Mr. Chair, firstly, thank you for everybody that's contributed to putting this together, and irrespective of which way you vote, I respect that totally. The catalyst for me doing this is that I don't support, and part of the reason I don't want to support a business case on the existing ramp is fundamentally I'm opposed to investing in the Bengalee beach access as a piece of infrastructure. That's why I don't want to proceed with a business case there. It works in its current format. It doesn't need significant upgrade for it to function. If we were all in agreement that we wanted it to stay there, or if council's position was we were supportive of the ramp where it is, well, clearly a business case would be paramount to how we spend money there to get the best plan for that piece of infrastructure moving forward. Fundamentally, I don't support it going there. I believe that with the growth that we're seeing in our region and the magnificent experience that is to be able to go up to Farmer Beach, enjoy the surfing and the fishing and what have you, is something that I'd like to sell to the world, literally. But I recognise in doing that, every person that comes there, the more they come, the more they impact on the Bengalee community. So the compassionate side of me thinks, okay, how do we find a solution to that? Or is it fair that we just say, too bad, too sad, you bought there, you've got to put up with it? I don't think that's good governance. I don't think that's good leadership. So I want to try and find a solution. I don't mean I, as in me, but in my role as a councillor, I want to try and contribute to the positive outcome of that scenario. The best way that I think we can do that is look for an alternate access. I know we've tried. I know that the landholder respectfully has said, no, we're not interested. I believe that they need to be part of the solution as well. They're a huge part of the footprint of our coast up there. They were able to achieve that land politically probably 40 odd years ago for a very low cost. Good luck to them. But I think our community's at a point where the growth is of such magnitude that they need to sit down with us and be part of the solution. And I hope that they will. In the event that they don't, then I believe we still need to have the fortitude to say, well, we are going to move on behalf of our community to find a better solution. If that means putting into the courts, acquiring a portion of your land, well, that's what we'll do. That's what I hope that this council will do. I respect it if it doesn't, but that's what I believe is the best way forward, so that in 10 years' time,
when there's significantly more users there, we don't end up with a situation where the officers are saying, we're going to have to close the beach because it's too problematic. That won't be a good day for Central Queensland and our local community. So I want to be on the front foot, and I think moving the ramp is the best way forward, and that's why I hope that you'll support this in its intent. And in the interim, we'll maintain the Bangalee ramp to a suitable level, but we won't be spending significant money on it, knowing that the desire of council is to move that or to find an alternate or additional ramp to the north. That's it. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Councillor Bello. Is anyone speaking against Councillor Mather?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. It's not something that I wish to do because we've dwelt, like other things that we have going around and around and around. This is one of them. And I don't mind, like I've said before, how long it takes to get things right, as long as we take our time and do our homework. As for the alternate accesses to the beach, how many times have we done that? And what have we ended up with? We've got to ask ourselves the same thing, exactly the same thing. The options that we had, including Merowina, which doesn't belong to us, the outside land that is, we have no control over that. And the landowner has said several times, I'm not interested. And I think this landowner is one that you really must listen to, because they have political clout, and if we end up rubbing them the wrong way, we could end up in more trouble than enough. I don't have a problem with 1 or 2 or 4. We're talking about wasting resources. We're asking our officers to go back and reaffirm what alternatives we have. We've done it. How many times? We've ended up with the same result, and we're asking them to do it again. Sure, we've got to look into the future, but for now, we're dealing with now. Number 4 is the only one that's going to address the errant behaviour, but there's nothing in place at the moment to actually control it. We can educate them, and we've tried to do that over a long period of time. Hasn't worked to date. That's why we're still here. We haven't addressed what we're going to do to make them comply and how we're going to catch them when they don't comply. So I think that's where we need to focus as well. So I think it's deficient. Well intended, but deficient.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Anyone speaking for? Councillor Eastwood?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Look, the problem is not the ramp. The problem is its location. And we're going to continue to have problems in front of Bangalee residents whilst we have that location. I think, like Councillor Friend has already stated in the former maybe she didn't anyway. But we can't control drivers' behaviour, but we can control where they're allowed to drive. And we can. It's a lot easier for the police to police an area where they're not supposed to be, rather than to catch them doing some of the silly things they do up the beach. Councillor Mather stated that we don't have control over that land at Merowina or Iwasaki's land, and that's where we need to be, I guess, trying to take control and make things work for us and make things work for our community. You know, this is a classic location, so close to a major town and also a major city in our area. We're very lucky to have it and to maintain it in a good condition, and to have it so that it is able to achieve a livable solution to those that want to fish, surf, run, walk, take their dogs, and also to look after our residents. We need to look for alternatives. We can't have we can't have the sort of behaviour that's been happening on that beach continue in front of residences. We can't blame the people for it. People often say, oh, they bought there knowing that they're in front of the beach access. Well, I don't buy that, because things have changed a lot. And like Councillor Bello said, I've been here 20 years, and you used to get 1 or 2 people go up that beach on a weekend. Now you might get 100 or 200. There's a big difference. Times have changed, and we need to make sure that we move with that change and look after our people. But also, not only our residents, but to maintain what I believe is pretty much a world-class thing, that we can drive up the beach. You know, I take visitors up there and they just go, wow, I've never done this, ever. And these are other people in Australia. And then you take international people upstairs, it's absolutely amazing. And we need to make sure that we are able to keep that open and to be able to use it while looking after the environment and looking after our people. It's very important, and I just think that this is the way forward. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Councillor Friend.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to speak for this particular resolution. If we've always done what we've always did, we'll always get what we've always got. And honestly, as the years roll on, and like Councillor Eastwood and Councillor Bello have stated, the vehicular traffic has increased 100-fold. If we don't start looking at alternatives and making the big decisions, making sure that we're placing this within our budgetary constraints as well, it's just going to grow out of proportion, and I do not want to see this particular beach access close. And as this gets worse from year to year, let's make that change. Let's look at alternatives. Let's be holistic within our approach and not just, right, it's all too hard, we don't want to do that, costs too much money, etc. We need to look after our residents, and we need to keep something that's very precious, including protecting the environment, the turtle nestings, the dune systems, the remnant vegetation. All of these things need to be protected. So I am happier with this resolution, and I'm particularly happy that we have a timeline, October, for the point 4 of this particular resolution, and so I am for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Anyone speaking against? Okay, well, with Councillor Eastwood's permission, I'll speak as well. I'm a little bit conflicted on this one, councillors. I am going to support it, but the main reason I'm supporting it is because of point 4. I think that the key to this is actually the education of beach users and beachgoers in reducing that errant behaviour. The activities in front of Bangalee settlement itself, yes, that's an issue. But my greater concern is what happens further up the beach in the dunes when you get these idiots tearing through turtle nests and bird nests and everything else. And the police tell us these aren't people who are local. They are out-of-towners doing this because they have no clue about the environmental damage that they're perpetrating on us and on our environment. So I'm particularly comfortable with point 4, and I'm really happy that that's in there. I guess from point 1 is, yep, we're noting the results. Point 2, yep, okay with that. Point 3, I'm not really sure what that actually is going to achieve. It says we're going to investigate alternative, additional or alternative Farnborough Beach vehicular access. Okay, maybe we can continue to do that, but I'm not sure what level of success we're going to have with that. But certainly, I'm more than happy to support this on the basis of point 4, and I certainly, on that basis, endorse it to the table. Councillor Hutton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. In addressing this, I think that there's a couple of things that we need to consider, and ultimately, when we go to the community and we ask for their feedback, we need to demonstrate not only that we've heard them, but how we're considering. And so I think one of, well, to be honest, my only concern with the item that we have in front of us is the investigation of an alternate as opposed to just the addition of an additional beach access. I agree completely with my councillor colleagues that if you don't plan for the future, you plan to fail, and we know that the vehicular access on this beach has grown dramatically, and so there is a time, and it's coming very quickly if it's not already here, where we need to be having a further northern access to access the beach, and it's not going to be through that urban community that's nestled there at Farnborough. However, we also see the survey data that says that they like what they've got and they want it to remain. I think we can do both. We can continue to maintain, and as is proposed in this motion, we can continue to have this access. We can continue to maintain it so that it serves a purpose, and it will be undoubtedly a reduced load because of the fact that you'll get a second access ultimately, and I think that's a worthy exercise for us to undertake in seeking to investigate the additional access to the north. I also think, as the Mayor has stated, that there are two distinct challenges here, and the first is the growth or the perceived opportunity of accessing the beach being something that's so irregular that does increase the population, which also means that you have the education factor. So there's, on one side you have the education factor that there's people who don't know what to do, and I think part 4, which speaks about traffic management strategy, should also talk about traffic education strategy when we talk about management, because we really are trying to educate those who may not be educated but who've moved to the coast because they want the coastal lifestyle. They've been up the beach once with their friend Adam, who's now given them this invigorated sense that they can do it, but they need a little bit of guidance. They don't have his 20 or 30 years of experience of having gone up that same beach. The second part for that, though, is the policing of it. It's very clear from everything that we've read, all the reports that we've had back over this last, not just 12 months, but the last 7 years we've been on council, that there is a need for greater enforcement of the rules in this area to not only protect it, but also to ensure that where that education is provided, that it's adhered to. And it's not council, we've been told, it's not council's place to do this, and it's the police. So therefore, I think we really should be considering, and I feel it's remiss of me that we should have actually had a point 6 where we're advocating strongly for further action on behalf of the police and further resources to the police, because all of the rest of what we're doing here can address the growth, it can address the education, but if we're not actually enforcing the rules, we're actually going to see that the same complaints that we've got here at Bangalee Beach will continue at Bangalee Beach in the short term while we're getting the long-term solution, but they'll continue up the beach, because when you decide to stop and have your picnic or whatever, but you still have hoons running past you or still have fools going up into the sand dunes, that behaviour hasn't changed because we've moved the access. And that needs to be part of the solution.
Indeed. Thank you, Councillor Hutton. All right, councillors, we've got a mover in Councillor Bello, a seconder in Councillor Eastwood. Councillor Bello, do you want to wrap up?
Yeah, I would love to wrap up, and thanks everybody for their comments. Just a few points that have, I guess, become aware to me throughout the debate. In the event that the errant behaviour, which is clearly highlighted the conflict that occurs with Bangalee there, even in the event that that inherent behaviour was eliminated, hypothetically it was gone, everybody was doing the right thing, would I still be advocating to move the ramp? And the answer is yes. So for me, it's not even so much about the errant behaviour, but of course that is a byproduct of a society. People do the wrong thing, okay? That's why we have law enforcement, the various, like Councillor Hutton's alluded to, we need to resource that, whoever's responsible to deal with that. But it's almost like a planning issue. Like, our beaches are not compatible with high number of vehicles and high number of people. That's why we don't have it. That's why we don't have Coolio Beach, Landmore Beach, Emu Park Main Beach with 1,000 traffic movements a day. That's what we have at Bangalee. That's why I am advocating, if need be, and even if point 3, maybe down the track, we may need to fine-tune it so that we actually go down the course of acquisition. That's what will solve the problem of where the Bangalee ramp is, which is in a non-compatible place in terms of planning. Down the track, if that's what we've got to do, well, that's certainly what I'd advocate to do. And that's when the rubber will hit the road about whether we're prepared to invest in actually solving a planning issue, which is fundamentally what I think we have. On that note, I thank you for your debate.
Thanks, Councillor Bello. All right, we'll go to the vote on this, councillors. We've got a mover and a seconder. All in favour? Those against? Did you wish your vote recorded, councillor? Carried. Thank you, councillors. All right, we're on to 11.19, which is a response to a question or notice from Councillor Friend in relation to tree removal at Taylor Street, Capel Sands. Councillor Watson will need to be reinstalled.
We thought you might have left the building.
I was about to. Thought you'd all gone home and left me out.
Forgotten we went out that door. Don't tell him.
Why don't you read this yourself on your computer? You did? Woohoo!
Thank you. Councillors, councillors, back on the agenda, thank you. Just as the CEO has just pointed out to me that we have a number of questions on notice. This one from Councillor Friend. Normally the process would be that we accept the questions on notice and then a response would be given. But in order to expedite the process today, that will happen all at once. So, Mr CEO, did you wish to elaborate on that at all?
Just as long as councillors are comfortable with that departure from what has, I understand to have been normal practice, item 11.19 will provide both the questions and the responses. They are Councillor Friend's questions. You know, if we can just consider both alongside one another, it's just about reception of is the recommendation.
Councillor Hutton?
So is the intent that we'll move 12.3 and then 11.19 concurrently?
If 11.19 is accepted, the questions separately essentially become redundant because the recommendation is reception of the report, which includes the questions and the answers. But we can certainly shift item 12 forward in the agenda if the desire was to have it on the record separately.
Councillor Friend, what's your
Thank
view on
you.
this?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I would prefer to move 12.3, is it? 12.3 separately, so that
that's the appropriate way.
it is the appropriate way, but I'm also happy to...
Yep. Yeah, all right, so we'll receive a procedural motion from Councillor Friend to bring 12.3 forward. Yep, just waiting for Lucy to catch up with us. Okay, all those in favour, councillors? Carried unanimously, thank you. All right. So, Councillor Friend, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Out of the blue, a couple of weeks ago, myself and Councillor Mather attended Taylor Street at Capel Sands, where a number of residents were quite up in arms that some long-standing and older type of trees were removed for a footpath. Now, a footpath is needed within this street, there's no doubt, but my questions refer to, is there any consideration for the future to incorporate certain trees into a footpathed area? In noting this, before I do go on, I will say that there were a couple of immature palm trees outside the Capel Sands pub that have remained, and the footpath is now being built around those. So that's a really good outcome for the residents of Capel Sands and for our officers also. I was just really curious within my questions as to are there only desktop audits undertaken, and by reading the results of these questions and the answers, know that there are people do go out to these particular areas and have a look. In particular, there was I believe it's an ironbark tree, a paperbark tree that was kept along Keppel Sands, which was a good thing as well. But I have a couple of questions in relation to these answers to the questions. On page 30.
Councillor Friend, sorry.
Are we questions time yet?
Jumping ahead there.
Oh,
we'll
right.
deal with the responses first and then...
Yes.
Questions first, sorry. Yeah, same thing, sorry. Yeah. All right, we'll deal with the questions first. Thank you. Your questions first. Yep. That's right.
I understand.
Yep.
Okay, I'll move that.
All right. So, Councillor Friend, you're going to move your questions I notice be received and a report providing a response be provided. Okay, so seconder please. Councillor Mather, thank you. All in favour? Carried unanimously, thank you. All right, so that brings us now to 11:19, which is the response from the officers. So, Mr. Creedman, over to you, or Mr. Carter?
Through the chair, I'd like to thank Councillor Friend for posing these questions. We did receive these as officers probably a week or so ago, so we've had time to collate this report. So that's why the timing looks a bit unusual that it's on the same day. But each of the questions have been responded to within the body of the report, and we have a small commentary around what happened leading up to the design and then through the construction, and some of and I think there's an attachment there with a letter that went out to residents and so on. Happy to take questions. I don't think I'll read it line for line, but I'm happy to take questions, and we've got Manager Construction and Maintenance here today as well to provide some more background if required. So I'm open to questions from the councillors.
Thank you, Mr. Creedman. Councillor Friend, can I go to you in terms of the responses provided?
I thought that I want to thank the officers very, very much for getting on top of this quite quickly. I thought the responses were quite adequate. I do have a couple of questions in relation to a couple of the responses. Question 4 on page 330. No public consultation was completed prior to the works commencing. A letterbox drop of a notice of works was issued to residents along Taylor Street, and this notice of works included a sketch of the extent of the works, which is in the attachment. The sketch did not give exact details of where the path was to be constructed, and this notice of works would be considered public notification, not public consultation. That's fine. My question would be, will you ever consider a public consultation in the future and consider, it says, once again, it says here, did not give exact details of where the path was to be constructed. Will this change in the future? In the notice of works, will you be giving details of where this path is to be constructed? That's question 1. Question 2 relates to number 6. As above mentioned, no public consultation. Now, the notice of works letter provided to the residents gives the name of the project manager and the council's contact phone number should they require more information. Now, some people would read that and say, I don't require more information, but I want to object. And so is there any way within that structure of those future letters that if you wish to object, if you wish for more information or wish to object, could that be included in future correspondence? Because a lot of people were quite taken back by the removal of these trees, and especially reading that, yes, a notice of works was mentioned, so there's a footpath along Taylor Street, Keppel Sands, but doesn't say where, doesn't say does it give the dimensions, how long it might be, from which area to which area? You know, these are the things that the public wish to know. And because of the construction of this footpath, this tree must be removed, you know, as it inhibits this drainage, this area, etc. That's what I'd like to see. But other than that, I'm very happy with receiving these questions. Thank you once again.
If I may, through the chair, make a few comments around the process. So, question 4 was around, was public consultation undertaken before removal of the trees? And it's clearly, officers' reports, no, public consultation was undertaken. So we've put in the body of that report that public notification, yes, public consultation, no. So within our standards for community engagement, there's a scale from, starts off with inform, which let the community know that we're coming, there's works in the street, through to consult and empower. So the ultimate is we have some money to spend, community group, you work out amongst yourselves how to spend the money. Within the council has a policy and a procedure on vegetation management within council controlled areas, which is on our website, and I've referenced, and Jeff has referenced in the report. Within that procedure, there is an expectation that the community will be consulted if there's any significant vegetation to be removed. So it's acknowledged in this report that on this occasion we did not consult with the community. So we're open and honest about that. And within the report, we've said that we will look to improve our processes around ensuring that our procedure is embedded into our project management system, and we'll do some toolbox talks and education, and I'm sure that as we develop our documentation and improve, some of those questions or comments that you made, Councillor, around the width of the path and which side of the road, and if a resident objects, how would they get in touch with us? That'll all come through, because that's consultation, and that's consultation is much more about forming views and opinions and debating with the community and so on, whereas what we did was notification. We'd gone through our own internal reviews with respect to design standards and which side of the road and drainage and vegetation and traffic related issues, and we did that very well amongst ourselves, and we've gone and built the footpath, and it'll be a long serving asset, but that step around consultation was amiss. And we did notify the community, but we just didn't, I don't think, consulted with them at the very beginning when we identified trees that needed to be removed.
Thank you, Mr. Creedman. Through the Mayor, your candour is just so refreshing, and thank you so much for that. Really. These particular questions, the answers to these questions are adequate. I believe, listening to my community voice panel and those other environmental organisations within our whole of Livingstone, people want to see well-established, mature trees kept. It's easier to keep a mature tree than it is to start replanting others and waiting for them to grow for shade. So this is one reason I believe that the residents of Keppel Sands were quite up in arms about that as well. And also moving into the future, it's not just about Keppel Sands, it's about all of Shire. Thank you so much.
All right, well, I think we moved into debate there, councillors, but we'll go to the vote on this now. We've got a mover, obviously, in Councillor Friend. You happy to move that? Can I get a second to thank you? Councillor Mather. Thank you, Councillor Mather. Councillor Friend, did you wish to speak to the report any further?
No, thank you.
All right. So we'll just, Councillor Mather.
Just very briefly, Mr. Mayor. As Councillor Friend said, yes, we did go down there once we heard this was occurring. I did speak to 4 residences within the vicinity of the trees being removed, and I take what the director says, that there was notification but not consultation, but nobody I spoke to had actually acknowledged any receipt of any paperwork. So whether they did or didn't, I wasn't aware of paperwork, so I didn't ask that question. But they said they weren't aware of it. But what I did find, talking to the contractors, because one fellow was walking on the road while I chatted him, and he told me that they were going to gravel the driveways, and the people there have, most of them have footpaths with grass on them, which is a horror if they had gravelled the roadways, their footpaths, driveways, because they would get caught up in the stones. So I said, well, if you just talk to them as they come to your place, just let them know what you want to do, retain the grass. And I wasn't supposed to be telling them anything for that matter, but just trying to keep the peace basically. But it's a little community and I wasn't aware those trees were going to go. And I would suggest even that if we do have areas in the future that where the trees will be required to come down, I think it would be a good idea just as a courtesy to let the councillors know. We'll go out and just have a look and make sure we're happy with that. Not that we have any control over you, by the way, but at the same time, the public expects us to know. And when we don't know, we are left wondering what we're going to do. And that's why, obviously, Councillor Friend found the need to put the questions in. But that's like a little avenue there in Keppel Sands. It's just one little community. And I really don't know where that pathway was supposed to come from and where it to go to. I still don't know. Because I know I've had dealings with the people on the opposite side of the caravan park with drainage coming off that hill, with access coming off the road with the drainage, and us having to do some work along the road reserve there. And it's easier to get into a bun fight with some of those people. And I was just horrified to think we'd have to go through it again. But nobody's rung me to tell me that.
Well, Councillor Friend, perhaps they can take that offline with you and discuss it.
Well, I don't think we'll have to have that problem, Mr. Mayor. It's not just one thing involved in something like this. There's a number of things that actually come to play. That's what I'm saying.
All right.
So we can help out and prevent anything that might fall over in the future. Thank you.
All right, so we've got a mover in Councillor Friend, a seconder in Councillor Mather. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. And thank you, gentlemen, for the report. So that takes us to questions and notices of motion proper now, councillors. 12.1, notice of motion from Councillor Hutton in relation to recording of votes. All right.
Mr. Mayor, with due apologies to Councillor Hutton, this item arrives on the agenda for administrative ease, and in that same spirit of administrative ease, we have simply copied and pasted Councillor Hutton's earlier request without necessarily obtaining his consent for doing so. That doesn't change the thrust of the matter that's in front, but as I say, with due apologies to Councillor Hutton, we will amend the record to reflect that this was placed on the agenda by officers and not by Councillor Hutton. The substantive issue is around the recording of councillor voting on particular items. So following the defeat of that motion in March, we have had requests from at least 3 councillors since to have their votes recorded on all matters, which is creating some administrative difficulty for the minute taker to keep up with the process of recording individually, and the way the software package that assembles our minutes works doesn't make that an easy task. And in fact, it would be a simpler task if we were actually to record all votes of all councillors on all matters. So this item is being reintroduced, as I say, for administrative ease, and the proposals to amend the meeting procedures sections 216 and specifically the insertion of 216(6) that the minute secretary shall record the names of councillors voting in the affirmative and of those voting in the negative on all, what should be just on all votes, not necessarily the non-procedural ones.
Right. Thank you, Mr. CEO. Everyone clear on what's happening, councillors? Councillor Mather?
The only changes that I'm aware of, as you say, to
Microphone.
2.16.6, that we're going to record all votes on every matter. Is that
yes,
right?
That's correct. That's the,
Yes.
the principal change.
And I think the question was asked at a previous meeting, how would that go with the secretary as a minute taker? It's additional work on the girls, yes. I don't see what it's going to prove, to be quite honest. I just don't see it's necessary. It's been like that for a long time.
Yeah, I guess. Is there
And
a
you can always record your votes.
Is there a question, councillor? We're not in debate yet.
Oh, no, sorry.
You're right.
Just got carried away.
I have a question, Mr.
Councillor
Mayor.
Friend.
Thank you to the CEO. So are we just actually looking at 2.16.6, and what of the others, such as 2.16.3? A question is decided by a majority of the votes of the councillors or committee members present. Are we voting on all of these points or just that 2.16.6?
The only change is to 2.16.6. The balance are just replicated from the existing meeting procedures policy.
Right, so we can take them out.
If you wish.
Yes.
That's how it was presented previously, so as I say, for administrative ease, we've just replicated that.
Sure.
All right. Clear, councillor?
Yes, they're being taken out, so we're just looking at 2.16.6.
6, correct. That's the only change. Yep. All right.
So in essence, that is reflecting what Councillor Hutton had previously put to the table.
Correct.
That's correct. Now reflected in that there.
That's right.
And that's been done so without the need of a resolution, though.
Yeah. So
We
essentially,
are
what
resolving to do this.
what we'll adopt today will be holistically
Whole
that
raft.
with 2016-6 in it. Oh,
Yeah.
Sorry, 216.6 in it.
Can we just check, because I have a feeling that if 2.16.6 was an addition, then the numbering will be out for the remaindering items in the schedule, which I have a feeling that's why I included the table as was, because I was renumbering. I think in adding in additional one, I think I renumbered the remainder. So it may, if we take out all the rest, we may then have 2.16.6. I'm not 100% sure though, but I have a feeling that's why I was presenting it in the way that I did previously.
For fear of further confusing things, but if the councillors are comfortable that council update section 2.16 of the meeting procedures as below with the inclusion of the 2.16.6 wording and other consequential changes as are necessary to achieve that. And if councillors are comfortable with that, then we'll word that up to that effect. And again, with due apologies to Councillor Hutton for the confusion around the origin of this particular request.
So, Councillor Friend, you look confused. You all right?
Just a little. So it would be clearer if the rest were erased and just the 2.16.6 was in there.
So you just want to have that? Oh, actually, with Mr. That's what they're doing.
That's what you're doing.
Yeah.
Right.
That's what the CEO was just talking about. All right. Okay. So, Councillor Hutton, did you wish to move this again?
Oh, very happy to move it again.
Seconded, Councillor Eastwood. All right. So, Councillor Hutton, did you wish to speak to the matter?
Excuse me, I'm just not sure what we ended up with the debate at the other end of the table.
Okay. Essentially, that, Councillor, I'm there now. The Councillor update section 216 of the meeting procedures policies as below. To include 216.6, the minute secretary shall record the names of councillors voting in the affirmative and of those voting in the negative on all votes. Take all non-procedural. Yeah, it's on all votes. Yeah. Thank you. So does that explain it for you, Councillor Mather?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Cool. Councillor Hutton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and it's not very often you get two bites of the same apple, so I'm hoping that it will be a sweeter taste this time round. Ultimately, we are accountable to the community for the decisions that we make here as a council table, and part of accountability is transparency. Transparency in what we do, transparency in why we do it, but also in transparency in how we vote. I would hope that all councillors are proud of the way that they vote on any given matter and would happily have the community reflect and see the decision that they made on their behalf when they choose to vote in the positive or in the negative on any given item. By providing this transparency in the decision making of council, what we're actually giving to our community is we're giving them faith, and we're demonstrating the process that we've used to make decision making. The recording of outcomes is meeting the expectation of the community. However, because of that lack of visibility as to beyond the movers and the seconders who voted for and against when something is carried or failed, there's much discussion within the community, and remembering that this original motion was drawn from a request of a community member who had risen with me going, I'm not sure who's voting on anything if it doesn't say unanimous. If it's not unanimous, I know who moved it and I might know who seconded it, but I can't tell who voted yes or no, and I really want to know. By having the votes recorded, not only do we have a record that we can all refer back to in terms of our individual parts, we also then provide that transparency and accountability to the community. By making these, we overcome this perceived veil of the unknown for the community, and as previously expressed by the CEO, every councillor has the right to record how they vote on a particular matter. At least 3 councillors so far have taken up the opportunity to have their votes recorded on any given matter. By undertaking this step, it does make it make the process easier for the officers who are engaged with the creation of minutes. However, it also provides for the community's benefit and lifts the veil on some of the things that they may not see if they're just reading through the minutes of council and would like to know who voted yes or who voted no. I'd encourage councillors to have pride in how they vote and to have their votes recorded for the benefit of the community and posterity.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Anyone speaking against?
Yes,
Councillor
Mr.
Mayor?
Mayor. I just think it's another layer of bureaucracy, to be quite honest. I mean, I've been through this transparency and accountable thing for a very long time. And if people want to know something, they ask. Nobody's going to go sifting through the minutes to see who went where. It does happen. Usually somebody prompts them to do it. I've seen it all before, Mr. Mayor. I'm not impressed.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Anyone speaking for? Councillor Eastwood.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, and I do find that quite amusing. As often we have some councillors will call a division when they want their vote to be recorded so that people know where they stand on that particular issue. And this is just like calling a division on every single one of our votes. So that everybody knows where we stand, what we vote for, and that is transparency. And if you're not proud of your vote, well, so be it. But I tell you what, I'm proud of how I vote, and sometimes I might get it wrong, but when I get it right, I want to stand by that. I want people to see how I vote. I think it's a very, very clear and decisive thing that we're doing here, and it does help our community to see where we stand on particular matters, and that might even help make them decide when they vote.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Anyone else speaking against? All right. We'll go to the vote on this one then.
Chair, if I could speak
for, yep.
If I could, I know we're going to be late on time, but look, I've been scrolling through this book here. I'd urge councillors to get a copy of this if they could. If they can't, I'm going to ask the CEO to print one out and give it to everybody, because it's the most simplistic form of meeting procedures that I've been able to find. It's from the state government, and it speaks to the heart of how meetings are meant to be run and the strategies around it. And under procedural resolutions or motions, which divisions in a sense are a tool that you could have used in the past. It says here, it's important to recognise that all procedural resolutions are strategic weapons in the armoury of an experienced councillor. That's how they describe the environment that councillors are in. It's actually a fairly combative environment at times. It's meant to be done so for a good reason, to have robust debate, but importantly to be done in a way that it's got boundaries and all that sort of stuff. So I support this, but a part of me, in a way, sees that just through even technology, we're losing somewhat a part of the armour that we've all witnessed. When a division is called, it's called for a strategic reason. And whilst I support this, I recognise that virtually it's become redundant. That part of the armoury is redundant. It's not needed anymore because you've got technology. They can see, the whole world can watch these meetings to see what we've done. or they can go to the replay, and once it's on the web, it's there forever. So it's not as if, you know, what goes on here behind closed doors, like it would have done years and years ago, is kept in that confine. We have changed, and this is, I guess, a result of that. In some ways, I like the intent of the transparency, but I'm a bit of a conservative at heart, I guess, so part of me thinks it's a slightly sad day that divisions and the reason they're used at times strategically is going to be no longer part of our councils, but I like the benefit of what we're getting is better than what we had. So, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bello.
Mr Mayor, division. I call it division.
That's probably the last one.
I have no words, Councillor.
Well done.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, if this gets over, it's a moot point, isn't it? Councillor's just making a comment myself on this. I initially did not support this simply because I didn't see what value, and you can criticise me for this comment, what value having my vote recorded was. What is more important to me is people understanding why I vote. They don't get that from seeing Andy Ireland voted yes or no on a particular issue. What is more important is for people to come and ask me why I did that, and that doesn't happen in having your vote recorded on a piece of paper or on a digital platform like this. So that's why I initially did not support it. The only reason I contemplate supporting this, and I am conflicted, is for the ease of the officers, quite frankly. If it makes their workload a little bit lighter, then I'm more than happy to support it on that basis. So councillors, we've got a mover in Councillor Hutton, a seconder in Councillor Eastwood. Councillor Friend has called the division, so all those in favour, please stand. Those against? Motion is carried. All right, thank you, councillors. My computer has just timed out. Just bear with me for a second. No, it's a moot point now. Your vote's going to be recorded anyway.
What's the whole standing up? It's like being in the NCG, that's why they said I'm going to hear your goal, because there's no leg room.
Well, when you're 85 and still on council, Councillor Watson, we'll see if you want to stand up. All right, so we're down to 12.2, which is a notice of motion from Councillor Friend in relation to a vehicular buffer on Ocean Parade, Kiwi Bay. I believe there's some update on this one, Mr. CEO.
Mr Mayor, just again, if I could perhaps depart from normal procedure, which is initially the councillor's notice of motion will be considered by the council and potentially accepted. Then we will take that away and we will report back at a subsequent meeting. My preference would be that there's an opportunity for the councillors to consider what might have been reported back at the time that you're going to pass the resolution, and that way you can make that with all the considerations that might have come in time. My preference would be that we would actually add as officers those considerations in here, so councillors can consider that beforehand. That didn't happen on this occasion, but I know Michael was prepared to offer some commentary on things if councillors wanted to hear from him. Otherwise, it will be considered as it's presented.
All right, so at the moment we've got a notice of motion from Councillor Friend. Councillors, I was aware that there was some other issues behind this, so Councillor Friend, I'm going to ask you what your preference would be. Do you wish us to receive this notice of motion at this point and have the officers respond formally?
Yes, I do, Mr Mayor.
Okay, all right, thank you. In which case we will go to the recommendation, councillors, and that is that the council resolves to install. Well, actually, Councillor Friend, do you want to receive this? Want us to receive this for then officers to respond?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll change you're happy to change the wording on the recommendation to reflect that? So what I'm suggesting to Councillor Hutton is that we receive this report and officers provide a response, because I understand there were some confusion around some of this, Mr. President, what the request initially was.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor, for the notice of motion. So originally, it was requested through our customer request system, and officers inspected it and replied back through to Councillor with in the negative, saying on balance we didn't think we needed to do this work. I've had a look at it in the last week or so, and the way I interpreted the request, and this may be incorrect, the way I interpreted it was to install some boulders to stop people driving off the sealed road onto the grass and parking up and using it as a bit of a lay-by. But then in reading this notice of motion, it talks a bit about, Councillor talks a bit about people driving off the sealed section and going up over a bit of a rise in the footpath area when using it as a bit of almost like a joyride track. So I think it might be wise to, if it's the table's wishes, to receive it so that we can just have a quick look at it again on site and just confirm the actual issues, because there's, from what I can read, there's an issue which is relayed into the customer request, and then this issue which is slightly different wording relayed into the notice of motion.
All right. Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The customer request is also attached to the notice of motion in relation to what was requested and then what was the response. And in saying that, I'd like it to go ahead with what it was intended to be, this notice of motion, that a minimum of 3 boulders, maybe a minimum, maybe dropped off, installed. Boulders because bollards are more expensive, and boulders will stop the actual 4-wheel drive vehicles from spinning their wheels and eroding that area. I do have I want to speak to it.
This is until I just want to get the recommendation clear first, Councillor.
So the recommendation would be as it was recommended.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right. So, Councillor Friend, did you want to speak to your motion, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, fellow members.
Sorry, beg your pardon, you're right. Councillor Friend is moving. Can I get a seconder? Yep. Thank you. Councillor Mather. All right, Councillor Friend, over to you.
Certainly. We all ran for council to sit at this table and to speak for our ratepayers, our community members, and really all of Livingstone. As councillors, we sometimes have to make major decisions that at times keep us awake at night, knowing the consequences for our shire and its residents. Tough decisions. However, we must never forget that at other times we fight for the issues that the wider local government area may feel are insignificant. When these small issues directly affect a few residents, the impact becomes just as significant to those people as some of the major, wider-reaching issues. We councillors promise to speak for our whole community, and we must speak loudly for all issues. Residents of Ocean Parade, Cooee Bay have witnessed 4x4 vehicles veering off the gazetted road and onto the median strip directly opposite the numbers 48, 50 and 52 Ocean Parade, Cooee Bay. These vehicles tend to utilise this area as a brief off-road driving track. In doing so, these vehicles are causing erosion and they're weakening the stability of this small area close to a very steep drop-off to the bay. Current estimates by the residents are that approximately 5 heavy 4-wheel drive vehicles use this as a speed ramp per week. Many vehicles lose some traction and cause further erosion by tyre spin. There seems no evidence that these operators of the vehicles are concerned, as some vehicles make 2 to 3 attempts to get up. The possibility exists of a vehicle toppling sideways onto Ocean Parade and perhaps injury. Installing these boulders would deter this behaviour and mitigate unsafe practice as there are no guardrails. Boulders would not deter the natural surrounds, the aesthetics, and will be of minimal cost to council, unlike bollards. Let us today, councillors, not ever have to be placed in a situation that we need to put notices of motion on the table for those things that seem insignificant to the wider community. Let us hope that our officers and council actually look into this a little bit further and not give us other replies that basically state that if we do something there, then they'll just go elsewhere. So at this stage, I commend it to the table and ask for a minimum of 3 boulders to be placed along this area for the residents.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. All right. Anyone speaking against? Would anyone else
certainly not speaking against at this point in time, but I would like some more information, I guess, based on the officer's opinion as to the success of this, or perhaps the unintended consequences that could come from this, so that we make a decision as strategic as we can, not taking away from the importance of it. And having been up there some years ago, I take on board, but I'd like to understand, we do that, what potentially could happen. Will we need some more bowlers? Will we need less? Does it solve the problem in there but push it elsewhere? How do we get the best outcome overall? I guess is what I'd like to ask the question of the officer, if I could, before making a decision, if that is acceptable through the chair.
Through the chair. Thanks for the question. So I stand by the officer's previous recommendations, in that we believe, as officers, that placing rocks there, although it might stop people driving over this ramp area, there's other. It's quite a large expanse of grass and bare earth there. So the officer was putting forward their view that although we might put 3 or 4 boulders in this particular spot, there's a full frontage of Esplanade Road and then Esplanade Park along there where four-wheel drive vehicles particularly may choose to veer off the sealed road and park or do antisocial behaviour in their vehicles along there. So when we look at these things, there's a balance between the officers looking at the individual issue, compare it to what's happening in the rest of this precinct, and versus what may set a precedent and what strategies are in place. So they take that into account on balance. To be just commenting back on Councillor Friend's comment around this may be a reasonably small issue, but hoping that we don't have to bring it to notice of motions, I'd like to just suggest as well that this came through from a customer request initially, and customer request was responded to, not in the way that councillor requested, I guess, or expected. From an officer's point of view, as a director, I would have liked to have probably had a chat to the councillor about it offline as well before it got to a notice of motion. So, and Jeff, who's the manager of construction and maintenance, manages these issues. I would expect that he would probably get some contact as well. So, agree to that. Council have a prerogative to bring things to the table, but I'd like to see maybe an escalation, and not to frustrate the process, but an escalation of conversation through certain stage gates as we debate these things. So that's it's a long roundabout answer, but it's about balancing the strategy, the actual issue on the particular site versus the strategy around and that in this case there's quite an area where people can pull off and drive. So 3 or 4 bollards versus what is the the longer term view along that stretch there is the balance, I guess.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Creederman. Thank you so much for that. You will always get the yahoos that are going to pull off and do their donuts and unruly behaviour. This particular issue was over that particular rise, and to stop the significant frustration for the residents. Yes, they may go elsewhere, and that's another issue to attend to in the future. But to stop them from going over that rise, causing erosion, spinning their wheels, it's a good thing to do to help the residents out. In future, we can certainly look at escalating this by back and forth emails and debates, back and forth. But this is something that's been going on for quite a long time for these residents, and we need to look at doing something quite quickly to assist them, because they are our ratepayers and they have been putting up with this for quite a long time. So I commend this to the table and allow my fellow members to make the decision.
Okay, Councillor Eastwood, are you speaking against or?
Well, there's a motion actually being put up.
Yeah, it has. We're deviating from process here somewhat. Councillor Friend's had 2 cracks at the cherry so far. So, no.
Mr. Chair, can I just confirm that a question is no longer able?
No, you can ask a question any time, Councillor. Right. Councillor Eastwood, have you got a question? Okay. All right. Any other, anyone speaking against? Anyone else wish to speak for?
I will, Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Councillor Mather.
Well, just for a little while there, I swear we were talking about Bangalee. They'll go somewhere else. Hooning, spinning their wheels. The residents are upset. What are we going to do? I'd swear we were talking about Bangalee. Seriously. Look, if we can solve this problem with 3 rocks, we're doing good, and I think we should grab it with both hands. And if it doesn't work, I mean, if the good councillor has spoken to the people and they can tell you what's happening, you say listen to the people. If that will cure it, we mightn't have to go anywhere else. They just might get the message and go away. I think it's a simple solution, and I wouldn't like to see it 2 years from now like Bangalee. Thank you.
All right. Anyone speaking? You just spoke for, Councillor Friend, didn't you? Councillor Mather, yeah. Anyone speaking against?
Oh, that'd be me, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, look,
Been a long day.
and I'm not against what the good councillor is after here, the results she's after. I'm just not convinced that it's the best solution. And I mean, I would have loved to have seen this actually laid on the table, which was because I didn't realise we'd actually gone into debate. But I would. At this stage, I believe that I just cannot be satisfied that 3 boulders is going to do it. I do believe that something has to be done. I've seen that location, and we just had a confession from Councillor Bello that he'd been up there some time ago. So I don't know whether that was in a 4-wheel drive or not, but yeah, we do need to do something there, but I'm just not convinced, Mr. Mayor, that this is the right way, and so I just think we need to have some caution here.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Eastwood. Anyone wish to speak for it? Thank you, Councillor. Well, I'm going to speak against it with all due respect to Councillor Friend. My view on these things is generally, and I walk that headland every morning, and I'm very conversant with that area, and I agree with Councillor Eastwood on this one. I would much rather see a more comprehensive review of this by the officers. If we're going to go down this path, I would much rather see a more considered plan, and I would also support the Executive Director's comments to the councillors. I mean, when you've got issues, it's always good, I think, to speak to the Executive Directors first. If you don't get satisfaction after that, then I think you have the prerogative of going to a notice of motion, councillors, as we've discussed in this room a number of times. But in this particular situation, that part of our coastline is tricky. I mean, they will shift. 3 bowlers won't cut it, quite frankly, where it is. So I would much rather see a more considered plan and strategy from the officers in terms of what they consider to be a mitigation strategy for that particular part, if that's of major concern to those residents. All right. So, Councillor Friend, Councillor Hutton, did you wish to speak?
Yeah, I will speak. Again and again today, I think we've seen both the challenges of sometimes rejection of community requests, and sometimes we've seen the opportunistic potential not being necessarily seen through a community lens, and then we've seen examples such as what we see with Bangalore Beach, where in seeking the long-term solution, the short-term problems become longer-term problems and medium-term problems and remain because the inaction or the incapacity of having action in the meantime. In each of these situations, what we've actually seen is that for the residents who are living with those challenges, or for the community that's living with that identified problem, it's very slow for there to be change. Now, undoubtedly, I think in every scenario, the first thing should be the customer request. And if the customer request's response is that no, something can't be done, then I'd implore all councillors and in every situation to have that conversation. But I don't believe that we're limiting ourselves by voting in the affirmative to this motion today. We could today go and say that we're going to put 3 boulders there, which doesn't stop from next week thinking about the longer term solution as to how we address this and make sure that we're not just giving it a short, quick fix, but actually dealing with the ultimate problem. However, if today we vote no and then leave it for 6 months or 12 months till we get to the long-term solution, then the satisfaction of both the customer but also the satisfaction of having resolved the problem is not there at all. So the short-term fix may not be a long-term fix, and I completely accept, and I agree with both Councillor Eastwood and the Mayor that it's likely that they will change their habit and they'll just move along. So it does mean that we are going to have to do something more. But if we can take this first step and do something today that makes a difference, then we should do that, knowing that it's going to lead to giving us the time to come up with the better or the longer term solution. And I think that's part of, coming back to the Livingstone values and behaviours as to where we want to be. We want to be both, accountable, but also we want to have community in our heart. We want to look at potential. We want to have positivity. And I think this is an opportunity for us to do that.
Hear, hear.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Hutton. All right. So we'll wrap up debate on this one, councillors, unless Councillor Bello wishes to say something.
Yeah, I will speak against it, and I'll foreshadow that if the motion is unsuccessful, that I'll draw on the intent of Councillor Friend to solve this problem, but I'm going to put the problem solving into the hands of the department that I believe should have a say in it. And so the reason I'm not supporting it is I think it's a option. Will it solve the problem? I'm concerned that it won't, but I recognise Councillor Hutton identifies that we all agree there is a problem. What a great way, though, for us to work in partnership with our officers and the elected body to say, hey, this is the problem we've identified. We would like you to fix it. If you don't think you have the capacity to fix it, we'll come up with a solution. To me, that is sort of back to front. That's why we have capable, competent, qualified people to do that. So I'm not supporting this motion on the basis that the officers may come up with a better solution, there's a better expenditure of our finances, and there's a more longer term and more holistic solution. That's the only reason I'm not going to support it. If it's supported, well, great, there'll be 3 boulders there and we can see how it goes. If it doesn't work, we put 5, 10, 15, 30, who knows what. But I'd love to think that the officers have a say in it, because it's an operational matter that they can fix, but I'd like to give them the opportunity to fix it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bello. All right, so have we exhausted conversation on this now, councillors? Excellent. We'll go to the vote. We've got a mover in Councillor Friend and a seconder in Councillor Mather. Councillor Friend has called the division. So all those in favour of the resolution, please stand. So it's Councillor Mather, Councillor Friend, Councillor Watson, Councillor Hutton. Those against? Councillor Ireland, Councillor Bello and Councillor Eastwood. The motion is carried. Thank you, councillors, for that one. Now, thank you to the officers as well. We'll move into confidential now, councillors, to discuss 15.1. This is the LGAQ. Rightio. All right. Good point. Thank you. Maddie, you're poised to do something? Yep. Oh, we're just going to hang off a second on that. Councillors, just might go into general business for a sec. We've got to deal with the notices of motion we're going to give to the LGAQ conference. And I think we've got one from Councillor Mather, which we need to discuss. And I was going to propose one today as well, for myself. All right, so while Councillor Mathers is put up on the screen, Councillor Mather.
Mr Mayor, mine got in late, and actually the machine froze before I got a chance to finish it, but I went through anyhow. But the CEO's proposed motion is added, and mine is added to the bottom of his. Yeah, yes.
Okay. Councillors, the one I was going to propose to the LGAQ conference is as follows, and I'll read it to you. And this relates to the issue we discussed a little while ago around visas and how we are categorised as a Category 3 area, but unfortunately, and we're supposed to be a regional area, which we are, but then you can't argue that Perth, Adelaide, Gold Coast, Sunshine Coast are regional areas. So my motion is that the LGAQ write to the Australian Department of Immigration, if that's the right department, requesting that the Category 3 definition for regional incentives for skilled migrants or immigrants be altered to exclude Perth, Adelaide, Gold Coast, Sunshine Coast, Canberra, Newcastle and Lake Macquarie, Wollongong, Illawarra, Geelong and Hobart. The aforementioned cities to be included in Category 2 cities and major regional areas. So I seek your indulgence with that one, councillors, and I'll give it to Lucy to write if you understand my script. Yeah. We'll type that one up, yeah, all right. So that one, Councillor Mathers / CEOs, is that one on the screen shortly, is it? There we go, beautiful. And I wish I could read that. Okay. So Councillor Mather's notice of motion to the conference is on the screen. That the Queensland Government be requested to reaffirm its commitment to the Partners in Government Agreement 2019, particularly the following sections. A, agree the relations between the parties should be conducted in a spirit of mutual respect and cooperation with an emphasis on partnership, a commitment to timely and frequent communication with recognition of each other's roles and responsibilities. B, undertake timely and meaningful engagement on all policy, legislation, strategy and program initiatives where local government has an interest with, where practicable, a minimum consultation period of 4 weeks. And 2, and accordingly the following inclusion be made to the agreement where applications are made to local government requiring input and approvals from state agencies, those agencies be obliged to consult with the local government before making a decision. Does everyone understand the intent of that? And Councillor Mather, do you want to speak to that at all?
It's a joint effort, Mr. Mayor. Due to time constraints, the CEO started it and sent me a copy of the agreement. I didn't get to it because I was doing something else at the time. Once I read the agreement and I read the proposed motion, I felt that it needed more teeth. Because the people in the room who probably had no idea what we were talking about, or who was going to deliver the motion, probably were thinking, what's it about? So not only did I felt it needed more clarity, but it needed more teeth as well. And that little bit, number 2, is what I think will make it clear to them what it's about, that the agencies that relate to an application to a council, the agencies can discuss with that council before making their decision. What we have seen, and we can use the case of Artillery Road as the catalyst, because the Department of Environment and Science gave an approval to an application that came to council and promoted the fact that it was already approved by the DES, and yet didn't mention that the council was the one to ultimately to make the decision, and that ERA from DES would fall away if the council said no, which in fact did happen. So that little 2 says that the agencies must, not may, must talk to council before making the decision, so that we're all on the same page with the same information, and there is no opportunity for an applicant to play one off against the other, which I believe may have happened in this case.
Okay. All right, so we can go into debate on this one, Councillor. Did you wish you're going to move this, Councillor Mather?
Mr. Mayor, thank you.
All right, is there a seconder? Councillor Friend, thank you. All right. So Councillor Mather has just spoken to her motion. I might move to suspend standing orders very quickly, Councillor, so we can thrash this around a bit, if that's okay. I'll move that. So all in favour? Thank you. Those against? All right. Carried unanimously. All right. So councillors, happy for discussion just to flow on this one. So are there any questions, comments in relation to this proposed motion? Essentially, I think the intent of it is to hold the state more accountable in terms of engaging with local government on matters that affect local government. Councillor Mather put probably very poorly, but an attempt at being succinct.
After reading the agreement, I think they're all very good statements. They're motherhood statements. It doesn't enforce anybody to do anything. And if departments, and we've already got a case on our hands at the moment where the departments just really aren't talking to each other yet. It's not involving us directly at this point in time, but will. But I believe those discussions are coming up, I think, at our instigation. So I think we shouldn't have to bully departments into talking to each other, because they've probably got enough to do. But a lot of them, I believe, and on their own admission, they don't go and visit the site. And if that be the case, they make an assumption based on material they have in front of them on screens and in Google Earth and all that. So I think it needs to be a little bit stronger in the agreement that makes them sit up and think, okay, well, we'll talk about this and get the best outcome. And that's really what it's all about. So we don't have to go back and start messing around with appeals and alternative motions. That should not have had to happen if we'd had this in place before.
Councillor
We're asking questions here, aren't we? We're not.
We can ask questions at any time, Councillor.
Yeah. I'd like probably some information from either the CEO or the Director of Planning to better understand the summary, I guess, that, or the intent of this motion, is it ultra vires in the sense that that's their role to do what they did, and whether we like it or not, it's not that they did anything wrong or did anything, we just didn't like we didn't like what they did. But I don't know the answer, so I really would need some greater advice or some higher level of advice before I was prepared to support it. Wanting to know what would look different if this motion was successful. Are we telling the departments that they're going to come and ask us, do you guys want to approve X, Y, Z? Because we've got to make a decision on this, and then, oh no, we don't like that one. Is that, like, realistically, what are you actually, what are you trying to say? Well, actually, I'm probably asking the officers, or firstly for their response primarily.
I think we all heard from the Department of Environment and Science on the day of the deputations, and I think they made it clear that they felt that they had discharged their responsibilities. I think Councillor Mather questioned them at the time about whether or not their conditional approval had somewhat painted the council into a corner. So I think you're right insofar as the department will maintain its position, I would imagine. Councillor Mather's seeking to have that position altered insofar as they would be obliged to consult with the council before making that determination arbitrarily.
Based on the separation, I guess, of, and Councillor Hart might be able to help a little bit, you've got your executive and your legislators, and they're at arm's length from the elected body, and they're there to perform a role and a function. And I sat in on the video and listened to them, and I probably, out of courtesy of their professional reputation, felt that they were quite forthright and quite defendable in their actions, whilst I mightn't agree with partly with some of the comments. But would this be suggesting that currently it's not reflecting a good process, and this is a better way to do it?
Councillor Bello, I'm trying to respond to your question because I hold the view that the department won't change its approach to things, and I thought they did a reasonable job on the day of explaining that. However, we're trying to accommodate using it as an illustration of how the partnership agreement might be enhanced in order to avoid situations in the future where the council feels like it was painted into a corner.
And the only way that we could not have been painted in a corner potentially through that last, if we use that as a case, as example, would be that what they consult with us to say, hey, by the way, this is the determination that we've professionally made, we're just letting you know that. Would that then alleviate, or are we expecting them to actually ask us, talk to us, and we provide our response, and then they actually change their professional judgment based on the criteria that they assess these things on? Because we assess it on different criteria, I guess. In its current form, I have issues with it until I can see the evidence. But I'm looking to you guys, I guess, to see whether you think.
Can I just ask, sorry, Councillor Watson, your question now really is for Councillor Mather, who's, this is her proposal. Your question to us about, is the current system broken necessarily? You heard from the department on that day, they don't believe so. And we don't know that something different would have altered the position that we took in forming recommendations, but certainly we got the sense on the day that councillors felt like a number of the people involved in that transaction, rightly or wrongly, believed that the state had made a decision. It wasn't a conditional decision, it was an outright decision, and that had unduly influenced the council into the position that it was going to take. You heard, I heard that day that to not be the case, but this is designed to overcome that doubt your questions about the rationale for it are really best directed to Councillor Maida.
No, my question was primarily to the officers from their professional judgment. Do they feel that this resolution will address whatever the argument or the criticisms of the process that we've just been through? That's probably what I'm trying to, like, we've got a Director of Planning here, Mr. Brett Bacon. I'd be very interested to hear from his perspective based on the process that we just went through. Whilst it might have been raw to me or to some other councillors, and but that's only because I've got, like, I'm in kindergarten when it comes to planning almost. But so what I don't know, I might criticise, but when I actually realise it at a deeper level, I go, oh, okay, well, I'm now better informed. That's probably what I'm trying to ascertain.
The way I'm seeing it is what Councillor Mather's talking about is the department made a decision based on information that was given to them by the developer. And what Councillor Mather's trying to do is get them to get outside and go and look at these things and then consult with us instead of just giving the side from the developer instead of what is actually out there. Is that what you agree with that? And I think the problem is that's their job, not ours, and isn't it? Really.
Nobody's questioning the integrity or the professional judgment of the departments. What we need to be assured of is that they're on the same page and they have the same information and we all have the same level of understanding of what's being asked of us to approve.
So I guess the question with that then becomes, do we find ourselves in a scenario where no one can announce what decision they've made because we're trying to make sure that we're being respectful of the fact that someone else is also going to make a decision? So we don't want them to say, oh, well, we're approving or disapproving until after we've made our decision, because if we're making our decision in concert, there's no need for separate decisions. So ultimately, they're assessing against a different criteria that provided for them to make their decision. If we're unhappy with the decision they made or the process they used, then obviously there's a formula that we would be addressing, where if we're saying that our concern is that we didn't like how they went about making their decision, that's different to we want them to consult with us in not making their decision public so that we can make our decision without undue influence of their decision affecting our decision making.
Quickly, Mr. Mayor. This is not about questioning the integrity of departments or their officers. They have a charter to abide by. I'm just ensuring that the agreement that has been put out for all agencies to recognise is adhered to. There is no requirement for them to do so. And what we have seen is there seems to be no will to do so unless there was a trigger. And I believe we found the trigger, and that will go a long way to making sure that there is no confusion as to what an application consists of, what are the issues that need to be addressed, and each department deals with their own issues under their own banner. It's as simple as that.
I will speak on the motion, and I'm not sure whether it's either for nor against. So I look at the aspirations that we're demonstrating here, and what we're saying is that we want everyone to do their job and we want them to do it thoroughly. And where they shouldn't talk to local government, we're asking that they do talk to local government, which there's the potential there to be seen as us telling someone, you know, how to do their job, and that potentially causes conflict. But at the same time, every now and then it's probably worthwhile reminding people to have conversation, to have that you know, in the spirit of the Partners in Government Agreement of 2019, it is worthwhile that we maintain that spirit of mutual respect by raising this in this format, in this way, based on an experience of one example. Is there a risk that we're potentially not actually upholding that same spirit of mutual respect and cooperation with the emphasis on partnership that we're actually seeking to espouse in raising with them from us? And that's where I'm a little bit concerned about this, because we're not suggesting that we're just writing ourselves to say, hey, we're a little bit concerned about how it worked on this occasion. Could we have done something better to work together? But we're taking it to the body of all local governments across Queensland and asking them to take a stand where this will become a policy position that they then advocate to government to say, hey, there's something here that needs to be done better, which suggests that there's a problem, but we've just had a conversation around the fact that no, there's no problem. And I'm trying to reconcile those two things into myself and wondering what the outcome of this will be. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Councillors, I find myself conflicted on this one. I am, and I'm sorry, Councillor Mather, I'm not going to support it because this has been a problem time immemorial for local government, and the LGAQ has been banging on to the state about this for decades, as I recall, and I think there might have even been similar motions at some LGAQ conferences. I wouldn't swear to that, but I'm pretty sure that it has been raised in public forums previously. You are right to bring it to the table, Councillor Mather, because it is worthy of discussion and it is worthy of our consideration. But I'm not convinced that, as in line with Councillor Hutton's comments, that I understand what you're trying to get at with this particular motion, but I'm not 100% convinced that this hasn't been attempted before and that it hasn't fallen on deaf ears at state. And that's no reason not to bring it up again, but certainly I guess I'm reluctant to support it on that basis. Councillor Mather, do you want to wrap up at all?
I might speak for it, Mr Mayor. I think
Councillor,
you just convinced me to speak for it.
Right out.
Just that on, well, I think that just because something might have failed before or gone on deaf ears doesn't mean we should have another crack. And yeah, and I've got some problems with this, but I think like if it makes it, then the LGAQ can decide on that when we have our conference. So I'll speak for it, Mr Mayor.
All right, thank you. Councillor Mather, do you want to wrap up?
Just very briefly, Mr Mayor, thank you. Thank you, Councillor. I like your words because you took them out of my mouth. The only time we fail is when we fail to get up and try again. I didn't know the LGAQ was banging on this for decades. I would have done it earlier. And I'll bet there have been councils who've had the same problem we've had in those decades to cause the LGAQ to bang on it for 10 years. Let's not fail because we gave up, and let's not fail completely. If we want to succeed at anything, we've got to know it's worthwhile fighting for. If it's not, forget it. Go about your business. If it's worth fighting for, and I've had a few fights in my day, got a bit of bark off here and there. But I tell you, you look at some of the legislation in the state, and it's got my stamp on it. And I'm proud. This is one I think needs to happen. It's not a major thing, but it'll make a major difference to local government in the future. And it is worthy of consideration, Mr Mayor. And if the audience at the conference feel that this has happened to them, or it may happen to them, I'm sure they'll support it. But I also am sure that the LGAQ is thinking, thank God somebody hasn't let it die. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. All right, councillors, we'll go to the vote on this. We've got a mover in Councillor Mather, a seconder in Councillor No, I'm not, because I don't have a seconder. Yeah. I need to find out, yeah, councillor Friend. Yeah, that's the bit I wanted, thank you. Yeah. Mover and councillor Mather, seconder and councillor Friend. Does everyone understand what the recommendation is? Did you want to quickly read it again? No? All right. So all in favour? Those against? The motion's carried. Thank you, councillors. And I will do it. I'll do it. I'll do it. We will do it magnificently, councillor. All right, thank you for that. And the second proposed resolution. Is that the LGAQ write to the Australian Department of Immigration requesting that the Category 3 definition for regional incentive for skilled migrants be altered to exclude Perth, Adelaide, Gold Coast, Sunshine Coast, Canberra, Newcastle, Lake Macquarie, Wollongong, Illawarra, Geelong and Hobart, the aforementioned cities to be included as Category 2 cities and major regional centres. Happy to move that. Seconded by Councillor Hutton. Thank you. I don't feel the need to speak to this, councillors. I think we've all are across this issue. Okay, all right. Sure, can do. Okay. So in terms of us being able to incentivise skilled migrants to come to regions, the government's provided a financial incentive to do that. And in setting the system up, they established a couple of categories. Category 2 is cities and major regional centres, and Category 3 are the more regional areas, Councillor Mather. Now, unfortunately, within the Category 3 area, they've cited a number of regions and they've cited a number of cities. Now, there is no way in my thinking that places like Perth, Adelaide, Gold Coast, Sunshine Coast, Canberra, Newcastle, Lake Macquarie, Wollongong, Geelong and Hobart could be categorised as regional centres. So what that essentially means is being categorised as Category 3, it's a lot easier for them to get more money. And so those migrants looking to come to regional areas, because that's how they get their money, they don't get them get as much money for going to cities. So in going to the regional areas, they still get to go to a major city if places like Perth, Adelaide, Gold Coast, Sunshine Coast are regarded as Category 3 councils and Hobart. All right, so essentially to my way of thinking, it disadvantages the regional centres because you've got some very attractive cities categorised as Category 3. And the skilled migrants are going there because, let's be honest, who wouldn't like to live at the Gold Coast or the Sunshine Coast if that opportunity came for a skilled migrant? Obviously, they've never been to Livingstone, but, you know, even so. But it is a distraction for them, the fact that they can go to these major centres and get more money because they're classified as regional centres, they're not cities. So I'm proposing that those major cities and those major centres be taken out of Category 3 and put in Category 2, which is cities and major regional centres. Yeah, indeed. All right, so can I go to the vote on this one, councillors? All in favour? Carried unanimously, thank you. All right, we will now go into confidential. So can I get a mover? Thank you, Councillor Mather.
Bye.